All right, everybody, welcome to a very special episode of 4GQ TV. I guess we'll put this in the MCU after show category because we'll be covering San Diego Comic-Con, some stuff that happened so far, some stuff as it breaks live, and back. I hope you're still in the chat. I'm sorry, buddy. We did have a little bit of a delay. We had to get some extra stuff together that kind of popped up last minute, but here we are now. So I would like to do the applause effect. Thank you. All right, so with me today, I have, you know what? We'll go with the pineapple guy over there, down there. Pineapple Paul, celebrity.
Shut up. Is a lie. Okay, I'm just throwing it out there.
Everybody just saw you on stream as a pineapple. Thanks, Jay, Graphic God, for that. So, Paul, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me once again. I'm excited. A lot of stuff to talk about. A lot of exciting things going down.
Yeah, Paul, I would like, if you have a chance, I don't know if you're watching the stream. Are you watching the stream or no?
Yes, I am. I'm looking at the stream now.
Okay,
yes.
Look at this awesome thing Jay made.
Shut up.
Did you see that?
Oh, yeah, I'm going to have to, kill everybody. Okay.
There we go. And then I have my wonderful co-host Paris, who always does these Marvel shows with me and the interviews. What is going on, Paris?
Hey man, you know what? It's San Diego Comic-Con. You were just at MetroCon, so it's fun times now. There's a lot of stuff being dropped all over the industry, from comics to movies to TV shows to all sorts of just different cartoons, anime. Like, this is a perfect time to be alive. This is awesome. Like, we're in content heaven right now. This is just like continuous content from all these different mediums. Like, you trying to say that you don't have anything to watch? I mean, like, come on, like, it just goes.
Well, the better phrase may be it's the perfect time to be a nerd. Okay.
Well, not even a nerd, man. There's just a lot of stuff to watch.
Well, nerd, or is it nerd or geek? Because I like to use it. I like to call, I don't mind calling myself.
What are people these days? I guess we're just what it is, what it is, sort of thing.
Yeah.
We're not putting anybody in a category.
That's right.
No, there's a lot to consume right now. I mean, a lot, and it's cool. Like, I can literally just watch anything, and I can just get done with it and then move on to the next thing and consume it, have fun with it, and hope for the next season or whatever it is, right? So, yeah, it's awesome. So,
you know what?
Great time.
There's an audience right there for you, Paris. Oh, wow. Look at that. Thank you.
Yes.
So there has been a lot of stuff that's been announced, and kind of like we want to kind of go over some of what's been announced, some speculation with the Marvel stuff. I have a big speculation for She-Hulk, and so, just a lot of content. First off, we know that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles: The Cowabunga Collection has a release date, August 30th, for all you Turtle fans out there. That's huge. It's like an epic pile of nostalgia. So I'm excited for that. Dungeons and Dragons is getting a movie. Paul remembers those days.
Yes, I do, actually. Thank you. I do come from pen and paper. Yes, I am that old. I really hope the movie does it well, and it's not as cheesy as some of the previous tries at doing that style of movie, or that specifically said Dungeons and Dragons have been. Because hopefully, I'm looking forward to this being all that it can be, basically. There are some really exciting stories, and now that we have the special effects we have, hopefully they've spent the money where they need to. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. You one of your favorite actors, Hugh Grant's in there, so.
Yeah. Oh, so what do you guys? Man, we just have so much to. We're actually waiting for the breaking news, right? We're waiting to see what else is about to break. But let's start. Let's go ahead and start with Marvel's release. All the stuff that we heard yesterday, and let's give a shout out to all the comic artists that are there at San Diego Comic-Con, all our people that we've interviewed on the show that we talked with. people that we plan on having on the show from Marvel that are in the comic industry. Shout out to Mark Brooks, Alex Ross, Jimmy Palmiotti, Sal. The list goes on and on and on. But yes,
Jeff
I'm
Smith.
happy and Jeff Smith.
Oh,
Keep on going. Keep on just toss out names of folks that we interviewed in the industry.
Yeah, Ryan Penagos as well. I believe he's there, right?
Yeah, Ryan Penagos. It's been cool to see I'm just talking about the comic side, right? It's just to see that they're getting a lot of praise and hopefully they're doing really well down there and people are picking up comics and understanding stories and listening to sort of like, the work it takes to generate comics. And that's where a lot of the movies and TV shows generally are coming from, right? They're picking the stories from this industry, creator of The Boys, Derek Robertson, right? We've interviewed him and talked to him on the show along with Gary Whitta. We talked about, some of the stuff they're doing with the Batman stuff. So, it's been awesome to see comic artists that create these stories and then the industry come in and take those creations and then put them on film. And then, everyone is, very excited for it. So if you love The Boys, season 1, season 2, season 3, go back and watch, go back and pick up The Boys comic and you'll be, definitely happy about it because it's.
And speaking of, he will be coming back and joining us again.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the cool thing about it. But yeah, let's go ahead and start with some of the stuff we heard yesterday. Marvel Zombies. Did you guys get a chance to consume any of that? There wasn't a trailer that I know of that was released, but there was a few screenshots, pictures that have been floating around on the internet. What do you guys think about Marvel Zombies?
First off, I wanna show you this, okay? Paris, this is what I'm sending to you.
All right.
This is by Mo.
Oh, there we go.
Look at that. It's got Cap America, Thor, Black Panther, Iron Man. Yeah,
nice.
He colored that. Yeah, he even put a card in there for you as well.
Did he? Okay. I cannot wait to get my hands on that.
Look at that. Ooh.
Yeah, so how to get that out of the way. Yeah. Yeah, so you said the zombies, right?
Marvel Zombies, yeah. A lot of people have been waiting for that.
Yeah, there's been a lot of rumors about the zombies for a long time, ever since that grave scene with, was it Iron Man coming up, I believe? Was it Tony Stark as a zombie in the movie, or was it Spider-Man?
Yeah, he was a zombie.
Okay.
Yeah, he was a zombie. Thanos is a zombie. Wanda, Scarlet Witch, she's a zombie. The list goes on.
Yeah, the zombie thing is kind of cool. I mean, it was a really popular offshoot series in the comic book universe as well. I have failed to collect them all, so but I'm gonna read them with my Marvel Unlimited subscription because that subscription rocks. No, shout out to Marvel. I mean, they really did a great subscription service. But I can't wait to read that all. I'm really excited for zombies. I want to see where they take this. Like if they're gonna take this past like a cartoon kind of look, and how they're gonna implement this. Is this gonna be an offshoot of another universe now? If it becomes popular enough or into the pop culture and people want it canon or not? I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most likely probably be set in a different universe because of the fact, like if it's like canon to 616. Probably not. It just wouldn't really make any sense, but but I could see the fact that they would do it in a way where different universe, separate story thing, and it makes sense. I like it like that. Everything doesn't have to be connected to the current universe,
No, that's the nice thing about the multiverse. If they get something that sticks, they can stick with it. Literally, they can go, "Hey, look, different timeline." That's just the way it is,
Paul was around during the Watchers, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Thank you very much. Let's talk about that some more. Yeah.
Yeah, you know all about the multiverses, don't you? You've seen it from the beginning,
from the get go.
Yeah.
From the get go.
when the split happened. Yeah, yeah. And dang, I got stuck here of all the things.
Yeah, yeah, but Marvel Zombies is going to be good. I just like the fact that they're going to, you know what? And I was reading that it's going to be rated TVMA, so it's going to have an adult theme to it. So I'm really excited about that. To go it up a little bit with the zombies. I mean, we're used to seeing zombies in The Walking Dead and all the other zombie shows that are out there and stuff like that. So yeah, it's gonna be cool. I like the thought. I like the artistry that they did with it and What If. So if they continue that, I think they showed sort of the main cast. Also, you're gonna have like Shang-Chi, Black Widow, but not Natasha, but the other gal. She's losing my thing. Red Guardian, and a few others that are out there going to be help fighting the zombies and stuff like that. Kate Bishop. So yeah, it's gonna be cool. And if they can get those main actors to come voice these characters, it's cool. But if they can't, shout out to all the voice actors and actresses that are out there, and they can jump in and fill that void. So yeah, it's cool.
Absolutely. Oh.
Yeah. Yep. I've seen some stills. I am looking forward to it. I think stuff like this is interesting. Especially I like zombie stuff. Yeah, some of it's getting a little old, but now you're dealing with characters that we kind of sort of know. So it's going to be interesting to see zombie. Tony Stark. Whatever. It's gonna.
Yeah.
So to me, there's an interest level that raises there. How are they going to deal with that? How do they want to handle that? I'm hoping. I'm hoping there's some dark humor in this. I'm that kind for these kind of things. I think they need to have some humor.
Indeed.
That it shouldn't just be a dark zombie story with characters that we know, because that will grow. That for me anyway, that might grow old pretty quick. But if you add a little bit of humor in there, have some fun with it. It's because it screams have fun with it.
Right.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if they did a live action and Paul Verhoeven directed it? The guy who did RoboCop and stuff like that. Imagine what kind of movie we would get. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, that's true.
Yep. So I'm looking forward to this, and I hope they do it. I know they're going to do their best. I hope they do it well, and I think they will. Yeah.
Yeah. And we have good old What If Season 2 was announced, which is cool. I'm not sure the direction. They just announced it, so we'll see how that goes. What If Season 1 for me was really good. Change of pace, nice storylines. It's the point of Marvel where you're like, what if? Like what they did with Black Panther. What if Black Panther was Star-Lord and all this other stuff? So it's cool to see those little stories like that being played out and being able to at least get, what if Captain America didn't get the serum and she became Captain Britain and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm all for stuff like that. What if is just opens your mind up to all the other possibilities, and then having them do it in anime is even better for me because it's something you can just watch and just sort of vibe with a little bit. What do you guys think about What If Season 2? Did you guys watch What If Season 1?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I watched all of Season 1. Oh yeah.
Yeah. We should do a recap on that, by the way, before Season 2.
Yeah.
But no, I'm excited for it because I think the What If series is phenomenal. It always was in the comic book. I used to collect those religiously, the stories in those, and I thought those were so cool. And the cartoon, takes it further than a comic could because you see a lot more in depth into the story. It's not just like turning a page and you kind of fill in the blanks a little bit. With the cartoon, it's like a continuous motion of actions of what's going on in this What If universe, and that's really cool. Like my favorite one I would have to say out of the What If series so far was Captain Carter. And then Zombies was the second. But yeah.
Yeah. Captain Carter. The whole series. And then they tied it together with the Doctor Strange like that. And then, they have to stop Ultron because Ultron got the stones. And yeah, it was cool. and the Watcher, had to do his thing to help save all of the universes. So yeah, we'll see what happens in season 2. Hopefully, sort of new stories, and we sort of like separate from one of the things that we saw in What If season 1. But there is that possibility that they could bring that other part back, because isn't the Doctor Strange watching the little thing that Ultron is in, and he's stuck in that suspended animation sort of thing. So
I want to see some stuff about like MODOK more. Like I want a continuation of that Hulu series MODOK. Like that. I mean, that was.
Hopefully, I'm hoping we get a season 2 of MODOK. I really am.
I mean,
MODOK,
it just really put a personality to the character there. From the way we've seen MODOK in the comics and in the video games, is like more like he's just this angry, weird looking brain kind of guy, but the Hulu show really gave an in-depth personality where he was very complex with a sarcastic sense of humor, and
but he was still an angry brain, short kind of guy. But yeah, but it fleshed out his angriness a bit.
Oh
yeah. I would love that. That would be awesome to see MODOK in some sort of other, fashion, or even for season 2, or one of those things. So
yeah. And if you're watching this right now, please like, share, and subscribe, and tell all your friends. Share this out everywhere you can. Are you in comic book groups? Share this out. You in cartoon groups? Share this out. Wherever you are, share.
Yeah, we'll be on for a little bit. We're waiting for the breaking news, because there's a lot of stuff that's being dropped, and as we're going through, we're talking about stuff that was released for all the fans the last couple of days. So yeah. Now, what should we cover first? Because
well, hang on, I didn't get my little.
Oh, you didn't finish here. Okay, yeah. Go ahead, please. Sorry.
What if Paul gets to talk? Huh? Well, what if? No. So all I want to say is, Carlo mentioned he's read and he used to collect the old comic with the What If comic books, which is cool. They actually have a lot in the series they could draw from. There were so many characters we could see what ifs on. That would be interesting. Mm-hmm. And so I think as long as there keeps being interest, I think they should keep doing it. Keep cranking these things out, because they're very well done. They are, and they can draw from some basis from some of the old stories they did in the comic books way back in the day. Even if the storylines we know from the MCU are different from what's in the original book, it at least gives them a basis to start with.
Right.
What if Peter Parker had never become Spider-Man or whatever, things like that. There's a lot we can do. So I'm hoping they keep going. I'm looking forward to these, so there you go. That's all I wanted to say. It was short. It was sweet, but you tried to skip over me. I see how it is.
I can throw another pineapple thing up, but I won't because I did two already.
Yeah.
Give him a standing ovation for that brief breakdown. Let's go, Paul.
Hold on.
Yeah, the slow clap.
There you go. The slow clap, yeah. So, I mean, there's one thing that I really want to talk about, right? And I think this is a really cool thing that Marvel's doing. And it really speaks to, it's probably going to be more popular with the kids than I think most comic book adults or comic book fans in their adult years. But I think it's kind of like a match to DC's Teen Titans Go, in a sense, is Marvel's Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur.
Yes.
It's got like that pop culture humor where things just pop in, like Teen Titans Go, and it's got like, what would you call it? The Cal Arts chibi kind of like art style to the faces, the mix of anime in it.
Hang on, sorry. Oh, sorry, my bad.
And we will do the pineapple for Paul at the moment.
Hey, nobody ever calls me until we try to do stuff. That's just the way it is.
That's the way it goes, bro. It's okay. We'll see if YouTube blocks that. Hopefully not.
I doubt they made it out enough to block it. But, yeah.
I don't know. Graph, how are your ears feeling, buddy? So what do you think about Marvel's Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, Paris?
I think it's a incredible thing to witness and see. I like the scalability of what they're doing. To bring this culture forward with this character. So I'm excited. I don't know much about it, but one of the things I do like the fact is that I'm not even going to try to do any research on it. Really, I'm just going to go watch it. And then after it's out, and then I'll go back and do research. But for people that have kids and stuff, this is an excellent opportunity for kids to dive more into other characters that are out there that are not just the prime ones from Disney Plus or the Disney princesses and stuff like that. So it's pretty cool to see. I like it. I like the fact that they're doing it. I wouldn't mind them continuing that on. So yeah, I like it. Paul, we don't skip over you.
I know nothing outside of the title. Seriously, I know.
Okay, well, it's like more like a kids kind of animation thing, like Teen Titans Go. You know what Teen Titans Go is, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. And I watch some of those, and yeah, they're definitely driven toward kids.
Okay, yeah, this is
got
like
a style all their own. Got a style.
Yep, that's what this is like, kind of.
Yeah, something similar, but I like the fact that they're doing it, and yeah, I'm with it.
So, I'm gonna go back to my little Marvel thread here, right?
What do we got next? Well, I was trying to debate before I rudely ignored Paul and skipped over him.
Yeah.
Are we out of the two? What do you want to talk about first? Because I know you have a special attachment to these characters, with one of the characters being a villain starting with the J.
Okay.
Should we hold off on that, or should we? We had a really in-depth conversation.
Yeah,
about
we can. Yeah.
Or do you want to jump into Spider-Man freshman year first? Come on, let me know which one you want to do.
Well, either way, Juggernaut should be in that too. I mean, Juggernaut should be in everything. He should be in everything. He's in everything. He's an Avengers villain, a Hulk villain, a X-Men villain first, but he's appeared as a villain in multitudes of comics. Yes, and he is the only villain to ever defeat the Hulk.
Yeah, he walked away from the Hulk, right? He was the only one to walk away.
He destroyed the Hulk.
Injured.
Yeah,
being injured. Yeah.
The Hulk was injured and hurt and crying. He went back home crying. Juggernaut walked away in his big red suit.
Yeah, so let's talk about Spider-Man freshman year. There's been a lot of discussion about it. Some of the people were complaining about the fact that they changed, some of the skin color of some of the characters around, like Mr. Osborn is now black and stuff. So people have said some things about it instead of just letting it just be because it's a cartoon. So it's always going to be some controversy. Like, why can't we just it's a cartoon. I mean, come on, people. But yeah, I'm all for Spider-Man freshman year. It's a different perspective. There has been conversation about, is it canon or is it not? Most likely it's not because of the fact of how the characters are. But even if it is, let's is this universe and let's just let it rock. So yeah, I'm excited for it. Another Disney Plus special that's that I'm a longtime member of Disney Plus, I guess, from the beginning, and I will continue to be because of stuff like this. So this is cool. I don't know. How do you guys feel about Spider-Man freshman year? Carlo.
I gotta say, I am a little excited and a little worried. I'm a little concerned too, because it's like every time we've seen Spider-Man, he's always in the midst of his education. There's never really a solid point to his education, and now we're saying freshman year, so I'm kind of curious what he's going to encounter in the freshman year. Is it going to be exciting and we're going to see some villains, or is it going to be about his love interest, Mary Jane and Gwen, like back and forth? So I'm just a little curious. And then how are they going to do the whole story with his uncle and his aunt? Like, are they going to change it up? Are they going to keep it the same? These are questions that I am a little concerned about, because if they change it too much, Spider-Man fans are going to be on the edge of their seats. I mean, the new generation might not care as much as the old generation. It's, I don't know. It just depends, man.
Ooh, yeah. Welcome, Iron Lords. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Kai, thanks for stopping by, man.
Yes. Hey. But you never guess what's on my feet.
Crocs. Hold on, Cog. I'm gonna show you something while you're here, right? Look what I got. This is for you, buddy. This is for you. This is a real one. See, a real Croc.
Oh, hey, we're live with the Crocs.
Oh, look, it's even got the emblem, the Croc emblem. You see that? Yeah, I couldn't pass this up.
Cog, and I don't wear Crocs. I never have, never will. And I'm still waiting for that invite to the show. No, I'm kidding. No.
They go good.
We can talk Crocs. We can talk Crocs.
They go good with camo shorts in Florida, Cog. When you come back to Florida,
sport mode.
You gotta do that, man. You gotta wear some Crocs in Florida. We'll go to Alligator Farm or something. Me and you will hang out. Crocs on.
There you go.
No.
Speaking of Crocs, right?
The only Crocs I want them involved have to be like crocodile skin wallet, crocodile skin.
No. Rock out with your Crocs out, bro. Rock out with your Crocs out. That's
shut up.
Rock out with your Crocs out.
Rock out with your Croc out? What?
Rock out with your Crocs out, man. Just two. You got two on. You got 2 feet. Rock out with your Crocs out.
So, I mean, Spider-Man does have a villain that is a reptilian, right? I mean, he's got
there we go.
That's true, yes.
The lizard. Maybe he'll encounter that guy in the freshman year.
Yeah, I wonder if Spider-Man during the episode's going to have Crocs on in class. He's a freshman in high school.
God.
He's going to be working with Dr. Connors, who's a crocodile. So maybe he'll have some Crocs on in the lab. Next thing you know, we have a whole Croc movement in Spider-Man freshman year that it goes unhidden. We'll have to
this show has absolutely gone sideways now.
Yeah, did SDCC do a count of how many people had Crocs on?
No. There's a Deadpool cosplay photo going around that Marvel Entertainment shared on Twitter, and they were sharing pictures of all the cosplays, and there's a Deadpool one, and I wish we could share it, but he had the person who was doing the Deadpool had on a maid outfit, and then had on some blue Crocs. So, yes,
no,
rocked out,
no,
with your Crocs on.
Man, I thought that company went out of business. Why are we still seeing those shoes?
Hey, Crocs is alive and well, so they're doing great. So let's Spider-Man freshman year. Paul, what are your thoughts?
Don't crock it up now, Paul.
No, don't. So, Carlo brought up some of the concerns too, because if it's his freshman year, remember he was in all the history of him. It's always been in high school when he got bit by the spider. So, are we basically going to redo it from the get-go? I mean, it can't be day one of freshman year and he's already Spider-Man, because that truly breaks everything that we've done, that they've done ever. So are we gonna get are we gonna start up and all of a sudden the first week they're on some field trip and he gets bit by a spider, or
that's a good question.
Yeah. So how are they gonna do that? And this is his freshman year in high school. And you're right. How many villains can we get in one school year? All of a sudden, So I'm excited for it. They could do some great things with it, but like Carlo, there's a little bit of trepidation there with how much are they going to try to squeeze into this first season or whatever? You know, how many villains are we going to deal with? Because is it going to be a long? Is it going to be an overarching overreach over ha? It's going to be is it going to be a story arc throughout the season? That way, we're dealing with one or two antagonists and not getting the villain of the week thing. Because if we get the villain of the week, all of a sudden we're getting introduced to all of his villains in 10 or 13 episodes or whatever they're going to do, and that kind of breaks everything, as well as him learning how to use his powers in the midst of all this, supposedly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, one of the things is that the Spider-Man story has been told over and over.
Yeah, I know.
So we all know what happens. I mean, do we need to watch Uncle Ben die again in Crocs? Right? No, so.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, I'll give you this.
Do we need to watch Uncle Ben get it again? I mean, we know, like we know the story, right? But if they capture it, like if he's already bitten and he already has the powers and he's just trying to move along with his life, but he maybe has not told Aunt May yet, because if you see one of the visuals that they took, one of the pictures that they took in the that they shared out, is that they had the same scene from when in Civil War when Iron Man walked in, but instead of Iron Man being there, it's Mr. Osborn. So the same background, same everything, same TV, the pictures on the stand. Everything's the same. Aunt May is looking at Peter, and Peter's like, kind of stunned that Tony Stark is in there, but now it's going to be Mr. Osborn. So I like how they did that. It's kind of like paying homage back to Civil War, where it all started at. So if that's the case, then we would have to assume that he already been bitten, and Aunt May is single and stuff like that.
I think one way they could do that is if the first episode starts with basically a recap that we kind of pick up in the middle of his freshman year.
Right.
Let's bring him up to speed. I started my freshman year, normal freshman, blah, 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 bit by a spider, blah, 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 and do it in that way. Use like the first 10 minutes of the first episode to get you to that point or whatever, and then go from there. That way we don't have to revisit all of it from the get-go, because like the other one, like Spider-Man, that's been done over and over and over, is Batman. How many times has Batman been done? How many times do we have to watch his parents die?
Right. It's the same sort of thing with Batman and stuff like that. Every time you do a reboot, it's always it's that same sort of
you have to retell the opening story, which we kind of steered away from with the more current one, which was nice. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in see what's going to happen in this series animation. So I'm with it. Let's go with it. Let's rock with it. Now, let me just make sure we got all that out of the way. Okay. Carlo, we had a long conversation about this last night or yesterday.
We did
about X-Men 97 continuation from the X-Men series that we've just that we all grew up to love. For the folks that have not seen X-Men, I think it started in 91 or 92 through 96. So it's on Disney Plus for you can all go watch it. So I think it's a continuation. So go back and watch all those episodes, get caught up. If you want to binge watch something, there's something else you can binge watch, because all the episodes are there just for you to watch and catch up. So X-Men 97 continuation, from what they've seen, what they've shown from San Diego Comic-Con, the pictures look really nice. They showed the X-Men teams and show Magneto and all the things that are going on. So we didn't get a trailer. I don't think they dropped a trailer, but it doesn't release until 2023. So they still got a lot of time. I'm sure they're still working on the episodes and all that stuff for the season. So their seasons are pretty long. They're not just like six. I don't think this is going to be a 6-episode season for this, which is cool, because they have the opportunity to drop so many characters in it. Apocalypse and Magneto and Psylocke and
Juggernaut, yes.
Juggernaut, because there's a character Juggernaut.
Right. That's right.
So I'm super excited for X-Men 97. It's going to bring me back to my childhood and stuff like that. So I hope everyone gets a chance to go back, and if you have Disney Plus, go back and watch it. And so Carlo, what are your thoughts about X-Men 97 continuation from that's going to be coming out?
I am excited for it because I think the cartoon series was excellent for its time. Honestly, it doesn't hold up well today to animation standards, but other than that, the storyline was really good, and they had a great, interaction with Sabretooth in the series, which was really cool. Jubilee and the Sentinels was there, Rogue, so, I just hope that when we do the continuation, we see a lot of Psylocke. I hope, Psylocke's in there, Bishop, I want to see, because Psylocke is so important, and people don't realize how important Psylocke is to the story of the X-Men. People think that she's just this side character, but in the 90s, she was super popular during the Chris Claremont era and everything, right? Like, she was huge, and people loved her, and she's very popular, and she was on the cover of many X-Men comic books just because she was popular. And she has that ability to mind warp into other people's minds, like Quantum the Assassin, who happened to be the leader of the Hand, and whatever the Hand was, I don't remember it. I have to go back and read it, but still, Psylocke is so important that she needs to be in this, and we need more Juggernaut in this too. It's very important to have Juggernaut. Juggernaut is so underutilized, and he's so powerful. He's even joined the X-Men on a few occasions as well, But he got a deity in his head running around. I think his name is Cryotech. I probably pronounced it wrong. I pronounced everything wrong, but it's something like that. Okay, it starts with a C-Y. So there we go.
Yes, Paul. What are your thoughts? X-Men 97. I mean, you grew up. Now I'm not gonna say you grew up.
My thoughts are I didn't watch the original show that much because I was 30 years old. But I've seen some episodes, and I will probably go back and watch them again and watch this. I will say that I hope I hope some of the storylines and just some of the delivery and dialogue are a little bit more updated than they were in those. I will say those cartoons, because to me, some of those cartoons are hard to watch just because of the way they just presented themselves. Well, I guess from a kid's point of view, it's different, and you're going to be watching it from an adult point of view now too. So you're going to want something a little bit more than than what they gave us. I mean, they weren't bad, but they weren't stand out either. I mean, it's as bad as this sounds. I still go back and can watch some of the old, even though they're a little corny, some of the old Transformers cartoons from the 80s and early 90s. There you go. And I think they carry some of those age better than some of these, like the X-Men cartoons and stuff, just because of the stories they told. And that's just me. But I am looking forward to this. I will check it out. I check out everything new that comes on nowadays. Yeah,
I think it's gonna be pretty cool. I like the fact,
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't change that theme song.
That's one thing they need to change. Paris, that's one thing
the theme song needs to be brought up. Yeah.
What? If you guys saw Miss Marvel, you'll
I watched the whole thing. Yeah.
You when she said the mutant gene and they played the song,
I mean, it's time that the X-Men evolve a little bit. The theme song and the animation needs to evolve.
The only thing about the theme song the animation should definitely be updated. I guess just the way the theme song is performed should be updated, because it does sound like it's on a that it was put together on some like Commodore 64.
Wow. Now Paris is going to change it to his ringtone.
I know.
Come on, man. I mean, that was the theme song, and they're not going to change it, by the way. They better not. And if they do, it better be more hip. Like, they better drop a bass line in it or something.
See, that's what it needs. It needs a bass line. That's exactly
it. It's a bass line drop or something, like where you could go, And then the bass
What?
kicks in, and next thing you know, it's still playing. But yeah, like I'm all for it. Yeah, with mutants coming to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, I guess the question is, what characters are going to show up first? I mean, we saw them in Multiverse of Madness for all our Multiverse of Madness fans, so we know that they exist in another universe. So, along with Inhumans and Mutants, so for 616, Miss Marvel is now a mutant based off of what they were talking about. Now that could change. Who knows? They could change it up, but for now,
I think that's why they introduced it the way they did. I think the intention is to make her a mutant.
Yeah. Yep. So now we have mutants. Now, I'm going to give you guys both an opportunity to pick a couple characters that from the X-Men universe. One would be, which of these characters would need a full movie, and then which one of them would you do a 6-part Disney Plus series on? So I'll give you 3 characters from each. From you can do good, bad, doesn't matter. But which characters would you like to see? 3 characters, because we can go on for years with these characters. Now, one thing you guys will got to take into consideration now: the mutants in mutants and X-Men all up, they're all OP. They're super high powered mutants, right? So they're like over the top powerful. Like Jean Grey turns into the Phoenix, she's just unstoppable, right? Scarlet Witch is, she's unstoppable too, but there's limitations to her, like some of the things, like even in the comics when she would, when she was doing things, they were always able to get control of her and or she would do something. So in the comics and stuff like that, but the X-Men just all up. Like if you were to pair X-Men versus Avengers, like if you take that whole universe versus the Avengers universe, like the X-Men universe, I mean, like you've got Magneto, you've got all these characters, Juggernaut, take on the whole, I got all these characters that could I think would wipe the board.
Pretty much. Yeah.
with the Avengers. I mean, like Thor, Captain Marvel, those folks, Hulk would be able to sort of do things, but I mean, Professor Xavier and Jean Grey and Mystique. All them, Mystique, all that stuff, right? They just have things that the Avengers side of the house don't have. So, but let's go on to my question. If you were to take 3 characters and put them in a movie or show, which ones would you start with first? And who wants to go first? Arlo or
not me, because I have to come up with 3 characters now.
What? I think
about.
Paul, you've been around since they were invented.
I know, but it's a matter of For me, honestly, it's a matter of remembering sometimes which one is part of which group, and then who do I really want to know more about? Yeah.
Right.
All right. So 3 characters.
3 characters. I mean, you can do 4 if you want to make it even. Like do 4. So you have more of a choice. You have 4 that we're going to introduce the X-Men, and you're going to maybe not introduce the entire team, but you're going to introduce X-Men to the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe. You're going to grab some of these characters, you're going to toss them in there. I know Miss Marvel, I guess she's the first mutant, so she's already done, but let's say she's the 5th character, or she's the first character that's been introduced. But now we got the rest. Like who from that universe are you tossing in first?
All right.
In a movie or in a show? Now,
does the villains count too? Do we have to
villains count too? So like if you were to do a movie about a villain, I'm all for it. If you were to do, the Joker. Look at the Joker. DC did it, right? That was the first time they did a full movie of villain in the comic universe. 100%.
Well, he's definitely an alternate universe Joker, but yeah.
No anti-hero Joker. No anti-hero-ness about him. He's just straight evil and just doing evil things, right? So yes, even a show or a movie that you can pick a villain.
All right. So number 1, Juggernaut has to be in there. I mean, he's the
Oh
first.
my God.
Number 2, Sabretooth has to be in there. I mean, he's another, right? So that leaves me
For
for only
movie or for
movie
movie or
or a
for series
show? What are you
show.
doing with
Yeah,
these
movie
two?
or
What are you
show.
doing with these two?
Yeah.
all right, but still, regardless, movie or show, those are my two
No, you
first.
gotta tell me
Now
because
pick
you
one,
do.
movie or
You gotta
show.
pick. You gotta pick.
Juggernaut,
you
movie
gotta
or
make-
show.
Oh wow, this is
We got to be able to critique this, man. Movie or show,
Yeah.
because if you're gonna
Don't
do a
just start
movie on
spitting out
Juggernaut,
names. Don't just
hey,
start
I
spitting out names.
all right. All right, Juggernaut show,
Juggernaut show, okay. 6
Sabretooth show,
episodes. Okay.
12 episodes on Sabretooth.
12. Whoa, okay.
Wow.
Yep, 12. Rogue, 6 episodes.
Okay, so you got 3 shows, no movies.
Psylocke movie.
Psylocke movie. Wow.
And we're going to go
Okay.
in depth with Quanon and the Hand and all that. We're going to go into every aspect of that group. Everything.
All right. You heard it here first, folks. Juggernaut, Sabretooth, and who was the third one?
Rogue.
Rogue in a Disney Plus series. And then you've got Psylocke in a movie. Awesome. I'm not going to pick it apart yet, but yes, that's cool. All right, Paul, you're next.
One of the ones has already been done, Logan, because the
Logan.
Wolverine's already been done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that would have made his draw. I would have actually liked to have seen that in a show, where they drew out his background a little more. But since Logan's already been done, we don't need that. Logan was done, and Logan is perfect. And if you don't think Logan is perfect, go find another show. No, I'm kidding. But I would say I would love to see a series on Professor X's background before he became all super psi and all that crap. What drew him, what his basically his origin would make a good show. I think. I think so. Let's see who else would fit that bill. There's a lot of I gotta say there's a lot of the X-Men that I'd like more information on than when he when he started going through puberty, he started freezing everything in front of his house. Okay, great, but I think now, just before I make choices, because I'm still kind of thinking in my head, a lot of these it's hard to go into their background and say you want to see more of that, because a lot of it, because they're mutants, their powers just kind of developed. So is it a matter of, do we want to see just the early days when they accidentally killed the family dog and somebody went, oh shit, they've got powers? I'm sorry, because to be blunt, that's probably what a lot of it was, dude. Somebody opened their eyes one day and flames shot out of the eyes. Oh crap, we got a mutant. Go apologize to the neighbors for burning their house down. So to me, some of these background stories would be kind of sad, really. A lot of these characters, if you really look at their development, is really kind of sad, because they had to be pulled from their families and everything because they had to learn how to control what they were doing.
Right.
And so I gotta say, as far as movies, I don't know, because movies are so short. It's hard to stick, to a movie, say 3, maybe 2, maybe 3 hours, and tell the whole story without leaving so much out.
Mm-hmm.
So movies are hard for me. That's why I prefer, maybe 10 to 12 hour long shows to flesh out the story. Like, I don't think Moon Knight could have been done in a 2-hour movie. I mean, it could have, but we wouldn't.
That could have been a movie.
Yeah, it could have, but we wouldn't have understood it as well as we do, I don't think.
Right.
So I don't know. Who else would I? There's just a lot of them I'd like to see more information on. I really, seriously, I can't pick out just one. There's a lot that I'd like to see their stories fleshed out, almost like a standalone comic. Go, here's where he came from. Here's when his powers started to develop. And yeah, because it's Marvel, you could definitely get into the heartbreak side. Since this happened, their family disowned them or whatever, because we know that happened.
Okay.
So yeah, I honestly can't pick out just a few mutants. I even to me, even like Carlos said, on the quote evil side, we saw a little bit of that in the movies. Is what drives him to decide to back what would be considered the villains. You know, because remember, to the villain side, they're not the villains; they're just trying to protect mutants as a whole. Especially,
Right.
Magneto. He's not about wanting to like kill everybody just to kill. He's wanting to protect what he views as his people, which includes Xavier and the others.
Right.
So he's just trying to do it for the greater good. We saw a little bit of his background. I would definitely like to see in a series. All the
Mm-hmm.
coming up through the concentration camp and how he was treated during the war and all that stuff. That would be a very telling story. So I would like to see that definitely, and that would be, to me, that could almost be again a series and not told in a 2-hour snippet. You know, because
Right.
so uh, let's see.
I think. I
Scott
think.
definitely would be in it. Scott would be an interesting movie
Mm,
to see how Scott adjusted to what he had to deal with. And God, who's the one who God, I'm drawing a blank. She can't touch anybody. There's
Rogue.
Rogue.
Rogue. Yeah, that would be a very interesting thing to see as she had to deal with that as it started to happen. And
Mm,
that one could maybe be a movie. But to see
mm,
how that character gets to the point to where she can handle the fact that she can't, touch anybody without wearing gloves or things like that. Because that's a big thing. Touch is a big thing of who we are.
mm.
So they could
Yep.
really
Yeah.
deep dive into that.
Nice.
That would be interesting to see.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Well,
Yeah.
that's a fair take.
Yeah, I know. I just kind of went off, but sorry. I just can't.
No,
I
cool, cool.
honestly, there's so many of them that there are different aspects of what they are that I can't just pick one and go this one to do this.
Right. Right. Um. So yeah, we had an interesting conversation about this. I think if I have 4 characters to choose out of the bunch of the X-Men and entire universe of X-Men, I would. Oh wow. Okay. Stories we already know that have sort of been repetitive, like Wolverine and stuff like that. I wouldn't
Yeah.
touch. We already know a story. I would also think about doing uh, a Storm series on Disney Plus, just telling her story up through, even have a part in there when T'Challa when they were younger and he saved her and stuff like that. I would do that in a series. I think that would work really well, especially on the stuff that they're doing with Wakanda right now in Disney Plus. I think that would be sort of an offshoot to that would connect that universe and bring it into it. So I think a Storm Disney Plus show. It doesn't have to be 6 episodes, just telling how she grew up and now she's got the powers of the Storm and she's now Storm. I think that would be a nice, compelling story to tell on Disney Plus. Uh, it would, it probably would be the first. Well, I think they're doing like a Star Wars, the Acolyte show with an African American female or person of color. Well, a person of color, but someone that's black that's a lead for the series. But I think that would be probably the first Marvel one that we would see, which would be good and cool. I mean, I know Wakanda Forever, the TV show. I'm not sure sort of like how they plan on having that being led once they do that on Disney Plus, but I would like a Storm Disney Plus show. Then I would do a movie on I'm trying to decide between Gambit and what's his name, the guy that Nightcrawler, but I'm leaning more
Ooh.
towards Nightcrawler. I would love to see a Nightcrawler movie, basically based in, he's not nothing that he's young or anything like that. He's living in the current MCU times. He's got mutant powers. He does also have the ability to he has his powers and stuff like that, but he's not part of the X-Men yet. He's living this life afraid because he's been bullied and stuff like that. And, the day of social media and stuff, he has the ability, and he's been caught outside before. People are like filming, like, what the heck is that? He gets caught out doing stuff, but no one really knows who he is because, he wears a mask over his body and he wears fake skin and stuff like that to pretend like he's just a normal person. He has dead end jobs, maybe as an Uber driver or as a, sorry, not dead end job. Uber driver is not a dead end job. I mean, like, he does random.
He's jobs. A gig worker. He's a gig worker.
Gig worker, right? Yeah. He's not, he's not committed to any sort of, career sort of thing. He's just like, hey, I'm going to do this because this is all I can get right now, and I'm riding a bike, delivering pizzas and stuff. Maybe he's doing that stuff, right? Sort of thing, delivery. But he's doing cool things in the movie, but he gets
shut up.
I think that would be a nice, compelling story where you can have a movie and tell sort of like his thing. I would like to see a Nightcrawler movie. Yeah, it would be cool. Nightcrawler is a movie. Doesn't have to be this huge budget, of him doing all this stuff. It's a nice, solid movie telling a story, and I think it would go over well with the public and stuff like that. So yes, Nightcrawler, and then I would go with another series, and I think, man, the crazy thing is once you start talking about these characters, you're like, dang, there is a lot to them because of the history they have.
That's where I was having trouble. Yeah. Right. That's what I was saying. A lot of it is hard to squeeze into a
thing, right? Yeah. I think, let me just go back to another movie. I want to see a Cyclops movie. I think the fact that his parents and his story, and him and his brother Havoc were, they were flying on a plane, their plane crashed. They became orphans because they thought their parents died, but their parents were really kidnapped and taken back to space, Starjammers and all that whole thing. So that would connect that galactic sort of connection with the Guardians of the Galaxy. And if they ever do a Starjammers movie, you would already have that connection from Scott and Havoc on Earth, growing up in foster care, or telling that whole thing. You would introduce Mr. Sinister and all that stuff. So it would just be an awesome sort of movie, and him growing up trying to they could do like a little earlier cut of that in the 80s and then have it sort of mature as it gets to the now times, and then he meets Charles Xavier and stuff like that and becomes an X-Men. I would like to see that as a movie. And then another show, I think that would be cool. I think an Iceman show would be cool.
Oh, yes.
The very first, lead LGBTQ lead in a series of Marvel Studios doing that. I think that would be awesome to see an Iceman TV series introducing him, how he got his powers, and how he's had to grow up. All sorts of things like that, that he has to deal with, that teenagers today and kids today have to deal with. And I don't know, like, if they cut it where, they tell a story to a certain point, he's a certain age, and then they put him as an adult as he's living through real life relationships and stuff like that. And he's got to, and stuff like that. I'm not sure if they just keeping him young and keeping it a whole younger thing would be what I would like to see. But even if they did do that, in his teenagers or like right out of high school sort of thing, and then tell those stories, I think that would be cool. But I would like to see an Iceman Disney Plus show. And then
to me, some of those could be interesting because you could show that many of them had lives outside of the academy, outside of Professor X's school. Like Wolverine is actually, even though he was part of the X-Men, he was not a student at the school. He didn't stay there all the time, so he had stuff outside of the school. A lot of these characters, they could do that with them as well. Especially the adults. Right. Where we could see what these characters are at when they're not being, quote, X-Men, when they're not being part of a team. They are still themselves. They still have to deal with, minor things, I'm sure, that don't involve the whole team. So yeah, there's a lot they could do with a lot of those characters.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a whole bunch of it. So I'm super excited for that. Let me see before we jump into the next thing. Let me see if we got any other breaking news.
No, but I do want to speak to the thing in chat that DC is not wholly trash. Okay, they're especially on the TV side, especially things like if you're not watching what's it called Titans on HBO Max, you're missing out. Okay, Titans is an amazing show. Um, the Lois and Superman thing that they got going on is pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the movie side is a little bit of a mess right now, but hopefully they'll get it all worked out. But
right. Yeah, let me see. Just let's see. There's quick update. The Simpsons season 34. Can you believe
Oh
it's been 34 years?
wow!
They're going to be doing parodies from It and Death
Of course
Note.
they are.
So see some of their parodies, and then an animated crossover TV series of Star Trek called Lower Decks. It'll be playing on the live versions that's going on right now. So that is interesting to see a Star Trek animated crossover show. When they call Lower Decks, that means the people that are not on the bridge making all the decisions and all the stuff that we're normally seeing. That's because that's all we normally see is folks at the top, on the ship, and they're communicating with everybody. But we don't get to see what's going on.
Lower Decks is hilarious. If you have not watched Lower Decks, that show is funny.
All right, so the characters they'll be playing in Lower Decks will also be voicing their characters in the Star Trek Strange New World. So, a little bit of breaking news. That's pretty cool. I'm excited for that. Just wanted to toss that out there as we're. It's nothing we have to review now because we don't have that much information on it. But just a little breaking news that just dropped. Some little nuggets for folks out there that are Star Trek fans. Everybody's been wondering, hey, what's Star Trek gonna do?
Star Trek's doing so much. You just turn on Paramount Plus and you've got Star Trek up there. Lots of Star Trek.
Lots of Star Trek.
Between Picard and Where No Man, and all that. Yeah, lots of Star Trek to watch.
Yeah. Excited about that. So as we move on, I think we've covered a lot of the stuff from Marvel. I mean, now we can make the jump to DC for all our DC fans that are out there. We got to get our viewers up. I don't know what's going on. Are we not hitting the right? Maybe we change the live SDCC coverage breakdown. Just let me throw some hashtags in there from.
Yeah, you know what I think it is? I think it's because a lot of people went.
Go ahead.
A lot of people went live like an hour before.
2
hours before.
Yeah. People are live covering San Diego Comic-Con. There's a lot of stuff going on. But we're gonna jump into our DC bag. Maybe instead of like coverage as it breaks down from Marvel, we just say breaks from entertainment industry, so we can
when you title stuff, don't just say Marvel because
and then we can also add some more hashtags in there if possibly can. Hashtag everyone.
Hashtag everyone.
Hashtag YouTube, right? So for the DC side, while Carlo's doing that, Paul, I don't know if you had a chance to watch the Shazam 2 trailer.
Yep.
But that just was released. What did you think? What's your thoughts about Shazam and the movie series that they got going on with it? Did you get a chance to see Shazam?
I enjoyed the original Shazam. I really did. I've always thought they did a great job of the actor who plays Shazam, the adult, the superhero, does a great job of playing a little boy in a big man's body, which is basically what Shazam was.
Right.
And I think they found the right person to play that correctly. That it didn't look silly or stupid. It looked like he was being however old what's his name supposed to be, 12 or 13, 14, whatever, all of a sudden realizing that he is a big, big, strong, oh my God, look what I can do. It's almost the same reason that I like the current incarnation of Spider-Man is they didn't
Mm.
make him grow up too fast. It wasn't an automatically I'm mature, I'm going to handle this correctly. No, it's I'm going to make mistakes. I'm going to be a goofball. I'm going to say stupid stuff. You know, so I thought it was very endearing. In the same time, they told a great story. It's a fun watch, and I hope they continue with that in season 2 in the series.
In the
You
series, the
know,
next
in the
iteration
next movie, yeah,
next
in
movie.
the
Yeah. What did you think about all the Shazam showing up?
I'm that's going to be interesting. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. I actually did not see that coming the first time I watched the movie. I'm like, really? We're going to go there? Okay. You know,
Yeah, I was just thinking
because
to myself, if they could give Shazam's power, let them just give Shazam power to everyone in the world, and it's problem solved.
yeah, it's
To all the kids
you
in the
know,
world, hey, you
to,
all have the power of Shazam. That's kind of like giving me the Thor vibes, right?
yeah. To
You
me,
all
that kind of comes to the point to where it could become too much to try to, there could be. It's like when they put too many villains in a movie and there's too much to track and too much to
right.
everybody wants a part, everybody wants a piece, and all of a sudden you're dealing with 5, 6, 7 different people that in a 2 to 3 hour movie again want a piece of that pie. They want to stand out,
Mhm.
and that can be hard to pull off and keep the audience engaged at the same time.
Right.
You know,
Because that's I was just trying to figure out, like, the you got the Shazam, the
right?
main one, and you got the other Shazams, so they all got the power. I'm sure sometime in the movie, the person that gave him the power is just going to be like, "Oh, he needs help, and you're his best friend, so go help him," sort of thing. So um, sometimes when they do that, and it's sort of like in Thor, when they gave the kids all the powers of Thor, like how can
Yeah.
you do that when they were all outside fighting the creatures at the beginning of the movie?
And if I'm honest, I gotta tell you, I'm not a big fan of Thor: Love and Thunder. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I did
Right,
see it.
right. Yeah, there's a lot of
I
people out there that feel the same.
I thought it was kind of all over the place. Yeah.
But so is he no longer this? Is Thor no longer this? Is he no longer the strongest
Right.
Avenger? Is he now considered to be the comedy Avenger?
Yeah,
Right,
he's the
the most
comedy
comedian,
sidekick. He's the comedy relief. Great. Yeah.
the strongest
Wonderful.
Avenger, Thor. We'll
Yeah.
see. I mean, Thor 5. I think we'll talk about all that later.
Yeah.
But yeah, Shazam trailer, Shazam 2 trailer for me. I thought it was interesting. I think I watched the first film. I was thinking to myself, okay, there's an opportunity here. I'm not a big fan of when they say, hey, let's give powers to everyone else. Right? I don't know. I'm not hip on the Shazam in the comics. I don't know if this has happened before in the comics or if this is something that I'm taking that it has. So I got to go do my research and watch it
It
and go
has,
read
but I don't remember how long it lasted or what
yeah,
they did with
go
it.
read a few Shazam comics to see what the storylines were and then what the reasons why they did it. I mean, generally you would think Shazam was hurt and out of action, and they gave powers to someone else to take over, right, sort of thing. So we'll see. And what sort of Shazam powers do they have? Are they just the lower Shazams? Do
Yeah.
they have the same powers as him? Or are they just as strong as him? Right, sort of thing. So, yeah, it's a interesting take. We'll see. I've seen the internet. People, we can't make everybody happy, so I'm gonna hold my I can't base it off just one trailer that I just saw today. So and I like to go watch movies to take them in and really experience them, just like I did with Thor. But I'm done. I actually watched it 3 times, so I can get a honest opinion on it. And
Wait, you
since
watched Thor 3 times, Love and Thunder?
yeah.
Oh my God. I'm
Well, I
sorry,
mean, I
dude.
had to. I didn't say it was the best Marvel movie or anything like that. I just, I had to really, I give, I mean, I went and watched Spider-Man 3 times. I watched Endgame 3 or 4 times. I watch Infinity
No,
War.
I get that, and I can do that.
Right.
But I think if I were to go back right now and try to watch Love and Thunder again, I would probably spend most of the movie rolling my eyes and going, "Oh my god." Here we go."
Yeah, I mean, and that's their criticism. A lot of people.
Yeah.
We
We need to do a standalone show on that because I got a lot to say on that. I really do.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of stuff about Thor that a lot of people had problems with. I think a lot of people wanted more gore. Like myself,
Yeah.
I think if we just would have kept, we could have kept all the jokes, but give me more gore. Not gore as in gore, but gore is the God Butcher. Like
I just thought the pacing in the mood was. I thought the pacing in the mood was all over the place. They started it off very dark, and all of a sudden, next thing we're getting a Flash Gordon from the '80s fight sequence, and I'm like, really? What the heck?
Yeah, there's a whole.
Yeah.
But if you haven't seen Thor 4, Thor 4, go watch it. Love and Thunder. Let us know how you feel about it in the comments, or join the Marvel group and let us know.
Or Carla, where you been for 20 minutes? Were you on the restroom or something? What that?
So Thor, Thor. We were talking about Shazam trailer, and I was just talking about, there's some similarities on what we saw with Thor and how he
gave everybody the
powers of Thor, and now we have Shazam, and everyone has Shazam powers. It's like, come on! Sometimes I just want the hero to sort of be the hero, and if they can't take it, figure out a way for them to take it based off the powers that they have. A lot of these powers are OP anyway, overpowered, in their universes. I mean, we saw Thor, do some stuff when he got his axe and did all this stuff and flying through and saving the Avengers. And then we saw Shazam in the first one do some things. So, I guess we'll see. I'm excited to see it. We'll see some more trailers once it gets closer to the release date. Carlo, what did you think about Shazam 2 and based off the stuff you've seen from Shazam 1?
But you know what? My mic was muted there. So I apologize. Did you guys hear me or no?
We did hear you.
You did? Okay. You probably heard me because you're on Restream, but the chat probably did not hear me. So.
Oh, okay. Well, you probably were muted. Yeah.
Yeah. So Shazam, I like the, I like the story behind Shazam. I like the movies a lot. I like that little kid, big superhero kind of thing. And it reminds me of like Big a little bit because he doesn't really know how to be an adult or superhero. He just does. You know what I mean? Like he just goes with it. The fact that his whole group of friends now have Shazam powers too kind of kills the vibe a little bit, because I want it to be focused on Shazam, not Shazam and friends.
That's the next Saturday morning cartoon, Shazam and Friends.
I know, right? That's what it sounds like. Like Scooby-Doo and the gang, but yeah, so
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh. That's how I feel about it.
All right. So you heard it here first, folks. Shazam 2 trailer. Mixed bag. I guess we'll see sort of like once we get it closer to some of the other things they plan on releasing for it. But we'll see what happens. Shazam 2, and then how they tie it into the rest of the universe. I mean, because they did say Superman, they did say Batman. They actually showed Ben Affleck's Batman, which was from the Snyderverse. So, is the Snyderverse attached to DC anymore? Like, what's going on here? Don't confuse me. I know a lot of people are confused because there is reports out that Snyderverse doesn't have any attachments to it, or maybe they did that before this movie was made. But if so, then why continue to have that part? And then why would you show the Ben Affleck Batman? And then
there is so much mixed messaging coming out of DC right now.
All right, unless they do a movie, maybe it's a trailer, they just show it, and then the next trailer it's gone, and then in the movie they cut it. Like it's not The Marvel Studios does that
Right,
stuff,
and we've seen that in a lot of movies throughout history.
Kind
Their scenes in,
of throw you off a little bit. But the Snyderverse is something that a lot of DC fans are really enjoy, and not to have it kind of, I don't know, left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths because of what's going on with DC movies. But yeah, I'm excited for it. Since we're on our DC trip, the Black Adam short trailer that they showed. Did you guys get a chance to watch that?
I did.
Yeah, there's actually 2 trailers out now, right? There's 2. That was number 2.
Yeah, well, this is the short one they announced. They showed at SDCC, so this is the new one. So it's a shorter one. But what do you guys think so far?
I am so hyped for this movie now. I am. I like The Rock anyway.
There you go. Are you just excited to see The Rock?
Yeah. I think this character was kind of cut out for him. You know, it really was. So I'm really looking forward to the movie. It looks great. It really does.
Yeah. Are you just excited to see The Rock?
That's right. No. I do like watching this movie. I do like watching these movies, but there's nothing wrong with I think it looks like it's going to be good. I'm looking forward to it. What can I say?
There we go. A little love for The Rock out there. Carlo, what did you think of Black Adam short trailer, the new trailer, and then what do you think about just overall the Black Adam movie that's going to be dropping in October, I believe?
I'm iffy on this one because I never really knew who Black Adam was. I never really paid attention to that character. So for the movie translation, I have no idea what to go in and expect. And from the trailer so far, it's very confusing. There's points in time that are missing from the inception of Black Adam, built from rage, to why he's fighting a guy with hawk wings and smashing him in a car. I have no idea where that guy came from.
It's a trailer. It's not supposed to... You're supposed to watch the whole movie to get the idea of who they all are.
Well, yeah, so I don't know. That's where I'm at with this one, guys. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, there's going to be a little bit, the movie. I think hopefully that's it for the trailers. I think that's their second or third one. I think they had one initially and then they dropped another one. So hopefully that's it. And then we get the movie and then we can make our judgments off the movie. But for me, I think it looks pretty cool. Special effects look really good. There's some, the lightning thing is cool to see him fight Hawkman. I'm sure that's probably how they meet because I think they team up in the movie. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe because, Black Adam's an anti-hero, but he's really bad.
Yeah.
So
I do like the fact that we see a live action Hawkman though. That looked really cool. Really cool.
See, that's how I know my DC universe outside of Batman, right? I didn't even know that was Hawkman. I thought that was just some guy with hawk wings.
Just hawk wings, right? Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see how that all. And they're diving into a little bit of the magic. I think Dr. Fate stuff. So we'll see sort of like what they plan on doing with this movie, and how it connects to the rest of the universe. I know a lot of fans wanted to see the Superman Man of Steel trailer or Man of Steel announcement, and I don't think DC has announced anything about it. I know Rumorville is a lot of people are hyped because there's been discussions or stuff that people are saying and stuff. So I mean, we'll see. I am all for a Man of Steel 2. I think one of our good pals, Keith in the movies on Twitter. He's a Rotten Tomatoes now affiliated movie reviewer, and he's got his own stuff out there. KeithInTheMovies.com. But he tweeted about it, and I was like, yeah, I'm all for that, man. If there's a Man of Steel 2, that would be great. But we'll see. They didn't announce anything yet, so I guess we'll have to wait for that to come to fruition. And maybe it's just not a San Diego Comic-Con thing. If maybe it's something bigger. Regardless of when they do it, if they do it, the fans are going to explode because we want another Superman movie. And it would be great to see and hear and watch with Henry Cavill playing Superman. So it's been a while since we had one, and I'm all for it. So yeah. And then you could tie in Black Adam, and Black Adam sort of like Black Adam versus Superman, this whole sort of gigantic thing. And
well, that would be actually a very cool storyline.
Yeah, takes us to the next sort of like, give me that Black Adam versus Superman sort of DC
Black
thing,
Adam could definitely hold its own against Superman. Yeah.
All right, if we grow the universe, and then you get all these other characters they could toss in, and then we get some more synergy in the universe, right? I think that's what people are looking for from DC is like, can they get into the you don't have to copy Marvel. Marvel laid down the blueprint of sort of like how you can keep these stories continuing and then also do fresh content and also continue to bring all these characters together so their stories can be told for new ones that are out there. So I think a lot of fans are like, they kind of want DC to, let's say, get on board with that, but just like get there with it so we can have some continuity. Can't even say the word, Let's keep it moving. Let's get it all together. Let's.
Well, and to be honest, I think some of that with the Flash was their intent, but now they're in a whole nother situation because of the situation outside of the movies that's going on with that actor. So
yeah.
I'm
Paul,
sure they're
breaking up with just a little bit, Paul.
I'm sure they're kind of in the background there, they're kind of trying to figure out, okay, what are we going to do now? Because they did have an intent to do a standalone Flash movie and all kinds of stuff, and all that's kind of been shoved out the door. So they're scrambling now on some levels. What are we going to do? How can we, and like you said, they don't need to copy Marvel, but I do think they're trying to take some of those aspects and move them in. The problem is they're going at it so slowly that a lot of these actors are aging out before they get to the next step.
Nice.
Well,
it's
that's the thing that's the problem I have with DC. I'm gonna be honest with you guys, is that I feel like there's no consistency within their universe, and that we see the actors change quite frequently. Like how many different Batmans were there, and how many different Jokers were there? It's like,
well, now wait a second though. To be fair, there have been years between those sets. You can't even though they're doing it, they're having, what's his name, Michael Keaton come back as Batman. That's not the same 30-something-year-old Batman that we saw back in like 1989. They can't tell those.
I didn't even like
They
him
can't
as
tell
Batman.
those same stories. They can't tell those same stories.
No, I didn't like him as Batman.
But that's not the point. You're saying they're changing too often. But when you look at the fact that like Christian Bale did 3 movies as Batman, but that was over a 10-year period. That was, that's a long time for an actor to, unless they can start turning out the movies faster. That's why there's always got to be a turnaround, because even in the comic books, Batman, all the heroes stay around a certain age. They never age out unless the story calls for it, or they do, Batman, Dark Knight Returns and stuff, where it's an older Bruce Wayne or Batman Beyond. They stay within a certain age range because that's when they're the most fit and the most able to do that job, kind of thing,
Yeah.
And it's the sorry thing is, in real life, actors age out. Stop it. The sorry thing is, actors in real life age out.
We know they age out.
It's going to be.
That was for back, because he said he wants to change Tom Holland. I think Tom Holland's a great Spider-Man.
Tom Welling.
Hold on. Before we move on back, we're talking about. I don't know if you heard us, but we're talking about DC and the DC universe before we switch back over to Marvel and stuff. But I just want to keep us on track, because I think DC, we really need to dive into it. We did a whole thing on Marvel, and there's a lot of people out there that want to see the continuity. Man, I can't even spell it. How come I can't say this word? To see the movies continue on, like in a story that builds up to something epic. Like, when they did the Justice League, right? And then there was this whole Snyderverse, like, and then they released that. It was like, where was that during the initial release of, it's all sort of things that we just want to, as DC fans, we want to have, and we should be able to get, like, especially when it comes to the movies and stuff. I am really, really, really happy that they're doing Black Adam, and they're starting the series, and they're trying to get things moving again, and hopefully this leads to other things, Aquaman, and all that stuff. Let's bring it back. Let's get the Man of Steel 2, right? Let's get Black Adam versus Superman and a blockbuster sort of thing. You toss in a few other evil guys, and Brainiac, all this stuff. Like, you can do all this stuff with it, and let's get it going. And these are potential billion-dollar movie films that could really, really impact the the film industry for DC. Getting back into the realm of where I think they should be at. And I think a lot of fans will be happy for that. And
funny thing is, television-wise, DC is rock solid. Television-wise, DC is pretty rock solid.
Yeah,
they just can't seem to transfer it over to their movie side.
Yeah, I think they're doing another season of Superman and their stuff. And
yes.
I think there's a few other ones.
The Flash has been picked up for another season.
Flash. Yeah, their TV stuff is solid. And then they got another release, The Sandman, right? So
yeah,
we can talk about that. I don't know if folks have seen the reviews of The Sandman, but that looks pretty interesting. And that's sort of like, a total separate thing. But those sort of things where they could come out and tell all these other stories, because people are going to go watch it because of like what they've done with the current characters that are out there. Like, oh yeah, The Sandman, let's go check this out. It's something totally separate, and and things like that. It just gets fans hyped for other things.
And I heard today or yesterday that it's going to be 5 years before the Batman 2. 5 years. Okay, that's a long time between Batman movies for a series of movies.
Yeah, but we don't even know if that Batman is going to be the main Batman now, right?
Well, that's
another universe.
That's part of it too. But I think part of the reason they picked who they did was because of his young age. But if you wait till 5 years to do the next movie, then so much for his young age, because then all of a sudden he's pushing 35, and you want to do another movie, and it's like it's
right. I mean, Batman can, Christian Bale is pretty, I just think that
not Christian Bale. We're talking about the guy from Twilight here.
I know, but you're saying 35. 35 is not. 35 is young. That's not a problem.
But not when they started this movie, where they did. They set
Wait
it
a minute.
up.
Wait a minute. Whoa. How old is The Rock?
The Rock is
no. Okay, you guys are missing my point.
50.
The point is, they started the Batman at the beginning of his career, very young, didn't quite have all his crap together, and now we're going to jump 5 years. That seems like a complete, waste of opportunity to, as you said, have the story build up to something big, have it, and also have the actor where we can watch him grow and change and become a better Batman, and do it in such a way that it tells a good story.
Right. Well, it also depends on sort of like how they plan on keeping this Batman part of this and part of the overall series, right? Do they just keep this in a separate universe, and then they say, hey, this is just a Batman in this universe, low tech, more street level sort of thing, and then whatever they do with any other Batman, it's like, okay, this is the Batman that's in the Superman Justice League, and whoever else.
Yeah, but then you're not doing what you're asking for. You're asking for cohesiveness at the same time, saying, well, they could keep it separate. Well, that's going to be more confusing for the fans. That's going to be more confusing for the fans.
Well, yes and no, but I think you can do it in a way that it makes sense if you want to continue that storyline, right? Until you would almost need to do a Crisis on Infinite Earth things like they just did with the multiverse for Marvel, right?
Because
yeah.
And then everybody goes, well, they copied Marvel. No, not really. Okay. It's,
I mean,
the
you know,
Crisis on
DC's been
Infinite
doing
Earth
the
things
multiverse
happened,
forever.
you know, decades ago in DC too.
Yeah, DC, most fans know that DC's been doing multiversal stuff forever, right? So,
Yeah.
like the multiversal flashes and all that
Yeah.
other stuff.
Green Lanterns and yeah.
Green Lantern.
DC,
Hey,
in fact, the
folks that
TV
are-
show Flash has touched on that. The TV
Yeah.
show Flash has touched
folks,
on that. That's
folks that are tuning in, please like and subscribe.
like and
Also,
subscribe. God, I almost don't like using that phrase. Please like and subscribe.
comment, all that good stuff. It's like we're getting some people that are tuning in. Right now, we're just talking about DC, all things DC. Right now, we did talk about Marvel, so you can go back and watch some of the stuff we talked about. Marvel, we just talked about the stuff that was just released. Marvel Zombies. Give you a recap: Marvel Zombies, What If Season 2, X-Men '97, Spider-Man Freshman Year. So we talked about those things that were released from Marvel. Give a few shout outs for the people that we've interviewed on the show. Talked about some of the folks that we're going to be interviewing in the future from all these great places in the comics, and we're happy about San Diego Comic-Con is back. Unfortunately, folks weren't able to get there this year. Hopefully next year. But yeah, we're super excited about what's going on in the and what's being released so far. So just want to give people a recap. You know, we talked about Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaurs also. So if you do want to hear us talk and some rant about things like that, you can go back and watch that. But for right now, we're talking all things DC right now. We're just jumping into the Sandman as we're pretty excited about that. That's going to be released here soon. So now we're talking about Batman and the DC universe and how we think it should go. We're just fans, just like the rest of everybody else is. How do let us know in the comments on like what you think about what DC is doing and what they can do to sort of regain and recapture that magic. Like if you go to their Facebook page, DC, you see Henry Cavill as Superman, you see Wonder Woman, you see Ben Affleck as Batman, and then you got the other Batman in the background. Like you got this whole thing, right? So it's like that. If you're talking about
okay. So since you brought her up, that's one thing that DC has yet to do a good Wonder Woman movie. I'm sorry,
Wonder Woman, the first one was good.
Yeah, it was good. It wasn't great, but it was good.
Yeah.
The Wonder Woman 1984 that left. That was painful. That was.
Listen, Paul. I gotta tell you something. A lot of people are gonna disagree with me on this, okay? But I liked Ryan Reynolds as the Green Lantern, and I'm being serious. I'm not trolling. I really
even Ryan Reynolds doesn't like Ryan Reynolds as Green Lantern. Okay,
I like that movie. Like I've watched that movie multiple times.
That movie was absolutely bad. Absolute bad.
I don't know, man. Like I'd like to see him come back as a Green Lantern and then
you probably thought Thor: Love and Thunder was good too. So yeah.
Oh wow.
That,
yeah.
Why not? It had that same kind of out of place humor. I mean, come on.
He's saying that I probably thought Thor: Love and Thunder was good as well.
Everybody's got their different thoughts about it, Thor: Love and Thunder. But yeah, we'll talk about it another day. Let me see. Back to the Dead. I haven't really liked DC TV shows since Smallville. I really like how they showed the human side of superheroes more in that show. Okay. It'll be interesting.
Okay, but speaking of, Tom Welling will never come back as Superman. You'll know we never saw him in the tights. That was actually in his contract. No tights, no flights.
Who?
He was not too keen on being seen in spandex.
Who's that?
Tom Welling. The Smallville Superman.
Oh, the Smallville Superman. Oh, I was like, who?
He was never keen on being seen in tights. Yeah, he was.
Nice. Nice. All right, so DC, man, there's a lot going on with it. I like some of the moves that they're making, some of the announcements. I'm excited, but folks, this is the question: DCEU. Where is the Man of Steel 2? Like, where is that? We gotta have that character. That's your lead character of. I don't know who. When you think DC, who do you first think of? Batman or Superman or Batman? For me, I always think Superman. Superman growing up was just this thing that he was
Oh,
just an immovable object from my comics
oh.
and everything growing up. It was like, or movies. Like even when Christopher Reeves was doing Superman, I still watched him because it was Superman. Like, it's like he's like I don't know. You just got to have Superman in your universe to I don't know. It's
Paris?
just right. What? I don't know. I'm
No,
rambling a little
no,
bit.
no Superman.
Superman, Man of Steel 2. Let's make it happen.
I'm not, I gotta say this. I was never a big fan of Superman. I never liked Superman. I never liked the villains of Superman either, like Lex Luthor. I thought he was pretty.
Oh, I love Lex Luthor if he's done right. If he's done right, Lex Luthor is amazing.
I thought he was a pretty boring villain. Like, maybe that's just me. I'm not trying to be negative about Superman here, right? But Superman was just never my biggest love in comics. I do like Doomsday, the villain. Thought he was pretty cool. But I like Shazam more than Superman. Everybody got silent.
Yeah. No.
Okay. I mean, I think everybody's like,
well, no, because I can speak to this too. Even though when you say DC, the first character I think of is Superman. The first character I want to see in a movie though is Batman.
Yeah.
People don't like me for this point of view, but I think Superman is a pretty boring character.
Oh my gosh, you guys are. Hey, you guys need you need to play that.
No, the problem is the problem is because he is quite the Boy Scout, and
the Boy Scout. He's Superman.
It's usually what makes his stories entertaining to me isn't him; it's his antagonist.
His alter.
It's the villains he's going against that make it interesting.
Right. I think Superman is he's a pinnacle of DC. Like he's the man. Like it's Superman. Like
he's the first major hero that 1938. I'll tell you.
I mean, just like he's the first, and you got to have Superman in the universe. Like you got to, like in the movies, like there's so many things to do. I mean, you've already showed. Okay, you got Kryptonite. He's not indestructible. I think he's just another guy that's out there that you can do a story on. But that's what I'm saying. If you do a Man of Steel 2, and then you introduce some of the other as strong characters, and as you're dialing into Dr. Fate and stuff like that, the mythical, magical universe of DC, you start diving into that stuff. Superman is not this over powerful being, right? You've got other characters out there that are just as strong and that can beat him down, right?
Well, okay, actually, just as strong is not necessarily true. Superman always holds back. He really
Superman
because he's
not holding back against
because he refuses to kill.
Against
that's an important thing to remember.
They've
made very clear in the comic books that he holds back, unless he absolutely knows that no matter what he does, he's
gonna die. Like he died in the. I mean, like Superman's been killed a whole bunch of times in comics. Superman's dead.
Well, but that's relatively recent too.
I'm just saying though, like even like in the 80s, I remember reading a comic.
The 90s.
I was like, what? In the 90s, early 90s, I was like, what do you mean he's dead? Like, come on.
They had the special sealed bag.
Because he has the weakness to kryptonite. He also is he can't fight against magic. He's the like Dr. Fate.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Dr. Fate would clean the planet with him. Okay,
that's what I'm saying. Like, if you introduce all these other characters and stuff like that, Superman is not going to be the overpowering.
But see that goes to my point of making the antagonist more interesting than him, which is true. I hate to say it, but I just if you really look at Superman, who he is, what he does, and you're kind of like, okay. He's more of a reactionary hero than anything. And even then, again, he holds back, which tends to get in.
What does reactionary hero mean? You got to explain that to me. What is
he waits to see what's going to happen before he does. That's a lot of the same reasons that Bruce Wayne doesn't like Clark Kent. Actually, it's Dude, the guy is boring. Okay, I'm sorry, he's boring.
Paul's just slamming Superman now.
He's on the. Oh my gosh,
he is boring, dude.
The blue man, wish I could share my screen and I'm gonna put a Superman screen up just so you can see it. The blue, oh my gosh, the red.
Jay, if you are listening, make a meme of Paul's face on the Superman body just flying up.
Superman body flying around. Yeah. And we'll turn it into a GIF. And we'll have the cape waving in the background.
I mean, I'm more intrigued by his character on Lois and Superman, because then he's got a family he's dealing with, and stuff like that. But
so you want a more grounded Superman. You want him out there in the back mowing lawns and rescuing cats from trees and
No, he did a lot of that.
Flying up to get the apple, the most ripe apple for the kids.
I just think that as a character, he's not that,
I mean, like, what do you want him to do? Do you want him to do street level stuff? Do you want him
no, I'm just saying. Well, look at Bruce Wayne. We know Bruce Wayne's background, and he comes from, basically, he's an orphan and all that stuff, and we know why he does what he does. And Superman has always been, just truth, justice, in the American way.
I mean, he's been true justice, but I think just like when they showed, like, what if Superman went bad and Batman had to try to stop him.
Well, that man, Dark Superman is much more fun to watch. I gotta say.
I mean, like, you guys, would you want a Homelander Superman? I mean, like, that's the thing. Like,
to a point, yeah.
An indestructible being that's just doing anything he wants to do. Like, he's gonna have a moral compass, and he knows he can do whatever he wants. But that's, like I said, but with great power, you got to have a great enemy that's gonna be on the same level as Superman and all the other Justice League characters, and and that's why all those folks are out there. But as far as DC goes, DCEU goes, I think they're heading in the right direction. Black Adam, if they do a Superman Man of Steel 2, and then, set it up where Black Adam versus Superman, and then you got the rest of the universe just explodes. You got a Green Lantern movie, a new one, like a really good one, a really good. There's so many things you could do with Green Lantern to make this thing happen right. I mean, it's just like, oh my gosh, can we just get a nice Green Lantern movie and just keep it sort of just Green
and
Lantern?
Can we make it so the suit's not CGI? Okay.
I mean, even but the suit, just put the suit on. But even if it's CGI, but just the weapons and stuff like that have to be CGI. It's great visual aesthetics and stuff like that. Would just be awesome to see on a big screen in IMAX and just be like, ooh, look at that. I want a solo movie with Green Lantern, a really good one. I don't care which one you have, Hal Jordan or whoever. Like, just give me a solid Green Lantern movie.
Yeah,
I'm all for it. Then
there's a lot of us Green Lantern fans that would be all for that. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else for DCU? Let's see. I think they just announced also Batwheels starring Ethan Hawke as Batman. So Batwheels is coming out. That's going to be, it's like Cars. So they're cars that can talk. So that's just like the Cars movie almost. That's pretty cool.
But it's DC.
It's DC.
So they're taking a page from Disney's book, from Pixar. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah.
Yeah. You'll see.
Well, and super.
You have Batman, but the cars talking and all that stuff. Yeah. You have Batman and Robin. They got the cars, and the cars are like really fast and stuff. All that stuff. But the cars just talk. But you still have the heroes. The heroes jump in the cars, but the cars talk. And they sort of do their own thing. So yeah, a little bit of Cars, Disney, all that other Pixar. It's interesting. It looks pretty cool, fun for the kids. I think kids will like it. They also released. There was one other thing that was just released.
Well, Super Pets is coming out soon, and
Super Pets. Yeah. Now, folks who have not been, maybe, I don't know, if you don't follow The Rock or follow Kevin Hart. Kevin Hart, if you follow those two either on Instagram or Facebook and you see their interactions with each other, they are hilarious. Go check out the videos as they're promoting Super Pets. This is just amazing comedy between those two.
Yeah.
They got such a great synergy. Shout out to The Rock and shout out to Kevin Hart, man. You guys just
They always have ever since they did that one movie a few years ago.
yeah, and it's just like the energy's just there, and all the movies that they've done together, like they've done about 3 or 4 movies together. So I think you know, like if everybody could have fun and treat each other in that way, where everything, you know, we're all having fun and laughing and it's just good energy and everybody just loves each other. Like, just imagine if we just were to do that 20% of the time with everyone else on anybody, right? It just would just make the world a better place. That's kind of
the only thing from the first movie they did together, I remember that the tagline they used was a movie with a big Johnson and a little heart, you know. Yeah.
Right. And they did like the hey, I'm filming this movie. The Rock's in the background doing his, and he's like, I'm filming this one. He's like, why are you in my video? Why are you in my video? Like, sort of thing. Yeah, but they did the tortilla challenge. Sorry, folks, we just have to jump off this. But they did the tortilla challenge. You got to slap each other in the face with tortilla, and hold water in your mouth, right? And if you spit out, that means you lose. But for you to get another turn, it isn't like I slap you, you slap me with a tortilla. It's paper, rock, scissors. So yeah, each time they did it, Kevin Hart won it twice, and he slapped The Rock twice with a tortilla. But he did take one for the team. He said, "You can hit me for free," and The Rock did smack him in the face back with one. So hilarious. Go check it out on Instagram if folks have not seen that yet. But yeah, Super Pets looks good. Looks interesting. I think it's going to be a nice little jump off from the normal hardcore action movies that we have.
Super Pets does look like kind of like a fun little thing, and they're even coming out with a video game of it. So I'm looking forward to the easy achievements.
There you go. You know, you're a big Peppa Pig fan. You've 1,000 that pretty quick.
Right.
Hey, I'm proud of that's on my profile, okay? I'm proud it's there.
Folks, if you haven't played Peppa Pig yet, go play it. It's a nice little game, kid-friendly. But if you're trying to get the Achievos, you can go pick up some nice Achievos on Peppa Pig. It's on Game Pass, Xbox Game Pass. So you can go play some Peppa Pig. It's nice.
So, you know, there's something that I definitely want to talk about here, okay? It's coming up. I mean, as Marvel fans, it's really soon for us. It's like next month, and that's She-Hulk, right? So,
yeah. Do you want to hop into some of the stuff that we got next month for Marvel and Star Wars?
Yeah, we could do that.
Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones. Yeah. Okay. So let's just start with let's start with Groot, and then let's jump into She-Hulk.
Okay.
Baby Groot. Okay. Have you guys seen the trailer for I Am Groot?
Yep.
Yeah, I just saw it right before the show, actually. So.
Nice. Yeah. So I Am Groot's coming out in August. Looks pretty cool. Nice little friendly movie. Shout out to Anthony Francisco, who we interviewed, who was a digital visual artist creator of Groot. He did a wonderful job for the movies, Guardians of the Galaxy. Go check out his art. He is, what is it? art_AF on Twitter. So don't follow him. He's got some pretty cool things going on right now. He's done a lot of Marvel movies. He's been posting on Twitter some of the stuff that he's done in the past with the visual graphics team. So yeah, it's great. And he created Baby Groot. So now they're doing a show on him. James Gunn is, I think, putting that together. So yeah, what do you guys think so far?
Was this different than the 5 shorts? Because the 5 shorts are kicking off on Disney Plus.
Yeah, it's gonna be shorts.
Yeah, there's 5 different shorts that they did, I guess, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
they look cute.
Wait, did Paul just use the word cute?
Right.
We need to clip that. Okay. Yeah. What's the time mark? We're 1 hour 48 minutes in. We're gonna clip that.
Stop it. Yes, stop it.
Hold on. I got the first thing for that.
Shut up. Shut up. There you go.
You know, the Groot thing, I'm iffy on this, right? Like, I don't know if it's extremely necessary to do the Baby Groot as a short. I kind of wonder what the purpose of it is. in a sense, besides just telling us a little bit more about the character and his experiences. But how short of a short is it going to be? And should we
About
be
15 minutes probably.
is it like, see, I wish it was an hour show. You know, I wish
Like you like Baby Groot for an hour?
An hour show? What are you, nuts?
they did it with Yoda, the baby Yoda.
An
Baby
hour,
Yoda?
yeah, an hour show of I am Groot.
Yes,
I am Groot.
Yes,
I am Groot. No, it's just not
And
gonna.
he can meet Baby Rocket, you know, and they're out there just blasting stuff away. I mean,
No. Just
come on,
no.
guys. Somebody
That's
here.
a long.
Yeah, see,
that's a
look. Chris
long-
Wall says all he says is I am Groot.
I know, but he has all the other things that's going on, right?
Midway says
no.
no.
I cannot watch an hour of I am Groot saying I am Groot. Baby Groot.
No,
I don't care how cute it is. I don't even think my daughter. I don't think.
But what
kids would
about
be
a
like,
language translation pack? Maybe like we can actually understand.
No, that
what
would
he's-
take the fun out of it. That's what makes it so fun with
I am
him.
Groot all day, like for an hour. I mean, that's a lot of
No.
I am Groot.
So Paul says he's cute, and it would take the fun out of it. Is that what?
Yeah, that'd be a
Well, no.
long. That
No,
would be a
see,
long show.
10 minutes is 10 minutes is cute. An hour is too long.
Yeah,
you know,
15 minutes short about him doing just random things. It's pretty cool and cute, you know. It doesn't have to be attached to anything. It's just him is when he's younger and doing I am Groot things, you know. Groot doing Groot as he's little, saving. You know, he was feeding in the trailer. He was feeding the little things that had pulled out guns, and next thing you know, he's the hero. So stuff like that. It's cool. He just says I am Groot, and now he's like happy, and everyone's happy. That's awesome. The kids will love it. I think it's a good show for the kids, and for folks like me that that are Marvel fans will watch it. And it's what it is. But Carlo, an hour. Man.
Petition.
Yeah.
That's it. I'm going on
No.
change.org and making
No.
a petition. I want an
No.
hour-long
You-
Groot. Marvel, you hear me? Hour-long. Okay?
James Gunn, if you're hearing this, if you're hearing,
I'll tell you what. We'll
watching
get hold
this
of Vin.
weekend.
We'll get hold of Vin Diesel, and he'll do an hour-long
Kevin
audio
Feige,
for you. All he
if you're
says is I
tuning
am
in
Groot for
to-
the whole thing.
4GQ San Diego Comic Con's live reviews and stuff like that. An hour Baby Groot. Carlo wants it. Can you make that happen?
No, just
Yes.
I don't.
Let's do
But
it.
he didn't comment in the comments, so it's not going to happen, Carlo. Sorry.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
So I guess that's where we are all at. You like the short. Paul thinks the short is cute. He probably wants a stuffed animal. I'll have to see if we can send Paul.
Tell you, man, I am Groot. I am Groot merch.
Yeah.
I am Groot merch.
right. Well, I would definitely
okay.
get an I am Groot lunchbox. I would definitely get an I am Groot lunchbox.
Yeah.
I never
I am
did
Groot. Yeah, that I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot. Who's that? Chris. I am Groot. I am Groot. Hey, if everybody could just say I am Groot in the comments and just use that, and then we have to guess what you're actually saying, would be awesome. Yeah, there is a Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special too. So we got to remember that, and that would be a little bit ranging. But that's using today's character. It's not animation, so that's gonna be cool. Santa Claus and all that stuff. For Guardians of the Galaxy. But yeah, we're all in agreement. I am Groot, except for Carlo wants it to be longer. So let's move on. She-Hulk, let's go. What do you guys think? There's been a few trailers. She-Hulk's coming. It's going to be released in August. We'll talk about all the stuff that's coming in August. We got Star Wars Andor. Also, that's right after that we got Bad Batch Season 2. There's Game of Thrones. There's Lord of the Rings. Man, there's just all sorts of stuff. There's Dungeons and Dragons trailer that was released. There's the He-Man season 3 trailer that was just released. Deadpool 1 and 2 and Logan are on Disney Plus now. So yeah, let's kick it into She-Hulk.
Because I got a big theory on this that I think should happen. So I'll go last, okay, on the She-Hulk
dear
thing.
God.
Because I got a huge theory, okay? So, Paul, why don't you tell us about your She-Hulk thoughts and speculation and...
I have none of that. I've seen one trailer. It looks good. I'll watch it. That's my whole take on the whole thing. It looks interesting. the fact that it looks like that even when she's not full hulked out, she's still green is interesting to me. I never got into it. Yeah. We're
The
down. I
audience.
should have done that for your take
Dude,
on
have you
hour long I
and
am
you have
Groot.
have you seen the posters for She-Hulk that they've been releasing?
No, I haven't actually seen the poster.
my
Like I
gosh.
said, I just saw the one trailer for it.
Oh my gosh! Like, okay, what is this post? Let me find the poster. What does it says? Superheroes need a super lawyer. 1877 She-Hulk. I go green so you can get green. Come on. Come on.
It looks good. I mean, it looks like it's going to be fun. It's going to be the right level of fun, not the Love and Thunder level of fun. It's just
right. Well, I mean, like, did you see the part where they she was on a date and she carried him back to the room? So that was hilarious. Yeah, I mean, that whole thing, like, her growing up to be the Hulk and She-Hulk and all that stuff. Yeah, so go ahead, Paul. Continue on.
No, Tom, that's the kind of stuff that it makes it look like it's going to be fun to watch. The fact that they're playing into that a little bit without going over the top. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I will watch it the day it launches. I'll catch the first episode. Because it's on Disney, they will spread it out over weeks and not just dump it like they do on Netflix. Which isn't a bad thing either. I love binging stuff on Netflix.
Yeah, August 17th, I believe. So yeah.
So it tells you what I'll be watching on August 17th.
Yeah.
So
nice.
She-Hulk.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Right.
Dive into She-Hulk.
Okay, so
your theories.
A lot of people don't know this, right? But She-Hulk and the Juggernaut had a relationship.
Oh dear God.
Did you know that? Did you know that they had a relationship in the comics? Because they did. When the Juggernaut was tried for all his crimes, guess who defended him? She-Hulk. She got him exonerated, okay? I would like to see Kane Marco and the She-Hulk and them have a family together and little baby Juggernauts grow up to be superheroes. That's... Paris is not amused with my ideas. But...
Oh my gosh. I'm reading the comment right here. I'm reading the post. I'm looking at the comic. The time when Juggernaut and She-Hulk hooked up and destroyed a motel room.
Yeah. Conflict of interest, Midway says.
Conflict of interest, yes. What did she do? She's dating the Juggernaut after she broke him out, after she got him off from all his crimes, which he is a career criminal. Yeah, okay. It was a one-time hookup.
But you see, the Juggernauts even joined the X-Men in the past to help them out. He became an X-Men for a short period of time, The guy's just got this crazy deity going around in his head, and it makes him super powerful. That's all, It's just... The suit makes him even more unstoppable. But the guy, it's like, he is the greatest villain in all of Marvel. And most underutilized, okay?
Okay, I'll go with most underutilized, but greatest villain. You're
yeah, I don't know if I go with greatest villain.
No, he's the greatest villain. Yeah, no, he's definitely the greatest.
Villain?
Yeah.
How do you the greatest villain? All right, people in the comments. Is Carlo off his rockers about Juggernaut being the greatest villain in X-Men or Marvel history, or like what's?
We are talking
just at the X-Men universe.
No, in Marvel, because I think the Juggernaut could take on Thanos as well.
Oh no! Oh my
gosh! All right. Okay,
Juggernaut is powerful, but he's not that smart. Okay?
Continue on with your theory. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. Before we're talking about Marvel. Marvel just released the Quantumania Ant-Man poster with Kang, Ant-Man, Wasp, and I assume there's another girl in purple. I don't know who that is, but let me see what do they say. Oh, I don't know. Is it the mom? I don't know. We'll have to check it out. But they just released a new poster for Quantumania. It's on the net. Andy Park. he has the visual studios, the visual department for Marvel Studios. So yeah, he just released it on Twitter. So pretty awesome. We're getting some Kang vibes. Kang. Okay, let's get back into She-Hulk. But yes. Oh, that's Cassie. Oh, okay, Cassie. She's in the suit too. So, all right. So we're gonna have three-headed monster trying to fight Kang. Okay, that's gonna be cool. Let's go. Okay, let's continue back on with She-Hulk.
Oh, that's it. I mean, that's the only thing I got in She-Hulk is a Juggernaut. You know, like that should be the main
Juggernaut to make babies. Okay, well,
the main focal point. The main focal point.
Out of all the
yes,
out of all the people that are tied in, so you know that the folks from the Defenders and all those people are going to be in. Like Charlie Cox, I believe, is going to be in She-Hulk as a lawyer also. So, like, you're skipping out so many interesting stories just to toss Juggernaut in there.
Yeah, I mean, like, Juggernaut
can we at least get Juggernaut introduced first before we just toss him in She-Hulk?
They did a terrible introduction in Deadpool.
Well, Deadpool, I mean, like, we're just going to pretend that never happened.
I mean,
Deadpool 1 and 2, they're going to pretend that it never happened. But, Deadpool 3 will be connected to the universe. What do you think? I mean, like, what's going on?
I'm not sure. I just
okay.
That's it. I just got the Juggernaut.
That's all you have.
That's my excitement. Like I don't even care if the Hulk has a crossover with She-Hulk or how interactive it is.
Yeah.
Just get rid of the Hulk. Get him out of there. We want the Juggernaut.
Okay.
I mean, that's
all right. The Hulk is going to be there and also going to talk about She-Hulk. So he's going to be in there doing all the things. But there's no way in the world that Juggernaut's going to be in She-Hulk.
Don't. Change.org petition. That's it. We're starting the petition. Yeah. I'm going to get that signed. Yeah.
We got to introduce him first, and we got to figure out why he's being tried for all his crimes before they hook up She-Hulk and Juggernaut.
Maybe we should start a post in the Marvel Cinematic Facebook group, the largest one out there, that says Juggernaut should be in She-Hulk.
There you go. Let's see. I'll do a poll. We do a poll here. We got.
That's going to be an interesting set of comments on that post. I'll tell you that right now. Judging the other stuff in there.
Yeah, we can check that out. Now for me for She-Hulk, it's going to be interesting. I like the fact that they're doing it. She's an interesting character. It's going to be mixing with some comedy because she is a lawyer and she has to deal with her emotions too of being a trial, being a trial lawyer, and you getting a trial lawyer mad that can all of a sudden turn into a 7 foot raging, green monster can be very intimidating if you're a judge or you're a lawyer on the other side.
Not to the Juggernaut.
Oh
my God!
Now maybe now she's in a. Well, I mean, I guess they'll be both defendants because what's his name is a defender lawyer, Charlie Cox. So he'll be in the show too, Daredevil. So that's the cool, nice little mix up. Seeing how he's doing because they're bringing Daredevil back and he'll be on Disney Plus. So shout out to them. I hope all the Defenders are able to return to the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Dear Disney Plus, Punisher, okay, Punisher, bring back the Punisher.
All of them. All those folks that were together. Oh my gosh.
Wow, who put that in the chat? That's a smart person right there. Whoever put that, wow, you are awesome.
It's totally just not even. Okay, Juggernaut is a monster of a character, and he's cool.
Mm-hmm. The coolest.
Juggernaut needs its. I mean, like Juggernaut Juggernaut's like 9 feet tall and weighs 1,900 pounds. Like, like how do we scale him down in a show? Like, do we have him wear a suit? I think we talked about this last night. That's the thing. Like, Juggernaut is so big and massive. Like, would he just like would they ruin the like? That's a good question, Carlo. Would they ruin the character for you if they scaled Juggernaut down to a normal size person, and then maybe he has the power to get bigger and become a monster, or he has a suit that he can get in, he become, super strong. But for him to just be walking around super big all the time, man, that's a very expensive thing to do for visual studios and stuff like that. That's not an easy thing to just put him on screen and then have him be mixed in.
Maybe every time he's in a scene, we see it from his point of view, and we're first person. So we're
right. Is that what we did? Would you want a first person view?
Every time
of the Juggernaut, then you won't even be able to see him except when he's getting beat up or something.
Yeah,
in some sort of random scene. But I don't know, Carlo. What would work for you to have Juggernaut in the Marvel Cinematic Universe?
Hey, I got it for you, Carlo.
All
Tom
right.
Cruise is Juggernaut.
Shut up.
What would work for you? How do we make that happen, Carlo? Pineapple.
It would be kind of hard. I'm gonna be honest with you. It would be really hard to find the right actor. It would definitely have to be somebody who's a wrestler, for sure, to do the to act it out, and then they would have to do a lot of CGI with it. So yeah. I mean, that's the only way. Yeah. It's the only way it's gonna happen.
Bautista could do you.
No, he's already Drax though. Like, wouldn't that ruin his Draxness to a lot of fans out there? They're like, oh, you can't be two characters. Nathan Jones. What? Who?
Nathan Jones. I'm just trying to get a live. Nathan Jones could fit it. Oh man! But do we get a? That's the question. Do we get a? Because we can't just have him just be big and humongous the entire time. So, like, how do we do this in a manner where it makes sense?
And that's
if he was in a. Would you rather have him have the power just to grow on his own, like Hulk? Or would you want him to have a suit somewhere that turns him big like Ant-Man?
I just think that Marvel should just shell out the money for the greatest CGI experts out there and make him look big all the time. Make that primary into the budget. You know what I mean? Like, because the character is so iconic.
God.
And also, maybe in She-Hulk they can introduce Psylocke. Maybe she could defend Psylocke from some of her crimes as
her crimes too.
Bonin, yeah. Because
didn't she like take her mind and put it in another person's body and take over somebody's body?
Yeah, that was an assassin. Yeah, so maybe like defend her too. Yeah. So I mean, it's a great way to introduce Psylocke to the universe. Another underutilized superhero these days that was so cool.
Okay. All right. All right. She-Hulk. I think we covered enough for She-Hulk. It's going to be out August 17th. Go watch it on Disney Plus. Looks to be pretty good and pretty funny. All right. What do you guys want to talk about next? Game of Thrones or Lord of the Rings? Because these are two that are, everybody's been waiting on these.
I don't know very much about either. I know that they're coming. They look interesting. I'll watch them out of interest.
Yeah, they're both sort of prequels to everything.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
Paul,
so Saruman is.
Paul was around
the Lord of the
when
Rings stuff
was created.
I was around before the ring was created. It was my idea. The whole ring thing was my thing. It was.
See, I knew it.
Paul was in. Paul graduated high school. Paul was already Paul was around when he was in high school when The Hobbit came out.
Hey,
Yeah,
Sorrelman was a freshman when I was a senior, so it was,
yeah, he was.
it
Okay, well, Lord of the Rings are both sort of prequels to everything. So,
yeah.
in Game of Thrones, so the Game of Thrones is going to be back when I forgot the race of the people, the Targinians or something. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but they will come back to that when they were all in power and stuff like that, which is pretty cool. It's going to be pretty cool to see because everybody gets split off in factions and people have dragons and stuff. So those dragons are going to be uh, pretty crazy in the show. I can't wait to see that and see how they do it because in the Game of Thrones, when they had the dragons in the show, it was awesome. I think that was a great point in the show on during that time. So
Right.
yeah, and I think they're doing and also a continuation of Jon Snow. Like I think a lot of fans
There's talk of it. Yeah, there's
yeah,
talk of it.
a lot of fans were a little bit bitter at the end of Game of Thrones when Jon Snow goes back to the wall or something. I don't know. I was just like, what? Like, come on, he's the savior, and he should be on the throne.
But he was always the reluctant hero, though. Remember,
I
throughout the
know,
whole
but
thing.
times. I mean, reluctant hero. I'm not going to go into too much of spoiler for the people that haven't watched it, but I mean, it's been a long enough. People should have been watching by now. He he killed off his auntie, right?
Yeah,
So
well,
yeah, and he didn't know it was her, but it's just stuff like that. He definitely the story should have continued on with him. So hopefully whatever they do in the new version of Jon Snow, they give him his props, and everybody gets a chance to celebrate Jon Snow because he was the man in that series and stuff like that. I liked it. Yeah. But yeah, the Game of Thrones looks really interesting. I can't wait for it to come out. Tell all those other stories that they always alluded to during the series, but we just didn't know. We knew about the babies and stuff like that because they did the time travel thing. But yeah, I'm interested. I can't wait. But about you, Carlo, how much you know about Game of Thrones?
Well, Game of Thrones, I'm not one for origin stories, right? Like, I don't really like when they go backwards. I like them to go forward. So,
Yeah.
the fact that they're kind of like doing a prequel, it bothers me a little bit as a fan of Game of Thrones. So, I gotta see, if it's gotta catch me. If it doesn't catch me, I'm probably just gonna skip it.
I mean, dude, like that's what a lot of people said about the very first when it first came out, and then they had everything started coming. And you're like, whoa! Like the season finales of everything were like, they just killed the entire family. Like, what's going on? All your favorite people are like, oh, they're about to do this big thing. They're about to get everybody's getting alliance, and they all die. Like all the kids die. Like the king, the soon-to-be king. I'm like, what? I'm like, no. Like, how? What? Where we go from here? Like, and then the guy that everybody's getting set up. It's just like, oh my god. It's like, what do you think the beginning of it all is going to be? That's sort of where it all came from. So it's going to be crazy. People are ruling the areas, and they're not even in the same area. So it's going to be interesting. But but everybody knows they have dragons. They can just fly over anytime and burn your whole town down. So yeah, and the family is going to be fighting because everybody wants to be the ruler and stuff like that. And you got dragons. Everybody, they're a family that can control dragons. So if I can control a dragon, you could control a dragon. You could control a dragon. We all got dragons. So now we're at a stalemate. Like, okay, who's gonna be the leader? So we have to. They're gonna be politicking to get people and stuff like that. And Westeros. Oh man, it's gonna be good. I think. Yeah,
So,
just reading some stuff.
David Shrek in the chat, when you ask what Hickman and Shady is, that is Jonathan Hickman and I'm probably going to say first name wrong, Valerio Shady. They're doing a new kind of book in 2023, what happens when the powers that be meet the natural order of things. They're going to be doing a panel on that and discussing it. So I assume that's what you're referring to. I don't know what that's going to be yet either. I'm trying to wait and see.
Yeah. And then, Lord of the Rings is going to be, and also a prequel movie, show on Amazon. So that's going to be good for all your Lord of the Ring fans. It's been 20 years since they've done anything with this series. So I'm extremely excited about it. We're going to see things that we haven't seen before too. So yeah, it's going to be good.
There are some things about the Lord of the Rings thing that have some people a little cautious about it, like the fact that the female dwarves don't have beards and stuff like that. And as minor as that seems, that was a major point in the the original books and the movie, that the female dwarves, basically they look like their male counterparts. They have beards. Yeah. But here, in the little footage we saw, they look like nice looking women, and you're like, that's not a dwarf. I don't know what that is. Yeah.
Right before that comes on, I'm gonna go binge watch Lord of the Rings.
Binge watch the movies.
Yeah, binge watch the movies again because I haven't seen them in a while. Game of Thrones, I probably don't need to binge watch again because I've watched it. But if you haven't seen Game of Thrones, go back and watch it because I think you have an opportunity to learn something and catch up on what happens and why it's happening, because there's a lot to Game of Thrones. But for Lord of the Rings, if you go back and watch the movies, I think it'd be okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go rewatch them.
And this new show takes place so far before the series of the movie that none of the same characters are involved. So it's going to be interesting. It's not like like I have the same issue with prequels that Carlo does. A lot of times, if the prequel involves the same characters that we've already seen the end of or whatever, I already know what's going to happen. So you have to find a way to draw me in to be interested in what's leading up to that.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm really happy about it. There's two prequel shows. Like I said earlier in the show, you guys, we got a lot of content. Like I think those the House of Dragons drops in August and stuff. September. All this stuff is coming out, and it's just like we're just gonna be like just on this back to back to back to back to back sort of thing. Like where we're just getting shows and movies and cartoons.
It means that me, you, and Carlo need to get off our butts and make sure we do these after shows the way we say we're going to.
Yeah, it's just gonna be so much fun watching a lot of this stuff, and I think a lot of fans, like I said, it's great to be alive in our time for all this content. If you no one can tell me like, oh, I don't have anything to watch. I'm like, what?
That's like when they say they got nothing to play. Yes, you do.
Yeah,
you
like,
just
what do you
choose
mean? You
not
got
to.
nothing to watch? All right, if you got nothing to watch, go play some video games. Well, I have nothing to play either. Oh, then I just know, just like, okay.
Yeah.
You ain't got nothing to play. You got nothing to watch. Okay, what books are you reading? Well, I don't got nothing to read either. Oh, wow. Now we need to have a conversation. Like, there's too many books. There's too many shows. I don't say too many. I mean, like, there's a lot of books. There's a lot of shows, a lot of games, a lot of everything for everyone, I think. And it's just getting better. Like, the more, the better. Like, just keep it going. Yeah. And then, people can critique things and stuff like that. But I think, people can, vote on what they think is good and what they don't think. But we can have little healthy conversations about it. Just like we're talking about Juggernaut on why we don't think he should be in.
Whoa, what? No, we did not say that. Paris, no. That's cut from the record. People, you did not hear Paris say that. He meant to say Juggernaut should be in every MCU Disney Plus show.
No.
That's what he meant. And don't listen to this guy.
Disney Plus show every
Shut
movie,
up.
just doing everything, just doing what Juggernaut does, just running through buildings and stuff like that. So
That's right.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, King 60,000 tweets in a couple.
On the next episode of High School, the musical of the series, it'll be Juggernaut. Front and center.
Well, I wouldn't do that to him. I wouldn't do
High
that.
School Musical, Juggernaut's High School Musical. Juggernaut at the carnival.
Yeah.
Juggernaut.
I can see it. Let's get a hold of Disney Plus.
Yeah.
The old Juggernaut channel.
Juggernaut. Juggernaut saves Christmas.
Yeah.
Oh man,
The Juggernaut Christmas special. You know?
yeah, the Juggernaut Christmas special. Juggernaut's playing Santa Claus. Oh.
No, he could play Santa Claus.
Dude, he's not jumping down your chimney, so he's just
he's coming through. He's coming through your chimney.
After he goes through a bank, he's gonna, chop off some.
I can see that as a cool short. Like Juggernaut is tasked to drop gifts off to the kids during Christmas, but he doesn't know how to, and no one gives him any instructions. But he just has a couple of elves that are along with them.
Can somebody clip this part? Cool. Because Paris just had a great idea.
Him ramming through the fire, just
no, you can't do that. Santa Claus is in Marvel. They have a Marvel hero, Santa Claus. So, and he's wearing the red suit and everything. So maybe that Santa Claus hires Juggernaut because they need to hurry up and get the presents out. But no one gives Juggernaut instructions on how to do it, and he's tagged with a couple of elves that are scared of him, and they're just shaking their head as he's bashing through houses and giving people gifts. And these kids are like, "Oh my gosh!" They wake up, their house is like gone,
and you just see Juggernaut with that little Santa Claus hat, sitting on his
head.
They're
like, "What is going on?" They're like, 50,000 houses in Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, were randomly attacked, but everybody got their presents from Santa. What's going on in the North Pole? Who hired Juggernaut? Oh my gosh, we could go on and on about that. Hey, Marvel Studios,
we could do that.
If you need that idea, go ahead and we can pitch it to you, and we can make it work.
But let's. I do want to touch on the Lord of the Rings, Paris. I think you're gonna need some energy so you don't fall asleep when you watch that. I try to watch The Lord of the Rings and I fall asleep. Maybe it's just the me thing.
That's a you problem.
Yeah, so I fell asleep during that.
You fell asleep during Lord of the Rings?
I did.
Dude, you can't watch it late at night, man. You go to bed too early, so you have to watch it you got to be available to watch that, man.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm on the East Coast time, man.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, no, you just have to watch it earlier, like the movies. Like, you got to be watching it during the daytime for you. And you probably definitely shouldn't watch them back to back to back and just run through them.
Oh,
you should,
yeah.
You should watch one day and then watch the next one another day. Take your time through it. They're long. But like, if you do if you do try to do a marathon of them, the cool thing is that if you do it, you get to come back and just rewind it when you fall asleep and you sort of just sleeping through it, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, this was good. Let me go back and rewind it all and stuff like that. That's what I've done before. We've done marathons of it, just be chilling out, just be watching it and pass out for an hour or half an hour, and I wake back up, it's still on, and I'm like, oh, let me rewind what I missed. Okay, but I've seen them all already, so it doesn't really matter. So I could just sort of guess where I left off at and just continue on from there. But yeah, you definitely should watch it if you haven't seen it. Take some energy pills, drink some Red Bull. They give you wings.
Yeah. So one thing a couple of things I want to say real quick as well, just to keep it going here, that was announced at SDCC, is that Gotham Knights is not going to have the Joker in it. Okay. So some people might be surprised about that. Some might not be. The Batgirl.
I'm okay with that personally. I'm okay with that.
The Batgirl trailer dropped. America Young is the voice actress for Batgirl, which I think is pretty cool. So that's going to be awesome. So we should definitely interview her. Can't wait to try and get her on the show. And He-Man and the Masters of the Universe Season 3 trailer.
Nice. That's Netflix, right? Yeah, Netflix. Yep.
I still need to watch Season 2.
I am super excited for that He-Man. And Batgirl too. Yeah, that's gonna be cool. I haven't seen the trailer for it yet, though. I'm gonna have to watch it. Batgirl, all that good stuff. What else is coming out that you got? Is that it? Those two that you wanted to announce? Well, I have more stuff. I just was wondering because you jumped in really quick, so I didn't know if you had any more breaking
No,
breaking news.
that was just some quick
Marvel
stuff.
Studios. The funny thing, Marvel Studios hit Studio SDCC Studio H at San Diego Comic Con at 5:00 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. It was 8:00 Eastern Standard Time. So they are going to be going on live here in a minute. Well, not a minute, in about 40 minutes. So that's going to be them announcing all the Marvel Studios stuff. And not it's probably going to be some of the stuff that we've already saw, a couple of interviews. But, since they dropped the Ant-Man graphic poster, I'm sure they're going to probably be dropping something else for Ant-Man. Hope maybe we may even get a trailer for Ant-Man. But Ant-Man is next year. So I think people are really, from the Marvel Studio side, fans, they're really excited. They really want to see what's going on with Black Panther and stuff like that, because it's been so secretive. No one really knows what's going on with it. I'm excited, but I'm also nervous because I'm a big fan of Marvel Studios, and Thor wasn't as what I thought it was going to be. And, coming off of Endgame and stuff like that, I just wanted a little bit more out of it. And I've seen it 3 times, so don't hate me, because I did go see it 3 times and stuff like that, but it still just was missing something. And you go back to No Way Home. Multiverse of Madness was good. No Way Home was good. Then you had Eternals and Shang-Chi. Shang-Chi was good. I just think what I kind of wish would have happened, as we're talking about this Marvel stuff again, is if they just would have held back on releasing a few of the movies and just pushed everything back a little bit for COVID to end, so we could have really seen how Shang-Chi and Eternals would have performed at the box office, as they would have had a lot more people go out and watch them. So I kind of wish they would have held back on it, but I understand they needed to get them released, because you have to release, if you have them ready and available and stuff like that. So it's cool, but I think fans would have been okay with them being held up a little bit. But as far as I think fans right now, we're ready for Black Panther, and that's the next big Marvel movie that's coming out, and we haven't had a trailer yet, which is a little bit surprising. Generally, they're a couple months before. I know Thor was a little delayed, I guess, as far as like a trailer goes. But I'm nervous and I'm excited because no recast of T'Challa. Where they go from Black Panther from here? There hasn't been really. There's been reports, it's been leaks and stuff like that. I don't really look in and buy any of the stuff that's been leaked and been reported, because a lot of that stuff is just people making up stuff. So I'm not going to talk about any of those. I just want to sort of get what Marvel Studios is going to give us and then go from there. But I'm happy and I'm nervous at the same time, because if it fails, and I'm just going to be sort of sad a little bit, because it's going to be like, there's just so many opportunities that happened after Chadwick Boseman, RP Chadwick, that could have really leaned into the community of people that really like Black Panther and got it to a point where it is now. And I think the community, the folks that really like that, should have had more of a say in it. But I understand we don't own the property, we don't own IP. Marvel Studios, Disney does. So, but yeah, just would have been.
It is interesting to me that there was no trailer. I would have thought they would have dropped a trailer for the right before the open Thor: Love and Thunder. That would have been one of the trailers we would have been shown.
Yeah, it would have been a trailer during the movie, right? Or. But I know it's gonna be a thing. We'll see. I trust in Marvel and Kevin Feige. We trust, right? A movie, Andy. It's at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for SDCC, for Marvel Studios panels, stuff like that, announcements and stuff. So, So what do you guys feel, man? Marvel Studios. Well, I guess we'll jump back on that gravy train for a little bit before I jump into Star Wars. But how do you guys feel about Black Panther and the lack of trailer that we haven't received yet.
Well,
Is
the
it
lack of
because
trailer makes me nervous. The lack of trailer makes me nervous. So even
Mhm.
even a splash trailer would have been nice. Reminding people that hey, this is coming. This is the next thing that's coming out. This is
Right.
it is weird that they have not done anything with it. If this was a video game, we'd be very nervous. You know what I'm saying? For them to do this with a movie that they already have, 99.9% of the footage. The movie's supposed to be done by now. Why we've seen nothing of it, it really feels strange. You know,
Right. I think that's what I was saying. Like the perception of the sorry of it is how are the fans going to perceive the movie, right? And stuff like that. And I know that I'm sure they're probably just as nervous as we are, like, um, and especially people
Oh,
that are in the, people of color who really attached themselves to T'Challa back when T'Challa was coming up. Like, if you go back, like, I think they did a special on it, and they were talking about like how 19 like Martin Luther King was alive when T'Challa was created, you know, and he was able to see Black Panther in a comic, right, and the Fantastic Four. So it's like those sort of things, and then we, 50 years later, we get a movie. He's in a few movies, and then he gets his own movie. So it's like that's a long time for them to finally bring that character that has a large following that it does alive, and then for it to sort of unfortunately Chadwick passed away, and then for it to go away, it's like it did hurt me. It's just like, oh, there's so many talented actors and stuff like that could take on the T'Challa role that would just I wouldn't say elevate, but just continue to grow that character out and really be a staple, because Black Panther, for I would say a large percentage of the African American community, Africans, stuff like that, the Black community is huge. Like, it's not just a movie for us. It's not, it's a character that is a leader. He's a strong person, and he brings people together, unites. He goes on solo missions. He does things. He's the king of a country, all that. And then we don't really get to see any of that because, unfortunately Chadwick passed away. But it's like, okay, so now that's been removed, where do we go from here? How come we're not getting that back? And if you do bring it back, if you do it again, like, what's the sort of replacement? And for us not to have any clue or any idea, if it's Shuri, if they did a short run in the comics, which Shuri was Black Panther, and stuff like that, but it was a very short run. So, I mean, I guess we're gonna have to wait and see, And there's other elements to it that plays, but for me, man, it makes me nervous because I don't want them to mess this up because I'm a big fan. Like, it's just like, no. And I speak for a lot of people. There's even a change.org thing that's got I think hundreds of thousands of signatures of saying Marvel Studios recast T'Challa. Like, go talk to the people. Go talk to maybe Marvel Studios has talked to people in the industry or fans in general. Like, we just don't know. But I just
I'm
or
sure
maybe
Marvel's casting directors know who they could have reached out to or whatever.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. As far as like people in the industry, like, hey, should we recast T'Challa? And they're like, well, maybe it's too early, and maybe that's it, right? Maybe they just say, hey, we're not going to do it right now, and I would agree with that too. That would be fine. But if we go into this new movie and they kill him off, and you're like, oh, he got cancer, he's dead. Like, oh, so now Chadwick Boseman's dead, right? And now T'Challa's dead. Like,
hey,
what?
Paris, we got some people in the chat with some questions that you might be more familiar with.
Right.
So they're asking about the Marvel panel.
Let's see. Will they go live with Hall H presentation? You have to check YouTube. I know sometimes they do stream it depending on what they're showing. Yeah, I think you have to just check on YouTube. I know the current Marvel Entertainment site, I think on YouTube channel, they basically said that they're not going live until tomorrow. Yeah, but there's other ways that people are streaming, like from other sites that are out there. You just have to check YouTube. Sometimes they have cameras on, sometimes they don't allow, depending on if they're showing, a trailer where they don't want it to go out, and they tell people to put their phones up, and then they have the media come in, and they get to watch the trailers. Then the media comes back, and then they dump it all on Twitter saying, like, hey, this is what I thought about. Oh, the new trailer of this came out. And they just say words, right? And then they get like probably an image, and they throw that image up and just say, hey, this is the new trailer for this that we're able to watch at San Diego Comic-Con. But I would not be surprised if there's something related to Black Panther and that comes out there, but probably not for cameras and stuff like that. I'm sure somebody would be in there trying to stream it, and then it leaks, and then Marvel Studios drops the trailer and stuff like that. It's generally how it goes, right? It's just the way it is when it comes to those things. The really stills and all that stuff. So yeah. So just check on the YouTube. And then just one other question about Hot Toys. Yes, I do collect them. I have an Iron Man, I have a War Machine, I got Moon Knight, Spider-Man, and a Galactus on the way. I can't wait till I get the Galactus. It was by Hasbro. It's gonna be huge. I can't wait to show that off once it gets here. Yeah, Hot Toys are cool. I need to provide our link on our 4GQTV website so you can buy Hot Toys from our site and get a discount and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll make sure we get on that next time for people to go to the 4GQTV.com website, and we'll have a little link for everything if you want to buy a Hot Toy discount and all that stuff. So yeah, go ahead, Paul.
I was going to say, if they could have replaced him, because there's one show that did that and it did fine, was Spartacus on Stars when they were doing it. Mm-hmm. After the first season, the guy who played Spartacus passed away. So for the second season, they did before Spartacus was in the scene, they did a whole backstory thing that filled in a lot of the back tale of what happened, what before that led up to the capture of Spartacus. So, and then they replaced him with a new actor the following season, and it worked out fine. The viewership didn't go, oh my God, that's not Spartacus. No, we watched it. We enjoyed it. It was great. I just rewatched it all again, all 4 seasons of it, a few weeks ago. So it can be done. It's right. Just a matter of, I think there was a lot of, I know online what we saw, there was a lot of, oh my God, they can't replace him, or who are they, and there was a lot of fan talk, which can really scare off some of the execs sometimes, So yeah, I'm looking forward to the movie, but I do wish maybe even tonight they'll release a new trailer or something. Maybe this is what they've been waiting for, their big panel tonight. We can hope. That's how it,
Yeah. Because they don't kill off T'Challa. They kill him off, that's going to be a double whammy. I'm just going to be like, whoa, wait a minute. You just killed off, okay, Chadwick just died a couple years ago, and we didn't get anything about T'Challa. We got some comics. I think was he in any other animated shows? I don't think so. No, he was in What If, right? T'Challa.
Yeah.
What If, and then What If. So that was good to see. But now you just destroy, you crush all my dreams with him.
I don't think they're gonna kill him. I really hope not.
Yeah, don't crush my dreams of T'Challa returning.
Maybe they can make an excuse for his absence.
Yeah, he's on a mission.
He's on a mission.
He's in space with Nick Fury. Or the T'Challa you saw was really for Secret Wars and Secret Invasion.
Yeah.
If I was to think how they would do this, right, and this is speculation, obviously we don't We don't have the actual.
If it involves Dreadnought, you can stop talking now. So
No, it does not involve Juggernaut. Okay, but listen.
all right,
No,
whatever. Yeah.
I'm
said he got
thinking.
knocked.
I'm thinking that maybe they would pass the mantle on to somebody else within his immediate family, maybe in that city or the tribe kind of thing, and then we would get a new T'Challa in a sense. Do you know what I mean? Like the mantle would be passed along to somebody that's honorable to take that leadership role, and then Marvel. I would imagine Marvel would probably do some type of big, special kind of like ceremony in honor of Chadwick, like because he was a very excellent actor. It's so harsh to see that talent gone so soon. Like he had so much potential, and it was good to see him grace his talent with us while he was alive, and no one even knew what he was like kind of like going through, right? Like he didn't really talk about it. So I mean, it's hard because he played the perfect Black Panther, man. He was the perfect Black Panther.
Yeah.
So
he did. I mean, he played Black Panther really well. Like he was really good. And I think that's why a lot of people are like, oh no, we can't have another person play him. But just my thoughts about it is like at the end of after he passed away, and before we announced that they're going to do a Black Panther 2. Then they announced it. Like they had a few years where they could have picked an actor that qualified for the role, because there's a lot of actors out there that are really, really talented actors, right? That they could have brought out, have them introduce themselves to the world, do some of the touring stuff, and just out there talking about, paying homage to Chadwick and to Marvel Studios, and really putting that person out there to be the forefront character of the new Black Panther, right? And I think fans would have eventually like bought onto that and caught in and joined the movement, right? Especially for people that are, that don't want to see T'Challa gone because of the history of the character and the history of all the stuff that came along like through the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. All that's time, like 2010, 2000s, like until now. Like we got him in Civil War, and then we get the Solo movie, and then he's in Infinity War, and then he gets snapped, and then he's in Endgame in the end. Like we didn't really get the full T'Challa story. We just got it at how he became king, right? And that was it. So it's like, don't kill him off. Like that's the whole thing I just don't want. But if they do, it is what it is. We'll have to just sort of deal with it, and then sort of we'll see what happens. We'll see how the fans react, and I trust what Marvel Studios is doing. And I in Feige we trust, right? That's been our motto since all the movies, all the way back when. So yeah, and they can make a mistake. I mean, like they're humans, and they can make mistakes. There's things that have happened, like the last movie in Thor. There's a lot of people that are upset on Thor, and I think just showing in the box office, right? Thor, I thought would have been $1 billion movie, and it's not performing as well as I would have thought it was going to perform, based off of what they decided to do with the character in this manner. Like there's a lot of reviews out there. You go read people's reviews, Rotten Tomatoes reviews, your own reviews if you've seen it. People have been really talking about it. So I am not going to do any speculation, just talking about stuff that's out right now and how I feel about it. And it's, some of those things are really touching to me because we run a big, large group, 530,000 people. And, people want to see sort of like, we want that storyline, and we don't want some of the things that happen in DC to happen to Marvel Studios. Right. And stuff like that. It's not going to be perfect every time. And things like that. I mean, like Endgame and Infinity War and stuff like that, all the stuff that led up to it. It's just amazing. And let's it's a new phase. We got to get used to a new sort of vibe get everybody sort of hyped again. Like there's a lot of shows that are amazing. Miss Marvel, Hawkeye, Falcon and Winter Soldier, Winter Soldier, Loki, WandaVision. Like all those shows are just been great. And then we got She-Hulk coming out. So like it's amazing. And then the movies, you know, from Black Widow to Shang-Chi, Eternals, No Way Home, Spider-Man, Multiverse of Madness, and Thor. Like you take all that stuff, that's just in one phase. Like that's just insane. What if it's just a side thing? But you know, what if? I'm sure I'm probably missing something else out there, but you have all that in one phase. Like that's a lot. Compare that to any other phases. Go ahead.
We have some questions in the chat.
Yeah.
Emma asks, which Marvel characters from the comics would we like to be brought to MCU? And I would, you know, for me, I'm going to answer Alex's question with this as well. So it would be Juggernaut, but not the version in Deadpool. I'd want like the red suit Juggernaut, like a serious Juggernaut. I would also like to see Psylocke be brought into the MCU, Bishop, Sirius Cable, not the kind in that we've seen in the Deadpool video game or anything. Rogue, definitely. Gambit as well. I'm a big fan of like the early 90s to mid 90s X-Men. I think that was my favorite run of them. Yeah, exactly, Beck.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I think more said which Marvel characters from the comics we'd like to be brought to the MCU. Yeah, I mean, like, I know they're going to be doing, you know, mutants now. That was introduced in Miss Marvel, so we have opportunity for all those. But if you're like looking for other characters, yeah, there's, you know, all those. I think some of those characters from the X-Men franchise probably would be great as Disney Plus shows, so we get to know them and get to introduce yourself to them. Like a Jubilee Disney Plus show would be great. It would be like on the Marvel Miss Marvel sort of type vibe, but she would be the anti. Like Miss Marvel had, you know, strict parents and growing up, and they were, you know, doing things, and they finally let her go and sort of like that journey. But Jubilee is different. She's hip. She's on the street. She's doing things. She's like, you know, a whole totally different sort of vibe when it comes to her. And I think they can make that work in a Disney Plus show. I would love this a Jubilee show. You know, teenage Jubilee going through her trials and tribulations on that. Gambit for sure. I think Gambit would deserve a movie. Rogue, you know, we can get her in a show or movie. Hopefully hopefully Rogue is actually in the Marvels. I think that would be dope. We don't know yet, but there's been some discussion about that. Hopefully that's the case, but I guess we have to wait to see and find out how that all comes to fruition. What's the Sabretooth? Yeah, Sabretooth. You know, Apocalypse. Now Apocalypse is a Thanos level character, so like I always thought like Thanos, Apocalypse could be tied into Moon Knight if they're really thinking about sort of that thing, because the whole Egyptian goddess and where Apocalypse is from and all that stuff would just be Egyptian gods. Sorry, it's a goddess, but Egyptian gods. That whole thing would be cool to see. You know, Apocalypse is definitely a Thanos level character as far as like when it comes to bad guys. So you would have to have an ultimate team up. Now, one thing about X-Men that a lot of people need to understand, that X-Men in the comics and in the TV shows, like except when they did the team ups and the big huge team ups, when they went to Omega Red would be done. When they went to all the team ups, now X-Men, Charles Xavier just wanted to just make sure that the kids had an opportunity to go to school, be normal humans. They just were different. They had special powers and stuff like that. They were, you know, he wanted to make sure to keep the kids in a safe environment and stuff like that. And then, you know, same thing with the adults. And then you have, you know, he can't control them all, but he would reach out to try to get these kids safety and, you know, help the, you know, government to show like, hey, we're just like you and stuff like that. Now Magneto, on the other hand, he was like, you know, screw that. We don't need to abide by their laws. We're special. We need to be. So they would have those fights between each other. and then fights with the government and stuff like that. It wasn't on the Avengers. The Avengers were like more about saving the world. So I don't know, like the whole political aspect of X-Men, of that whole thing is just like, it can be explosive. Like there's a whole lot of just stuff in there. I don't know. Are the fans ready for political movies and shows and TVs, based off of, we see it in the stuff that we see right now is more based in real life, but once you take it into the comics and take that part out in the comics and you put it in a TV show with heroes and villains and it's political, it can be explosive and can get people emotionally charged and stuff like that. So I am interested in it for sure. I think it'd be pretty cool to see. The government, builds what are the bots called?
The Sentinels.
Sentinels, right? To stop mutants or to keep them in check, to make sure like the ones who are not bad, but the ones who have power, who haven't declared themselves as mutants when they're supposed to, right? And they just sort of just want to be private and live their lives, but the government's not allowing that to happen anymore. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But I think they could really build off
animated stuff.
Off those shows.
I would like to see them reach into that and be a little bit more serious.
Your mic's cutting out, Paul.
Your mic?
I don't know.
Yeah, move your mic closer.
If my mic was closer, it'd be like this. I'm not doing this. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is this better? Worse? Better?
We just couldn't hear you.
I know, and it's because I had to mute my mic and stuff, and it tends to throw it off when I come to bring it back sometimes. So let me check something.
Are you singing to us, Paul? There.
Are you singing?
No.
Are you singing to us?
Give him some cheers. Give him some cheers.
Yay! Okay, I'm back. I think.
No, Paulo, give him some cheers. Yeah.
No, hold on. That was the wrong one. Let me do.
Yeah.
Golf clap.
Anyway, so yeah, I would like to see more of that outside of the save the world every episode thing, just because I think it makes for a more engaging story, so it'd be nice to see the cartoons grow up a little bit,
Oh no, we're not talking about cartoons. We're talking about turning it into a live show.
Oh, to do you mean to do kind of like they have with Titans?
No, just the question was like, what characters from the comics we want brought to the MCU, and we sort of the X-Men or the sort of next bunch that would jump into the Marvel.
Yeah, and there's literally hundreds of them that we've barely touched on in anything. Yeah, so
yeah, I
mean, it could be interesting. They could use that kind of vehicle to introduce us to characters that we haven't really been introduced to. I mean, for that part, that'd be a great litmus test for some of them to see, okay, what characters are people really interested in? Do a episode per character or something, or a couple, or like a 5-episode arc, a short arc, just to say, okay, if they're interested in seeing this character move forward,
Yeah, Marvel has a ton. That's the one thing people understand. Marvel has a ton of characters in their bag.
Yeah,
like, lots, like all over the place. Like they can pull from 3D Man. They can pull into Absorbing Man. We're gonna we got Abomination already, and that's gonna be continuation of that. We have
we haven't talked about it, but there's the whole Fantastic Four thing. Is that gonna come back? Is that gonna
be Fantastic Four? Yeah, there's a movie coming with Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
so that's already slated to shoot.
We need a good Silver Surfer as well.
Silver Surfer.
Yeah.
With Galactus, you got Agent Zero. You've got just all sorts of. I'm just looking through the list right now for people, the ones that would actually make a good sort of movie. You got All American, which would be interesting.
Everybody seems to have forgotten about the X Factor as well.
X Factor group with that whole team.
Yeah.
You got other teams and stuff like that. You got all the Canadian teams. You got
Alpha Flight was one.
Alpha Flight.
Yeah. I used to have all of their 6-issue original run. Worth absolutely nothing. Okay.
Yeah, but it's not always about the value of the comics. It's about the stories that they create for you. That's what this essentially is, right? We're kind of like in the content overload right now.
Right.
You got the gods. You got Apollo. You already got Hercules that's going to be coming, and hopefully for Thor 5, that's what I would like to see that happen in, because they gotta, I think, redeem Thor a little bit, make it a little bit hardcore-ish sort of thing. One thing about Thor 4. Hold on, just real. One thing about Thor 4 is like Stormbreaker lost all its mojo at the end of that movie to me. It's just, yeah. We can talk about Thor when we do our review, but yeah.
I'm also thinking, like a really good Ghost Rider, man. Like bring Ghost Rider really into the MCU and making that character more coherent within the universe rather than just a side character, because the Ghost Rider brought so much I'm sorry, I'm messing up my words. Potential to the Midnight Suns and to the comic books as well. So, Ghost Rider is a great character to have. Blade's a great character to have,
Blade. We're gonna get a movie of Blade. Yeah.
And
I'm trying to.
Alex has a question as well.
Go ahead.
And maybe Paris, you can answer this better than us. But which actors do you like for Wolverine, Cyclops, Professor X, and Magneto, etc.?
Whew. Seraphin Casting is the lead casting company for Marvel Studios, and they've done a wonderful job. So I'm not even going to pretend like I could give a perfect actor right now, because there's just actors and actresses right now, because there's just so many talented people out there, and I'm sure when they go up, they're all looking to get parts. So whoever wins it. I don't think from all the stuff that we've watched.
The problem with those characters is like they have with the same thing they have with Black Panther. Everybody wants to, you say Wolverine and everybody's automatically going to compare him to Hugh Jackman, no matter who it is.
Right.
You say Professor X and everybody's going to compare it to, what's his name? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, of course that's just naturally going to happen. But I just think Seraphin Casting, like Marvel Studios casting so far and all their characters has been spot on. Like,
I should be the Juggernaut.
I don't know if they've chosen the wrong person for a part yet. Have you guys?
No,
have any opinion on it? What about the chat? The chat. Do you have any opinion on it?
I would fan cast myself as Juggernaut.
Oh, stop!
Of course you would.
That would be a whole lot. That would be a whole lot of CGI or some really big lifts in your shoes. Yeah.
Now, back from that, Kraven the Hunter is being made into a film, but that's part of the Sony verse of Spider-Man. So everybody's sort of like walking on eggshells right now on that one because of what they did with Morbius. So we're patiently waiting. You turn Kraven into an anti-hero. I think that's going to be a mistake. Kraven has never been an anti-hero. He's been a dude that hunts and kills for the sport of the hunt and kill. He would just take you and drop you in the middle of somewhere and then would try to hunt you and just, and then kill you. So, we'll see that whole thing play out. It's the Sonyverse, so it's not really Marvel Studios. Yeah.
Which Ghost Rider?
Which Ghost Rider? Ooh. Yeah, there's a lot of them. There's a few of them. I think there's 3 of them, so yeah.
Yeah, let's bring back Nick Cage. Oh, wait, no, that's...
Yeah. Iceman Disney Plus show would be cool. I think we talked about that a little bit earlier. Let me see. Trying to look at some of the other ones.
I see, and there's the problem too, is that Sony has, the license on the Spider-Verse in a sense, right? Like they have all the great characters like Carnage and Venom. And it's not saying that they shouldn't have the license. What I'm saying is that I don't think they've done a great job with the license so far. Like, I really don't like the way that they portrayed Eddie Brock and Carnage as well.
Venom.
Yeah,
Carnage.
like I'd want to see Marvel write those characters and put them into the MCU rather than the Sony's version of the Spider-Verse. Because, and now I'm curious as well, does that mean that Spider-Gwen and Gwenom belong to Sony if movies were ever made or they were to ever come out?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I mean,
if they all have the film rights. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
And unless they do a combination where Marvel Studios and Sony are together, then that's where we'll be at. But well, if they do a deal together to make it happen. But if Sony's on their own, like they were on their own for, well, I mean, I'm sure they consulted with Venom because Venom did tie into the MCU at one point, but then they pulled him away, which was also weird to me. But they just have the symbiote behind, so we'll see what happens with that. But the whole, Sonyverse with Morbius, and now they're doing the Kraven the Hunter. I'm sure it's gonna be, I don't know about another Spider-Man film. Now there's, just of course the internet's running crazy like, oh, should they do a Spider-Man 4 and a Spider-Man 3 because they brought the other Spider-Mans back in No Way Home, but those would be all Sony too. And I could see them doing a Spider-Man 3, Amazing Spider-Man 3 in that universe. But even if they do Miles Morales, same thing. Miles Morales would be also Sonyverse. And Spider-Gwen would be Sonyverse. So it's like if they do these movies and they don't do them right, like when's us as fans, like when do we start holding Sony accountable for it, where we know that Marvel Studios can turn these stories and make them into really good.
See, that's the thing, though. I don't think Sony would ever, as of right now, as it stands, I don't think Sony Pictures would ever give up those rights because they know Spider-Man. I mean, let's just face it, Tom Holland's Spider-Man is a fantastic cast, and it does really well, phenomenally well. So it's a big thing for Sony to have that. And then when they make...
But would it do well? That's the question. But would it do well without Marvel Studios? Because right now they co-produce and all that stuff. It's not just Sonyverse. That's the question. That's the whole thing. Is that a thing that would actually sell? Right? Can they make a good story, a compelling enough story? Because Sony, when Spider-Man Homecoming came out, but Spider-Man was introduced in Civil War. So when he came in Civil War, it's like, holy crap, Spider-Man's here. Now, if Spider-Man was never in Civil War and then Sony did a Spider-Man movie with Tom Holland, would it have the same impact as it had when Spider-Man was in Civil War and then they did Homecoming together, right? And then Spider-Man was in Infinity War and then he was in, Far From Home. Right, so you start looking at all that other stuff, how it all plays out. But if Sony was to outright have it all up without him being in these other movies, like how do you feel about it? Like, would it be as successful? I guess we'll never know, but you can sort of speculate and guess. I'll let folks sort of dive into that on their own. But yeah, it's an interesting question.
What was the Harris? My mind's slipping here. I'm forgetting terms, but the Spider-Verse movie that Sony made, the cartoon.
Yeah, that was Miles Morales.
Okay, yeah, I thought that was really well done. The animation stuff is
phenomenal.
Yeah,
right. They did a great job, animation and storytelling, but it's an animated film, so it's a little bit different. You can probably get away with a lot more and stuff like that.
Yeah, the adaptation of Spider Pig was in there. That was really cool to see that. The mech.
They're saying somebody pulled the fire alarm in San Diego Comic-Con near where.
Thank you, back. That's it. Into the Spider-Verse.
Yeah, Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah.
Yeah, let me see if we got any information. Hopefully.
Yeah, I guess we're gonna have to. I don't know if they're gonna do any videos in there live at San Diego Comic-Con. I think we're gonna have to sort of report out what we get from Marvel Studios and from from the folks there. I don't know, folks. I don't know if they're gonna do it live in there. If we're gonna be able to see anything. We might get clips like we normally get, them walking off and on stage, and they do clips and they show it, a little bit later. So.
Yeah, and while everybody's in here, I want to tell you that Paris, our co-host next to me, he's the administrator and founder of the largest Marvel group on Facebook called the Marvel Cinematic Universe. And
I'll post it in here so folks can
join up. Roughly have 530,000 members. So the group as well, Paris's moderator sometimes gets breaking news, and he'll post it in there too.
Yeah, so we'll get group. In our group, we'll have folks that are, we do have people from the comic industry, people from Marvel Studios in the group. So it's pretty cool. Looks like let me see here, 52 seconds ago. So we're back on track. Studio H presentation. So it looks like they're back on track. People are in there. People actually have cameras and taking pictures. So I don't know, like what the preference, what are they going to allow people to record it live, or are they going to do a live showing? That's we're going to have to find out, folks. No one that I know is doing a live. I mean, I don't know. I'm looking on YouTube. I don't see anybody doing a live stream of San Diego Comic-Con. They're doing what we're doing right now. They're just talking about it. Let me see, Fat Man behind. They're just also talking about it. They got some stars in there. Kevin Smith. They're talking about. They're just recapping the day. Let me see. People are outside talking about it. Yeah. You know what? If I was there, I would definitely be recording this. Next year I'm going, so I'm going to be there. I'm going to watch this. Let's see. Yeah, no one else is. I mean, there's people that are just doing the whole Twitter thing, and they're just talking about what they're seeing. Like, yeah, people are talking about this. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see anything live from it yet. We'll see in a few minutes once it starts. Actually, it should be starting now. So I wish we could do a co-stream of it. We'd probably be blocked on YouTube, but if someone was doing it live, we'll see. Let me see. Marvel Entertainment. What are they doing here? Let's check what Marvel Entertainment's doing on there. Oh, this is just, he's interviewing Andy Park. Oh, that's cool. That was visual development team. So it's Andy Park interview. It's Marvel Entertainment. Marvel Entertainment's not live, so I don't know if they're doing a live show. Sorry, folks. Sometimes they do, or sometimes they just wait and then they blast it off. Looks like a lot of people are dropping off the channel because we're not. No one's live. I mean, maybe they're tuning into other places to watch it.
Yeah, no. I think Marvel's not going to be doing it live. From everything I'm seeing, it's not going to be done live. All the Twitter feeds from the press are just saying that it's people are going to be typing on Twitter with what's going on as fast as they can. Yeah, like
so that's what we'll do. We're gonna be on Twitter. We'll be posting for a little bit and then see sort of what's going on. Thanks for hanging out with us for a little bit. We'll see what goes on.
Yeah, and check out that group, that Marvel Cinematic Universe Facebook group, because there will be news in there as well. There will be people typing in there. We'll be covering Tampa Bay Comic-Con as well next week. I'll actually be there on site with the cameraman. So
Yeah.
It'll be fun times. But I do, Paul's probably over there. He's been around since the invention of time itself, so he's probably fallen asleep. So
Yeah, you guys are East Toasters. It's what, 8 o'clock out there now?
yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just checking the tweeters verse. Yeah, a lot of people are saying it's packed. Everybody's got a mask on, which is cool. Let me see what they got. So they got people with phones in there. So I think people may be allowed to record. But I'm sure they're going to tell everybody to put their phones down once the trailers drop. So I guess we're going to have to wait. But a lot of times when they drop a trailer here, depending on what it is, they'll drop the trailer on Marvel Studios' website and stuff. So we'll be able to tune into that. Yeah. Where is it? Where it is? Ryan 223,000. Where it is? I don't know if you're talking about the group, but if you're talking about where's San Diego Comic-Con, it's in San Diego.
Maybe he's talking about where to see it, where to watch it.
Oh, where to watch it? Yeah, there's no one doing a live show inside the thing. It's all sort of people watching videos and YouTube and tuning into different channels to try and watch it. We'll see what goes on here. Everybody's doing the same thing. They're just like IGN, everything always. Everybody's doing the same thing. They're just going to be posting from Twitter. They're looking at Twitter and they're looking at whoever drops the first thing. So I'll be tuning in.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're all in the same boat. There's no one that's going to be watching unless someone from one of these shows are able to turn their camera on during the show and they stream it, which I don't know where they can stream it live. We do have someone in my group that's there, and he's posting right now. He's talking about it. Like he's talking about 10 minutes the panel. Let me see. Okay, yeah, keep us posted. Keep us posted. We are live here. Let's see if I can get in touch with him to see if he can give us insight. We might have some inside information from one of our group members who's actually there at San Diego Comic-Con. Yeah, that'd be cool for him to come back and hey, when does it start? San Diego Comic-Con, well, the Marvel Studios one started now. So it started at 5. There was a delay because somebody pulled the fire alarm there in the building. But now we're just waiting for what they plan on releasing and showing. I have a feeling Ant-Man's going to be shown. We might even get a sneak peek of Black Panther because that's the next movie that's coming out. And then we're probably going to get some of the trailers for all some of the animation stuff that they talked about. Yeah, I think that might be it for now until when's Disney 23? November? December?
I'm not sure because I never really watched Disney 23.
Well, I mean, they do their shareholder thing in the fall winterish time frame. That's when they drop all the trailers to all the stuff that's coming. So, and they do all the new announcements. So I think that's probably when we'll get more stuff other than from San Diego Comic-Con. Now, it would be awesome to get some stuff from San Diego Comic-Con because that's just like it's back. San Diego Comic-Con is back. Here we go. We're gonna drop some stuff. We're gonna drop some nuggets for you all. We hope. Let's see. And we're just sort of waiting around. I don't want to tune in. I don't want to pull up a YouTube channel from IGN or anything like that because on my back wall here. Let's see if there's. Hey, we're trending on YouTube. Well, we were. See. party. Oh, there's some people out there breaking. Kang. Anybody? Did everyone see the Kang stuff? Kang release. Kang photo. Like IGN or something.
So everybody's using TweetDeck to try and get breaking news as it happens.
Yeah, do you have TweetDeck?
I think I do actually.
If you do, let's throw it up on the screen. Can we do like a split screen? Will it work?
Yeah, we could try. I'm gonna log in here.
Yeah, we're gonna throw it up. We're gonna throw up TweetDeck so we can all catch it at the same time. I'm gonna try to pull up. Let me see. Let's see what IGN is doing here. So we'll have them going in the background. Everybody's waiting for the release of everything, so it's pretty funny. This is going down. You know what? We forgot to discuss Prey, right? We forgot to discuss Prey, new Predator movie, but it's dropping on Hulu. We're gonna do TweetDeck, folks. Just give us a couple moments here. Nothing's been released yet. We got people that are actually there at the San Diego Comic-Con.
For some reason, when I search, all my TweetDeck stuff has come up in Spanish. I have no idea why, which is very interesting, actually.
Nice. Or wait, Haley Stanfield just dropped a new single song called Coast, featuring Anderson .Paak. Go check it out if you're into her music. Anderson .Paak, sorry. I told her that she could do Coast, but the remix has to be with Coast Contra. If anybody don't know who they are, check them out. Let's see here. Giggly. Oh, they said Stan Lee started it off. Let's see. I'm going to post this in the chat. This is what they say. They say, today is our time to come together again. Basically, they had a narration from Stan Lee starting off San Diego Comic-Con. I'm sure that was amazing and epic. If we can get the video, we'll have to find the video. So somebody recorded it and launched it. You getting Steam Deck ready? I'm saying Steam Deck, TweetDeck.
Yeah.
You getting TweetDeck ready so we can have all the tweets from all the folks. Oh, they got Miss Minutes. Go ahead.
I'm working on it here.
Working on it, yeah. Miss Minutes is live right now at Comic-Con, talking about the end of time. So I would expect Loki season 2 to get some props. They've been already filming Loki. I'm not sure if anybody's been hip to it, that they've been releasing some footage. People have taken photos of them behind the scenes and stuff like that. So Loki season 2 is coming. I think Loki is going to be the savior of all the time multiverse. So I think he's going to get his just due in the whole Marvel Studios thing, Loki. And maybe at the end he fights Kang in a nice final battle, and then Loki is in charge of all time. That'd be crazy. yeah, so Loki jumps in. Like I say, Kevin Feige is on stage right now. Woo. Oh man, a lot of people are saying Marvel just hit it off the top when they introduced Stan Lee, and then after he jumps off the stage, after Stan Lee's part, Miss Minutes jumps on and scares everybody. Now Kevin Feige's on the stage, so everybody is just going crazy right now in the hall.
All right, I think I'm gonna have it up here in a second.
Yep. Oh, Kevin Feige, he's in the house. Kevin Feige's in all black. I don't know what type of hat he has on. Let's see. But there was just something special about San Diego Comic-Con back in the day. I would say back in the day before pre-COVID, where they would introduce, we already knew a movie was coming, and they would introduce all those stars for the movies, and they have everybody come out, and everybody would just be just super excited. And it's just like, oh my gosh, just epic. Epic. And I think this year, hopefully, they can do the same. I don't know who they would introduce. Maybe the Ant-Man or maybe Loki and stuff like that. But I think they should lead it off with one of the big movies. It's just my feeling. Okay, they're saying Wakanda Forever is the conclusion of Phase 4. So Phase 4 ends with Wakanda Forever in the next couple of months. So you heard it here first, folks. Wakanda Forever will be Phase 4 ending. Phase 4 ends with Wakanda Forever. I think Phase 4 was a big one too, so I'm not surprised that it's ending now. So
I'm surprised they made that announcement without showing the trailer.
Well, then I think they're probably going to show the trailer here, because if they're announcing it, yeah. They're showing some Wanda. Panel starts with the video past. Okay, yeah. So they're showing some videos of their past shows, WandaVision, and all that stuff right now.
Of the Phase 4 shows, basically, you think?
Yeah. Phase 4 stuff. Yeah. Back when they announced all the stuff from Phase 4, remember that time? When they had all those people on the stage, when they had Multiverse of Madness, What If, Thor: Love and Thunder, Hawkeye, Falcon and Winter Soldier, Black Widow, Eternals, WandaVision, Loki, all that stuff. They had all that stuff, and they had all those actors and actresses on the same stage, and it was just like, oh my gosh, Phase 4 is going to be lit. And it looks like it's coming to an end with Black Panther. So Phase 4 will be retired after Black Panther, Wakanda Forever. So yeah. How does everyone feel about Phase 4? I know there's a lot of mixed reactions. How does everybody feel about it? In the comments there. Oh, we got the Steam Deck. We got the Tweet Deck up. Tweet Deck. Now we got to hit those algorithms. Now we got to get back on the. Gotta get people to tune in now. How do we get on the YouTube algorithm? Instead of me just talking.
No, yeah, I was just working on this. I don't know what Paul was doing. You know what? I was gonna go get some ice cream cake.
Go get some ice cream cake and bring it back, man. Bring it back.
Paul's scarfing his
Tweet
dinner.
Deck is up, folks. So tune in. We got it up. Follow at Italian Clowns.
You can see that, can't you? It's on there.
Yeah, it's on there. Leave it. That's fine. I mean, you're not. Yeah, that's fine.
I wonder who's in that picture with me.
Nice. Let's see here. We got the hey Carlo is everything. Oh no, Daredevil. Whoa, hope that's back. Is what they say? Daredevil 18 episodes. Come on, is that true? Whoa. Let's see. Marvel Studios Secret Invasion streaming 2023. Secret Invasion.
Oh, there I got a big picture. Phase 5 right up on the screen.
Nice.
Ironheart's in there.
Woo! Look at that, Phase 5. Here, leave that there. Look at that, folks. Oh my gosh, Phase 5. Here it is. Ironheart, Echo, Secret Invasion, Captain America, New World Order, Blade, Loki Season 2, Guardians of the Galaxy, The Marvels, Daredevil, Born Again. Wow. Thunderbolts. And May 3rd of 2024. Unbelievable. Captain America, New World Order. This is just amazing. Are you ready for Phase 5?
Yep.
Phase 5, we're here. We are here. New World Order. Oh my gosh, I think the New World Order thing is going to be a epic deal. Like, we're gonna see some epic stuff with it. Oh my gosh, this is gonna be epic.
I'm gonna go get some cake real quick, and I'll be right back as this feed keeps loading.
Let's see here.
Yeah, so with Black Panther closing out Phase 4, I think this is gonna be amazing. I don't know how everyone feels about this. What's the folks on the comments section thinking about? Are you just watching the John Wick, Captain John Wick? The cast of She-Hulk is on stage right now, so we got them. Thunderbolts. Wow. I think Thunderbolts, after Thunderbolts, we're going to get a new Avengers movie. We have to. Like, Thunderbolts are just evil, and they just do things on their own. So maybe the Avengers need to stop Thunderbolts. Who knows? Yeah, if you're a Marvel fan, you are happy right now. Like, this is the type of stuff that we've been waiting for to hear. And I know Thor didn't end on a magical note where I think it should have been, but what we're taking a look at now is it's going to be epic.
So I'm looking at the other. I'm looking at one of the other things on here. Henry Cavill did not appear at SDCC 2022 and to respond to the role of Superman, but the character is nevertheless key to disrupting the hierarchy of power in DCEU, according to Dwayne Johnson. So we might be getting what you're looking for at some point.
Yes. I'm looking for that. You know what I'm looking for, man. I want Superman, and I want Black Adam, and I want all those people to be in a movie together, and I want it to happen.
And given that Dwayne Johnson said that, then maybe what they're leading to, maybe.
Yeah, Dwayne Johnson. I mean, like, if they can do good with if they could do good with Black Adam as far as the box office goes, then it's going to be incredible to see. Captain America, New World Order. This is going to be my new desktop background because everybody's been waiting on this. This is 2020 or 2024. Dang, 2 more years. Woo! You gotta wait 2 years for it, but hey, I'm with you.
Look at this. Carnage is getting a horrifying canine companion. I cannot imagine Carnage with a dog.
What is that, in a movie or a show?
Looks like a comic book. Maybe just a comic book.
Okay. Let's see what we got going on here in the deck, in the Steam deck, the Twitter deck. Marvel Studios came before Black Panther 2 will conclude Phase 2. Also revealed Phase 5. Guardians of the Galaxy.
May 5th, 2023. Let's
2023. Yeah. Agatha, Covenant of Chaos. That's the Chaos Magic. We're going to get some of that. I don't know if it's going to be a prequel or anything like that. But, yeah. Agatha. Ooh, it's going to be awesome. But we already knew her show was coming, though, on Disney.
And I see it does say that the first season of Daredevil Born Again will be 18 episodes long.
18 episodes for Daredevil Born Again. Wow. On Disney
Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio are reprising their roles.
Yes, it's Kingpin. Oh my gosh. You know 18 episodes. You know how many heroes and villains they can toss into this that are just sort of like street level. Oh my gosh, it's going to be able to just be in this without disrupting the whole MCU.
And I've already seen that Foggy or whatever his name is returning as well.
Nice. Come on, man. We gotta get Kate. We gotta get Luke Cage in there. We gotta get Jessica Jones.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see Luke Cage come back.
Get him back in there. You know, Jessica Jones, all them just would be just awesome to just bring it back full circle. Born Again. Yes, Marvel Studios is just killing it right now.
Yeah, the only one that didn't tie in with that group again was Punisher, but that's okay. But I'd like to see him come back still. You know.
Yeah, let's see. Ironheart, we're gonna get that. That's gonna be on Disney Plus. I think everyone already knew that was coming. She's also gonna be in Black Panther 2, so we're gonna see some Riri and see how that all comes together. They're showing a new trailer for She-Hulk. Man, she's missing that. But they'll drop them. We'll have them playing in our group also. So if you want, you can tune in there. But yeah, let's see what else is going on. Let's see. She-Hulk ends with a daily. Oh, they actually got a tease of Daredevil. Okay. Nice. So I think we're going to get that tease in the She-Hulk series because the tease should be looped and synced together. Carnage gets absolutely horrifying. Canine companion begins major Thor villain. Okay. Marvel Studios is killing it. We wait and see how the other films perform without being heavy hitters, which being Doctor Strange, Spider-Verse, or Thor. Marvel Studios killing it. Being heavy hitters, which being Doctor Strange. Fears, I don't understand the question completely, but I'm going to take a stab at it. Are you questioning that Marvel Studios is killing it? I don't know if you're questioning that. But if you're looking at the performance of box office with, Spider-Man was $1 billion. Doctor Strange was $954 million. Thor right now is 500 plus million, probably get to 6 soon, maybe 7, then max out. But Thor alone, over the history of it, it's grossed over $2.4 billion. And you take how much money it actually costs to make, I think they're over 1.7. No question of them killing it without those 3. We'll see. Without those 3 in the next phase. I see. One thing I did notice that Phase 5 was missing was the Fantastic Four. So that's an interesting.
Are they still keeping them separate from the MCU?
No, they own the property, so it was interesting.
Right, but then why aren't they listed in Phase 5? Is what I'm wondering.
They're not, because they'll probably be in Phase 6. So maybe they're the introduction of Phase 6. But you see that, you see what's going on there, right? So, yeah, I think that's it. Wow. Marvel Studios is coming in hot.
Oh, Secret Invasion is going to be a darker show, according to Kobe Smulders. I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Ironheart, Blade. There we go. I'm liking what I'm seeing too. 18 episodes from Daredevil. Are you kidding me? 18 episodes. Wow, 18 episodes.
That's almost up to the length of a regular network show, which is usually around 22, 23 episodes.
Yeah, it's just like, oh my gosh. Like, yeah. Woo! I'm just looking forward to. Oh, then they're ending it all with Thunderbolts. So, Thunderbolts is the end of it all. Let's see. Quantum
of Phase 5.
Yeah, so you got Quantum Mania in February 2023. So that's after. So after Black Panther comes out, you got Quantum Mania in 2023 in February, and then you got spring. You've got Secret Invasion, and then you got Guardians of the Galaxy in May, and then you got Echo in the summer, and then you got Loki in the summer, and then sort of the end of the summer you got the Marvels at the end of the summer. So we got 2 Disney Plus shows in between 2 Marvel Studios movies. And then we've got Blade in November. And then you've got Ironheart somewhere in there. They just say fall. And then you've got winter 23 or 24. So I don't know what that means. Does that mean winter 2023 or 2024? Maybe they're trying to decide like when that's coming out.
Well, no, the reason they would do that is because, remember, winter actually crosses January 1st. Winter goes from December 21st.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So
it is next winter. It is going to be that winter. It's just going to be, they're not saying if it's going to be December or, a little bit later into the season.
Got it.
So.
And then you got Captain America, New World Order, and then you've got that. Okay. I got it. I got you.
So do we think Captain
a lot
America,
of people make that mistake?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Do we think that Captain America New World Order is going to be where he's Hydra?
No, let me I'm going to run to the let me grab something and then I'll be right back. Hold on one second. But I'll hold that thought.
So Paul, how do you feel about what you're seeing right now as we speak?
I mean, it's going to keep me interested. I mean, especially the Daredevil thing is a big thing for me. All that other stuff is, because I was more of a DC guy. I know, bad, but
so you can redeem yourself anytime you want.
Hey, but but I'm looking forward to all this stuff. I mean, like I said, the only thing I can really go, oh, I can't wait to see that right now is Daredevil. Of course, Blade, I would like. Can't wait to see what they do with Blade. Blade has a, Blade's going to be interesting because they've got to live up to the hype that Wesley Snipes gave the character, and we only saw him for a split second at the end of that, the previous movie here. What's it called? I'm drawing a blank. The what was the name of the movie he was at the end of? The one they had on Disney Plus a little while back.
Who was at the end of it?
Blade, the one where you asked me about. We more heard him than saw him,
Was it Loki?
No, it was Shin-Chi, or no, not
Shin-Chi.
What was the where Blade showed up at the very end for the final scene? What movie was that?
Oh, that was Eternals.
Yeah,
Eternals.
I thought you said show.
The best part of that movie. The best part of that movie. No, I like that movie. It was a little slow though, but it wasn't bad. I am sitting here now. I got to go hunt up the the Sam Raimi interview.
Yeah.
I gotta.
Oh my gosh! Like we've got some pretty good stuff going on. I'm excited. You know, I was nervous a little bit, but I'm still like waiting for the Black Panther trailer. Like,
Yeah, what is that? How they're
we're
going
in
to
and
close
out
the
phase
show?
4. I know
Like,
they dropped all this phase 5 stuff. Like, what's Black Panther's role? Because if you look at this timeline, 2022 is the year we're in right now, and phase 5 covers all the way up to 2024. So, like, we are definitely in a interesting time when it comes to these shows.
Yep.
And you know, we didn't get they didn't announce the show Wakanda Forever for phase 5 either. So phase 5, we're missing that we know they're going to come. We're missing Fantastic Four in the TV show Wakanda Forever that we're missing. So next year around this time,
well, and on that list, was there things like, was there a second season? Was there another season of Wanda? Was there,
no, there's no WandaVision. There's no second season of WandaVision.
Wow.
Well, I mean, there doesn't need to be because she was just in Multiverse of Madness. So
right, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out and see if there's Yeah, I don't know, man. We are. Everybody's doing the same thing we're doing, so I'm not going to tune into another channel. You know what? Know what? We need an Xbox Twitter, other than within. Maybe the Twitter app on Xbox would be cool.
So Agatha Covenant of Chaos comes to Disney Plus winter of 2023. That'll be so. Again, anytime they say winter, that's misleading. That could be, so if they say winter, that could be early next year or late next year. Don't know which. So
right.
Anybody in the chat, if you have any thoughts, suggestions, feel free to talk to us and put it in there.
Let us know how you feel, like how you really feel. Why are we not showing up in?
Oh, and looks like She-Hulk is going to be a 30-minute comedy, a 30-minute sitcom.
30-minute each episode? Great.
Yeah.
I am excited for Agatha Covenant of Chaos. I'm curious how that's going to play out. Captain America, New World Order. She said, hold my thoughts. So you want to, anything you know about that one?
Yeah. From, they've got the director and stuff. I just don't know. Like, the only thing I'm like curious about, no, I wouldn't say a Hydra, New World Order sort of thing, like a Hydra thing. I think they're going to make Captain America earn the Captain America shield, right? Then you've got all those other actors and actresses that were in the show. So you got Bucky, you got Carter, Agent Carter. So you got all those folks that are going to be in this, definitely. So then the New World Order comes out after Secret Invasion. So we'd have to assume that Secret Invasion is going to be about the Skrulls secretly invading the universe. Well, secretly invading Earth using whatever they use, but it doesn't end there. So we won't know what happened. Sort of goes into that, and then we have the Marvels, which at the end of Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel gets ported into. They like swap places, I guess. Something was going on, so maybe the Marvels show isn't really too much about. Maybe they do have some stuff about the Skrulls in there, but it's not heavily in there. And then Captain America: New World Order is sort of like maybe the finale to some of that stuff. Like we're living in a totally new world now. like, what is this? We've got mutants. We've got we're being secretly invaded by aliens in the world, and then that turns on the Thunderbolts, and the Thunderbolts have a certain way of doing things, which then would lead into maybe a Secret War Avengers movie, which would be epic. And then we would have a Thor 5, and then a Doctor Strange 3. So, yeah.
Deanna, hopefully I'm saying your full name correctly because I'm bad at name pronunciations. Paris will let you guys know that. So she says that she thought that the Black Knight was at the end of Eternals with Blade Sword, and I remember that being correct as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. It was the end of Eternals. Now, is the Black Knight going to be in Blade, which would be cool? Because we just can't leave him hanging. I mean, Eternals came out 2021, so that means we would have almost 3 or 4 years without any Eternals mentions because all this other stuff.
No, the Eternals just dropped this last year, dude.
Bill Murray is in the trailer for Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania.
Oh, they're dropping the trailer? Oh, nice.
So Bill Murray is now in the MCU.
Bill Murray, there was rumors about him, being in the MCU. We'll see what...
A first look at Kang has just been shown to Hall H attendees.
Kang. Oh, I bet you that was lit. Oh, they're showing the first look of Daredevil.
Yep, Daredevil make his first appearance in She-Hulk, which we're
they're showing a video of it right now of him flipping through, fighting She-Hulk, kind of, or he jumps over her. Nice. And I think She-Hulk can be in the Daredevil show too, right? Because Daredevil's going to take that more serious tone.
Breaking news. Breaking news. According to Murphy's Multiverse, in the second stream, he or she says that MODOK is confirmed for Quantumania.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
I hope they are not trolling, because I would be sad.
Oh, I don't know. Are they? I don't see anything.
They got
is that by? I mean, is that one of those satire people?
No, I'm not. I'm not sure. I'm hoping IGN confirms it or CBR.
Yeah, well, we got to get a confirmation on that. So Don Cheadle will be in Secret Invasion. Colby Smulders will return in Secret Invasion. Who else we got? We got the Thunderbolts. So, yeah, so there's things. Okay, so we're missing from the other stuff that we know that was going to be coming. We're missing Fantastic Four. We're missing Armor Wars. And we're missing, there's one more. Yeah, we knew that was supposed to be coming out. There's one more. That's not on this list. Let me see. Something that was supposed to be in Phase 4 before, that's not on here anymore. We're missing one more. You know what? They didn't even show What If Season. So What If Season 2 is not in Phase 4. It must be in Phase 5. Oh, they showed some of the first footage of Secret Invasion, too. War Machine returning. Ooh. We'll see. I think Armor Wars should be a movie, just my point of view. I don't know.
A Spanish account has now just confirmed MODOK and Quantumania as well.
Yeah, I see that flying up on the screen there. Let me just look on the James Gunn is talking about Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. He's on stage. Bill Murray. Oh, yeah. MODOK confirmed. MODOK is confirmed. Wow.
Ryan.
So you're going to have MODOK and Kang and Quantumania. Okay. Now, maybe Kang. Well, how much of Kang, though? because MODOK gets its own sort of, he's his own beast of himself. So
now I hope they get Patton Oswalt to do MODOK for the movie. I'm just saying.
oh, for the voice, oh,
Yeah.
that'd be epic. I hope they continue that. But then he's got to turn it on though. He's got to stop being so from the show. He got to turn on the more serious side of being a evil guy, right? Playing a voice.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what they do with it. Yeah, but yeah,
I'm all for it, bro. I'm all for it. Man, we got some epic stuff going on. Marvel Studios is dropping some bombs.
By the way, because he would be an Ant-Man and Wasp, it wouldn't necessarily have to be 100% serious because they, a little tongue-in-cheek goes on there too. Yeah.
Yeah, there's some comedy in Ant-Man. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the past. All right, so we're not getting any Doctor Doom stuff. I know. I need to tamp my expectations down. Ooh.
Let's just hope Bill Murray's not MODOK, right?
Yeah. We'll see, man. We'll see. Agatha. Kang. Man, we got some stuff going on here. So we got the Marvels. There's one more show or something that we're missing that we did not see.
Guess what? 9 seconds ago, CBR, Marvel announces a new Fantastic Four relaunch with an unnamed creative team. There it is. The official announcement.
So it's probably farther out than
well, I mean, we knew Fantastic Four was going to be coming out, but we just don't know. Sort of like looks like they may have changed some things.
Yeah, because if the unnamed creative, then they're probably not even going to make Phase 5 or the next phase. It's going to be the one after that. It's going to be that's why.
Well, it's not going to be in Phase 5. It's going to be in Phase 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. So wow, I'm hyped. New World Order. Loki. Yeah, because we don't have. I think they did give us release dates for Marvel Zombies and stuff like that. I thought that was only 2020. It looks like, did they take anime off of here? They took anime off of here. So anime is not. We're gonna have to get a full list of all the anime stuff in here too, because Spider-Man's not on here. Neither is Marvel Zombies and What If Season 2 and X-Men 97. So
I was going to say, and the X-Men show isn't on there anywhere either.
So
in the release,
I'm seeing some feeds say that they're expecting D23 to have more about the Disney Plus shows.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that makes sense. Yeah.
Disney's got to talk about something besides.
Yeah, well, they got to do that. They're probably going to release a few trailers because normally they do during the like they did last year. But I know what's going on now. I know everybody's waiting. What's going on with Black Panther? Now, if we don't get anything from Black Panther here at SDCC, I am going. Maybe that's the closeout.
Better hope. I can hope so, but
maybe that's the closeout.
I'm gonna check Google News to see if anybody's leaked it yet.
What?
Black Panther.
No, they haven't. It'd be all over our Twitter feeds if they had.
They got Kang on stage right now. They're posting videos in our group, so. So Phase 5 Kang era, and okay. So they're basically saying Kang is the Phase 5 era, but yeah, we'll see. Kang and the people are releasing videos of the. See, we have people that are there. Well, not we, but people in our group that are there are releasing videos. So they're able to record it. So they're posting in the group. Are you guys live 24/7? No, we're not live 24/7. But I could be live 24/7. Anything for you, Graphic God.
Yeah, that's right, Graphic God. You know, Paul's pineapple face has been shown many times this episode.
Oh my God!
Yes.
Stop it!
We should do our 26 viewers a favor and give them that pleasure to see it again.
Oh yeah, I got it. Hold on. All right. You're right.
We should do some cheers.
I gotta bring it up though, so that it's above.
No, you don't.
Window.
No, you do not.
Yep.
No.
We have to give some cheers. That's probably why we're not trending right now. We got to get back on the we got to get back on the gravy train. The algorithm. The YouTube algorithm. Hey YouTube, I'm gonna say YouTube 1, YouTube 2, YouTube 3, YouTube 4, YouTube.
Oh, you think that's the secret keyword to be in the algorithm?
Hit the algorithm. Hey, get us. Oh, hey, we're bumping up in viewers now. We had like 268 people or something like that. I don't know. It's probably higher than that. I think we got up to 300 or something. But yeah.
Oh yeah. Don't encourage them, Dean. Please do not encourage them.
Yes. Yes. Hey,
you want another pineapple?
Yeah.
Ask you a question. Do you eat pineapples on your pizza right now? You gotta let us know. Yes or no.
A graphic God wants it shown again.
Ah.
He made it. You know, he is the creator.
They're talking about Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. They're talking about Rocket's backstory, where there's multiple shots of baby rockets. Baby Rocket. Oh man, you can imagine a baby rocket? Wow.
But that's what I was saying, right? With Groot. That's why we could do an hour-long show of the Groot.
No.
But baby Rocket actually speaks.
Well, that's
Groot
true. Yeah.
Just says, "I am Groot," and he had it translated, and we still don't really know what he's saying because no one even tells us what he's saying. Other than
that's the fun part. Like in the movie when he's the teenage Groot and I am Groot and hey, like he said something really bad and raunchy and only they understood him.
Hey, so this is what also has me nervous is that Sonyverse, they're not talking anything, that we're not seeing anything from them on Kraven the Hunter. Like, come on. So Black Panther, once again, Black Panther will conclude phase 5. We'll conclude phase 5, breaking May 3rd, 2024. Man.
Somebody just posted a picture of She-Hulk in Fortnite. This is for you, Graphic.
Baby Rockets. Baby Rockets mean something different in Canada. Graphic, what do they mean in Canada?
Oh, you don't.
I hear you. Nope to pizza.
No, not on this show. Don't ask on this show.
Okay.
No.
No to pizza. But I can see it's a pill.
The news with Daredevil, it's 18 episodes long. Charlie Cox and Vincent D'Onofrio are going to return to their respective parts.
Come on, YouTube, get us back on an algorithm. I mean, like we've got over 14,000 subscribers. I mean, we should be up there. We should be on the main show where people can come click. We've been on for a while.
Well, one thing we need to do is we start doing more shows regularly again. Hopefully after summer ends
here,
but
there's people that are on here that aren't even close. Just somebody that they're not even touching what we're doing, and they've got 9,000 people watching.
What? I'm surprised on that one.
That's the same thing I said. Here, I see.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah. We should be like definitely. That's what I'm saying. Maybe let me see. What are we missing with
What is their
our algorithm?
maybe yeah, the title?
Maybe change the maybe change the. We'll change the thing again. The title.
It is a continuation. It is Daredevil. What was it? Reborn Again. Daredevil.
Born Again. Daredevil Born Again. Yes. It's not going to be a reboot. It's a continuation. So we're not going to. Oh, nice. Thank you for sharing. Thank you. If you can, everyone share, and then we can get more people watching because we are trying to gather as much information about what Marvel's doing today. Everybody is excited. We got MODOK. Come on, MODOK in the MCU now in Ant-Man Quantumanium. So there's going to be a backstory on how the heck he got created. But that just begs the question: are they going down? Are we going to bring in AIM now? Is AIM coming? New World Order, AIM, Miss Marvel, Avengers video game, all that stuff. Do we get some of that in the MCU? I don't know if anybody's played Marvel's Avengers game on all the platforms that they're available on, but their story was similar to that. Yeah, it's a continuation. We got Echo. Echo is going to be great. We haven't talked about that much, so Echo. I don't know if anybody's watched Hawkeye. So Hawkeye was a great series, and they introduced Echo, and Echo was a deaf character and disabled character. She very skilled fighter, so they're going to introduce her, get her series going with Daredevil coming in. So that means if that's the case, that means he didn't die then in the end of Hawkeye when she shot him. So yeah, and then she's another character that can tie into Daredevil's series as you're rebooting Daredevil. Well, not rebooting, but continuing on and adding more characters because she's more of a street level thing, and maybe Daredevil defends her in court and the story around that. There's so much they can do with Daredevil, with the character. Now that they're back and they get the character base, it's gonna be so awesome. Because sometimes for me as a Marvel fan, sometimes I like it to be sort of gritty, low key, street level, like just get in a room and they're fight it out sort of thing. Like just
not everything has to be world level, save the world.
Right. You don't need to save the world. I don't have to save the city. We just got some grimy stuff going on in this area, and we need to fight it out. They need to fight it out and get it fixed. Like we don't need an entire world event thing to come fix it. We don't need people flying through walls and stuff like that.
Well, except in Luke Cage. Luke Cage, you can be trying to save your city or save your block, but still have people flying through walls. It's okay.
Right. But I'm just saying, no. But he's not flying through walls and stuff like that.
No. But he is very, very localized.
Yeah.
For the most part, so is Daredevil. Trying to
very localized, low level. Not necessarily low level, but street level stories that we can believe in. I'm all for it. Yeah, so Guardians of the Galaxy 3 they're talking about right now. They got Will Poulter on stage. He's happy to be there. He's playing Adam Warlock. So you got him. Hopefully Adam Warlock gets a solo movie because he's big enough to do it. He's a big enough character. It's going to be cool. He's going to have a lot of people might not like him because he is immature. Well, that's cool. Oh, Marvel Studios. Look what we got here. Godzilla. What? Marvel Studios Godzilla. Did I just see that? What are they doing with Godzilla? Oh, they're showing a High Revolutionary from Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Okay. With that. Man, Baby Rockets. Can you believe Baby Rocket? Oh my gosh, that's just gonna be a epic. You know, they're gonna sell so many plushies with Baby Rocket raccoon because they make them all cute like Groot. And then, and you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna do a Baby Rocket and a Baby Groot cartoon. Baby Rocket and Baby Groot. There you go. You get your hour series there, Carlo. See, they were listening to you.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, then if that's the case, then where's the Juggernaut?
To Juggernaut, they didn't have anything for X-Men on here other than X-Men 97. So
no, but we know an X-Men.
That's phase 6. Phase 6. After this phase, next year, some of these shows. So you look at the scheduling. Some of these shows overlap the next 2 years. So even next year's Comic-Con, we probably get a little bit more stuff, but we're gonna see. If you look at the dates, some of the stuff's not even going to have the stuff that they're showing now. Some of the stuff would not have been released yet for next year. So I would expect Comic-Con next year not to be, as far as releases go, other than the stuff that we're seeing now. Like sometimes that happens with the movies because they overlap by years. So you're not going to say, "Oh crap, we're going to get all this stuff together." But no. You have to wait. Clowns, Carlo, did you update the title?
No, I'm trying to figure out how to do that without affecting the stream because I have the browser up.
Oh, okay. Oh, can't you open up another window?
I might be able to, and let me try that.
Like a separate window, and then pull the browser out, and then let it be. And then all you have to do is hit a refresh on the because you don't have YouTube up on the browser, that current browser, right?
All right, it's not up on the stream, right? Okay.
No. Yeah, you should be able, and then it'll just sort of all you would have to do is hit a refresh on that link, and then what'll happen, it'll show up like when I hit refresh on my screen. Right. So we should be good. Our channel should be up there cranking. We should be cranking, folks. We generally, if you look at our views on our videos, we generally get a lot of views. So for some reason, we're not getting views, especially right now during a San Diego Comic-Con, like on Saturday evening for folks. Yeah, Marvel Studios definitely has brought it today. Andy Park. Let's see. Pin that, so we already know that's coming. What? Phase 5 looking Wonder Woman? No way, Jose. No way. Come on. Add Marine and parents to the group. All right, let's see. Let's see if we can get recapture our views. Hey, for the folks that are watching, we got the Steam. I keep on calling it Steam Deck because I got Steam Deck in my mind. Tweet Deck. We got the Tweet Deck up, and we're watching the live footage that's breaking.
And you know what makes us different than every other channel out there that you could be potentially watching is the fact that we actually interview celebrities on this channel. We interview comic book artists, creators, writers, voice actors, stunt doubles on this channel. So definitely subscribe so you can see all that content as well.
Yeah, we get these folks that are actually in these movies and on these shows or that wrote the comics on our channel. So get to talk to these people and we get some pretty good insight on it. And it's pretty cool to talk to them. So yeah, check out some of our videos. It's on the channel. some of our interviews in the Marvel MCU show, some of our reviews of the movies. But yeah, it's good. It's good. Marvel Studios is coming through right now, and everybody's hyped. And we knew they were going to come through. Now the key is at the end. Who do we get at the end? Do we get something Blady, or do we get Black Panther? We have to get Black Panther. Black Panther 2, Wakanda Forever. We got to get that at the end of the show, because that should allow us to move on, to us to be happy. We'll see. No. Donkey Kong Country, Marvel Studios. What is that? You see that? Is that a video game? In the middle right there, right there. Scroll down a little bit. You see Donkey Kong Country? Donkey Kong Country. Scroll down to that middle one that you're on. Matt Acuna just posted it. Holy crap. Just announced. Marvel Donkey. Oh, it went away. Too late.
I think he's messing around.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? Why are people playing with my emotions?
I know, right?
I can't believe. Yeah, people are playing around. Oh yeah, people are saying this. Wait a minute. What? I'm following them right now. What they say? No way. Holy crap! Breaking news. Avengers, Kang Dynasty, and Secret Wars are official. Secret Wars were released on November 2025, and Kang Dynasty, I'm not sure, but yes, we are getting the Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars movies. Nice. Well, looks like those what are they? The trademarks that were released that everybody was tracking were official. We knew they were official because it came from the actual EU trademarking company site, their government official site. So we just didn't know. But now they're probably like, screw it. It's already out in the public. Let's go ahead and just drop it. Let's drop it on them. So we're going to get 2 more Avengers movies, the Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars. Wow. Wow. Okay. I think we have enough. Do we? Oh, we're going to get the Multiverse Saga too. That's going to be coming. Marvel Studios has just released that. It looks, man, Marvel Studios is releasing a lot more than I thought they were released today. I think to their credit, the stuff with Thor, they're like, you know what, we're coming back. We're gonna be strong. We're gonna be strong. We are going to be strong. Let's go.
All right, I updated the title to be more accurate.
Nice. Let's see where you hit that algo.
Hey, Dinks,
YouTube?
while you're in the chat, question for you. Crocs, are they in style or not?
No.
Don't listen to Paul. Paul is a...
Abominations.
Shut up.
Abominations.
All right. Fantastic Four will be in theaters November 8th, 2024. So is that kicking off phase 6? I don't know when that ball drops. Let's go back to what? 2024. Wow. So gosh, phase 6, 2024. Man. This is gonna be so just epic. Epic. Oh my gosh. How you guys feeling, man? How you guys feeling about all this stuff? Is this
It's a
what
lot.
you
It's
guys
a
signed
lot.
up for?
It's a lot to take in, man. It's definitely
A
a
lot to
lot.
take in. We're gonna have a lot to talk about over these next couple of days. Trust me. We're gonna have a lot to talk about. Like, there's just gonna be nonstop. I mean, like, we might as well just go ahead and just join the team, because man, it's gonna be nonstop. Like, this is see. So when DC did their thing, like you were expecting sort of, something big, right? And this is why, they got to get with it, man. They got to get with it. Like, look at this. This is like, it's just look at this. I don't know, guys. What do you guys think? I mean, like, can DC get on this gravy train right now? Can they get to this level?
No, there's nothing they can do to compete. It's, DC is just in a whole different ballgame right now, and they need to come up with some good stuff, man.
Yeah, and that's what I understand. So, like, you got the shirt that I'm wearing, Transformers, right? Their universe, right? You got the Transformers universe. You have G.I. Joe universe. So this is Paramount, right? You got G.I. Joe universe. You got Thundercats that could be universe. You got all these other sort of things that are out there. Marvel Studios has laid the groundwork for people. Like, it's there. The formula is there. Grab that formula, make a universe, and stick to the script. Make it continuous. Keep it going and going and going and going and going. Like, it's not rocket science anymore. It's just straight, like, give me some characters. We don't have to throw everybody in the film together at the same time. We don't need to. All these people don't need to be there at the same time. Like if you do a Transformers movie, I don't need to have Optimus Prime and all the Autobots every single movie, right? I don't need to have the Megatron and all the Decepticons every single movie. Like,
they already kind of did that with Bumblebee, and Bumblebee turned out to be a very good movie by comparison to
right. But if
some of the latest Transformers movies,
right? If they follow that story like that, they follow that formula, they can do something there, right?
Well, the thing is, how many of those characters are interesting on their own? Bumblebee is like a standout as far as that goes.
Nobody knew who the Guardians of the Galaxy was. Nobody knew who Agatha was.
Yeah.
No one knew. I mean, the Fantastic Four around. I mean, but the Fantastic Four, when they did the first movies, they were like, yeah, right. I mean, like Ant-Man. I mean, that movie made $600 million in the movies, like back-to-back films. So, like, there's characters out there. If you get the story right and you could tell it and then have it connected to the universe, that's the key. It's like connecting it to the universe, right? And making it connected. Like G.I. Joe. Like, G.I. Joe has just as many characters as Marvel does when it comes, like, primetime things. You can just throw these dudes and girls in a movie and just be like, you have one big movie. But no, don't do that. Let's do a G.I. Joe movie with a couple of characters. I know they try to do it with Snake Eyes, but like, let's get some. Let's really be real about it and, like, make it happen with a good storyline for these people. And even though I thought the Snake Eye movie was decent.
I think at some point they were looking at doing a Cobra movie as well.
No, I don't need a Cobra movie. Like, I need a G.I. Joe movie, but I need a G.I. Joe movie with a few characters that's building the universe.
But you're saying to break it off a little bit from the same universe. Cobra could have made a fun movie as well, or a good movie.
Well, yeah, you can do a single solo. You can even do a TV show of some of those Cobra characters and how they become, like a Dreadnoughts show on how bad they are. Like, just like how crazy they are with Zartan and on the Dreadnoughts, like how they became Dreadnoughts, like based in the Australian outback, and they're just, doing crimes, and they got a show about them. You've got shows right now that are out there that are about bad. Characters that that are doing things, but you do that with the Dreadnoughts and then have them get recruited by Cobra, and boom, there we go. The Dreadnoughts are in Cobra. Like, there we go. It's a nice, authentic story about.
Lawrence is in the chat. He says Black Panther is about to happen in a bit.
Yeah, Black Panther. Yeah. I'm looking forward to that. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, that's the thing, man. Woo! Like, if Black Panther sort of duds out after all this, and would I be happy? I mean, would I be mad? Would anybody else be mad? Because we're getting all this great content, but it's like Black Panther. But for me, I don't know. It's going to be tough. They can't just drop all these dimes and then just drop me a dud on Black Panther. It's something that we've been waiting for. It's going to be emotional. Passing of Chadwick Boseman, R.I.P. Chadwick, but let's
Marvel just announced the sequel name to the Infinity Saga. It's called the Multiverse Saga.
Yeah, so I wonder if that's going to be Doctor Strange and Clea. Maybe it's not a Doctor Strange movie, but it's a Doctor Strange is in it. All those folks for the Multiverse Saga, and they're trying to fix the multiverse, Loki, all that, Kang.
By the way, going back real quick to the G.I. Joe and Transformers, you do know that they did multiple crossovers in the comic books with those two sets of. They are in the same universe.
Well, yeah, because they're owned by the same company.
But they actually wrote stories around it. They are in the same universe.
Yeah. But I don't think that would work right now. One thing about
but that could actually make an interesting movie to feed one into the other. Actually.
No.
Yeah.
Nobody's gonna go watch G.I. Joe and Transformers together.
Why not?
Because growing up,
I don't understand why not.
Because when growing up, we had G.I. Joe and Transformers separate. Like all the fans, the people that are mainstay hardcore Transformers and G.I. Joe fans didn't watch G.I. We watched them separate. Like Cobra Commander and some Pinthor, they were Destro. All those guys were big enough evil guys to fight the G.I. Joes, Flint, Duke, Bazooka, Iceberg. I can go all the way and I can keep going, right? No. And then Transformers is its own thing. They're big mechanical robots and they're fighting on Earth and doing all sorts of stuff. It just doesn't make any sense. Like it doesn't maybe if you got a universe together and you build a story up and that story then collapse.
I'm telling you, they did that in the comic books. They did that.
That's what I'm saying. But in the movies, you don't just drop a G.I. Joe Transformer movie and say, hey, let's go watch it.
No, you have one movie and you have it just like they do with the Marvel stuff.
No, but
there's
Marvel,
that thing at the end of the movie that drops them in together.
You just have an Avengers movie, bro. You don't just drop Avengers. You just don't have Avengers. Like DC did that with Justice League, and look how that turned out. Like, no, you build a story that eventually gets there.
Yeah, Paul's getting flustered over there.
Dude,
I'm saying you could do that you could do a big Transformers movie, and at the end of the Transformers movie, you do a drop in for the G.I. Joe thing to feed it into the next movie. Which is exactly what Marvel's been doing all along.
No, Marvel doesn't do that. Marvel builds a story of a character.
They did.
They build characters. You have a
and look at the end of at the end of how many movies did Nick Fury show up in?
I know, but that's Nick Fury.
And that drew them together. Stop that. Oh, just stop that.
Dude.
It's the same damn thing.
No, it's not.
All right.
It's exactly the same thing.
Let me give you my take on this, right? Okay, so I'm thinking. So if you're talking Transformers G.I. Joe, right? Here's my take. If they did that, the military that's in Transformers now could essentially be codenamed G.I. Joe in the future. Because they did do a crossover in the cartoons before, where the G.I. Joe drove the Transformers, and there was this little kid that hopped in Bumblebee, and he almost got hurt by the Decepticons, and G.I. Joe came and saved him. That did happen. So it's possible, but are they really going to do something like that? I don't think so. But they could take the existing military in it and call it G.I. Joe.
Right, but then we're missing out on Flint. We're missing out on single stories of these characters that we could have. and we can appreciate.
But you know what, Paris, we are missing out on Psylocke in X-Men, you know, and a real Juggernaut. So, I mean, but hey, who's not to say that Back to the Future and Bill and Ted can't cross paths?
Right. Back to the Future and Bill and Ted. Right. That's what I'm saying. So, like, Paul, all I'm saying, I understand where you're coming from, but you gotta build story. You gotta take a character. Like, if you did a Transformers movie with all the Transformers in it, then you say, okay, these guys versus these guys, and then we're just gonna drop G.I. Joe in the end, and then we'll have G.I. Joe in the next movie. No, you would do, hey, I need to do a Optimus Prime solo movie and him doing a bunch of things and him fighting somebody else, right? Or a couple Transformers and they're doing their own thing. And you build this connected universe all the way up to an ultimate Decepticons versus Autobots Transformer movies. And then if you're doing G.I. Joe, you have the same sort of thing going. You got a Flint movie or a Duke movie or a Flint show or a Sergeant Slaughter show or a movie. You know, you got those things, a Dreadnought show, and you got those things all connected in their own universe, and it's happening. And then at the very end, you say, oh, you know what? This all bleeds together. Let's do a big ass blockbuster Transformers and G.I. Joe movie. Right? Yeah. Then I could see that happening. But no, not just, hey, we're gonna do Transformers and we're gonna drop G.I. Joe in the end of the trailer, and we're gonna say, hey, G.I. Joe, you're now introducing Transformers. Like, no. Like, fans wouldn't go see that, and we wouldn't believe it. It would be not good. I'm all about story, bro.
Namor,
okay, sure.
Namor is confirmed for Black Panther.
Namor. Okay,
that's been rumored for a while.
Yeah, they already did that when the outfits were leaked. Now we're gonna see about the story. We're gonna see that leaked story. I'm not going to go into it, but yeah.
Phase 6 will begin with the Fantastic Four, and then with Avengers: The Kang Dynasty, and Avengers: Secret Wars.
Yep. Wow, that's just. Whew. So it's a 2-part series. Now we just got to get the Russos. By the way, the Russos just did The Gray Man on Netflix, and that was a pretty decent movie. I saw it last night. If you haven't seen that yet, go watch it. It's pretty cool. Shout out to the Russo brothers and all the actors and actresses in that film. They did a great job in it. Wasn't over the top. Good acting, good story. If you like John Wick, there's a little bit of that action sort of fight scene choreography in it. It was good. I like it. Like, if it was in a box office, it probably would have won the weekend. And probably this coming up weekend and the next weekend too. So, yeah, go watch it if you have Netflix. Let's see what else is happening. What's going on? Kang Dynasty. Wow.
I would have to disagree with Anna on Twitter about Marvel fatigue, MCU fatigue. I am not going to be fatigued. I'm going to be all out into watching all this Marvel content.
Anna, where's that at?
The first over here.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, now you're putting it here between the edges. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sorry, but I disagree with that statement. I'm excited.
I've seen some stuff saying that some people are getting a little bit of fatigue about it, but it's to be expected from some. You know, whatever.
There's no.
You know what? Somebody's trying to be funny with this. I have a message for them.
Shut up.
We draw the Paul. Paul, how you feeling, man? How you feeling about all the announcements? Namor in Black Panther. How does that fit?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Isn't Namor like? Isn't he like the? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, how does that work? You know?
Well, I know because like Atlantis in the Avengers movie, when they showed the little dot on the map, it wasn't even close to Wakanda. So, and Wakanda doesn't border the water, so
maybe maybe Atlantis is mobile in the MCU.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I have to figure that out. We're really gonna have to understand sort of what they're doing with it, like, because like, is how does Wakanda all of a sudden fight Atlantis? Do the Atlanteans all swim up and fly over Africa just to get to Wakanda just to fight them, or does it vice versa? All the I don't know.
And why? Why? What would cause them to go? Hey, we got to go after Wakanda. What? Why?
Right.
You know,
Yeah, hopefully they drop a trailer. We get some sort of thing, because it's been a while since we've heard anything about Black Panther. I'm nervous. Um, there's like a whole bunch of stuff that I'm nervous about for this film.
I've never seen something about a movie that's coming out so soon get so quiet. You know.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people
you would think they would.
Oh, they just released it. The teaser trailer, Wakanda Forever, is just released. It's on Marvel Studios' website right now. It's on their Twitter feed, so I don't know if you can get to Marvel Studios' Twitter feed on here. They just released it. It looks pretty.
Again,
cool.
it's a teaser, and we're 2 months out. That kind of usually you get the teaser 2 years out. It's.
Okay, they're showing a wedding. Let me see. Okay, they show. All right, let's see. Something we've been waiting for.
Oh, we can hear the music.
Oh, you can't? Oh, let me pause it. We don't want to get blocked by YouTube.
YouTube's mostly a little nicer about it than the other one. Yeah.
YouTube, sorry, but yeah.
Paris, this is
All
the
of my
longest show we've ever done in the history of 4GTV.
Yes, it is.
It's the longest show. We're breaking records. We got a lot of people tuning in right now. Let's keep it going. The Black Panther trailer is just released. Wakanda Forever. It's on all Marvel's websites and places. So if you're gonna watch it on YouTube, go watch it. Go watch it on all the Marvel sites. Don't watch it from anywhere else. Watch it from the Marvel sites so you don't get spam. Marvel YouTube, Marvel Facebook, Marvel Twitter, all that. Guess we're gonna have to see. Let me see. Okay, this is a little wedding. There's a view of the sunset. I'm just gonna walk through it. So Koye showing up. They're pounding the things. Okay, there goes the Queen. Sherry's crying. Somebody's pregnant. Who is that? Somebody's having a baby. There's an underwater baby. Okay, that looks like that might have been Namor. Yep, Namor. Okay. There's a bunch of whales. They're riding whales, bro.
They're riding whales.
Okay, so what's Wakanda doing? Okay, they're going deep diving. Okay, some military form is on a ship, and they caught places on fire. Shuri and Riri. Okay, so that's where Riri's coming from. Namor is here. Wakanda. Okay, the Queen. She is holding the. Okay, there goes. They show T'Challa. I don't know. I need to watch it.
Guys, on our poll right now, we have 281 votes. Are you excited for the future of the MCU? 89% voted yes, 11% voted no.
Okay, so are we gonna get we got the Dorje Malad, a lot of them. All right, we just got a scene of Black Panther. Let me see what we're seeing. What we're looking at. Is that a female Black Panther or is that a? Let's see. We don't get the full. It kind of looks like it's got the gold. Oh, they're not going to give us any more of that. They'll probably give us some more later on in the trailers. All right. We'll see. You're going to keep people guessing.
maybe in a week or two, maybe we could see if Ryan's free and have him kind of fill us in on the excitement that was there in Hall H.
Yeah, you know what? I think he ended up not going, according to one of his tweets. But there's other people that have been there. I'll
Oh
see if we can
no.
reach out to a few other folks. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're all excited about it. Okay, so Black Panther. How's everyone feeling about the Black Panther trailer? If you have not checked it out, go check it out. Oh, R.I.P. Chadwick. Oh no. I'm still. Maybe I just don't have enough to get excited yet. I'm still holding my breath.
Yeah, I'm watching the trailer right now. We still really don't know what it's about.
Yeah.
You know, or any,
Yeah.
Okay, there's a fire. That's about all we know.
Yep, there's a fire. There's fires.
And if that's Namor, he took a heck of a long walk and swim from Atlantis to.
It's funny that they were riding. They were riding Wells. That was awesome. That was a good scene right there. Yep. I am super excited.
And my guess is apparently Wakanda does have a shoreline because he walked into the.
Yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see. They're paying tribute to Chadwick. So, I mean, they're paying tribute to Chadwick Boseman as Black Panther. So, did they kill him off? Did they kill off T'Challa in the movie? Because that's why they're crying. So, I would assume that's what happened. So, Angela Bassett is the queen of Wakanda, so she's pretty much taken over, it looks like, from the trailer. We'll see. Man, it looks like, okay, so it looks like we talked about this a little bit earlier about them killing off T'Challa, so it looks like that's what they did. Now we just got to get through your emotions and go through it.
See, that's the thing. Like, I figured they would have to do that because I don't think there was any replacement for Chadwick. I think he was just, I mean, he fit that role perfectly, and nobody else could fill those kind of shoes for Marvel. I
don't agree with that. Nobody's irreplaceable, even in a role like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't say anybody's unreplaceable. I would say that they made a decision not to replace him, but everybody can be replaced. There's great talent. Basically, you're just saying that no actor can play T'Challa, which, I mean, there's a lot of great talent out there. I'm just saying, like,
I think. Well, okay, maybe it's better. I think it'd be tough to fill his shoes.
Of course.
Well, yeah,
that's a different conversation, but I'm saying never, like, yeah. All right, looks like Black Panther will wrap up the.
That's how they decided to close it. Which, that's kind of what we said might happen. And
they released the trailer, so we'll see. We will see. R.P. Chadwick. Okay, we got Kendrick Lamar. Man, this has been a great day for Marvel. They reign supreme today on the stage.
I'm really, a lot of people go back and say that they wish that, Marvel remained independent and so forth and so on. But I say this is what I have to say about that. I think that Disney acquiring Marvel was one of the best things that happened to Marvel because it gave them this super budget to create these blockbusters that we have before us and get these actors into these movies and create some of the best stuff that we've ever seen.
Right. Like we've gotten a lot of films. We've gotten really good films. We've got films that have grossed a couple $1 billion, right? We've got people who really likes it. So yeah, I mean, like they've done a wonderful job in giving and hiring Kevin Feige to sort of steer the ship and work with everybody else that works at Marvel Studios and Disney to pull off what they're pulling off. It's just been amazing to see. Like I said, the blueprint is there. I don't know why the hesitation is. You're not copying. Well, even if you do copy the blueprint, like it's like the NFL. In the NFL, when a team is running an offense and they're scoring a ton of points, it's a copycat league. What do you think is going to happen? Another team's going to copy the exact same thing with just with their players and then run it until it all phases out. And then they'll reboot just like defenses. Defenses do the same thing. Like there's a defense doing something that everybody's going to copy it. It's a copycat league. There's nothing wrong with copying a flow in how you want to build your universe out by copying Marvel Studios, by keeping a continuous flow. So, folks, if you're out there and the blueprint is there. Like if you got a GI Joe or Transformers and all that stuff, look at Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, they've got a continuous flow, and it's just like the sitcoms, like not even sitcoms, but like Game of Thrones, like their continuous storyline that continued, and now they're just doing a prequel on top of that, and then they'll probably do a continuation of what they did with Jon Snow, right?
It's just it's just hard though without the Queen of the Dragons.
No, we can do it. We can tell a Jon Snow story.
We'll see how those haven't started yet. We'll see how those actually hold up, and
right.
So it's also important to remember that as far as the that goes, remember the story wasn't finished when the series wrapped up. They actually had to do the last season with George R.R. Martin hadn't even written that part of the story yet. They passed him. He still hasn't written a final chapter, I don't think.
Rogue Panda thinks that the Marvels is going to flop hard.
No, he said he can't wait for the Marvels to flop hard.
He said, what? The Marvels to flop hard? Bro, check this out. Rogue Panda, check this out. Captain Marvel made a gross $1 billion, bro. Like, there's no way that movie's gonna flop. And then you got all the other stuff that's tied into it. No way. And look where it's positioned at, like in the timeline. And go look where it's positioned at. Like it's tied into too many things for you can be like, oh, I need to go. Like you gotta watch it to And Marvel does this strategically. Like you gotta go watch it because you're like, oh, I'm gonna miss something, right? It's like right after Guardians of the Galaxy, and you got Loki. It's like right there. You got Loki coming out in the summer of 2022 or 2023, and then you got at the end of the summer, which July, well, the midsummer or whatever, you got the Marvels, right? And then after that, you got Blade, and you got Ironheart, right? So it's like you're gonna want to. There's gonna be a continuation of the story somewhere in there, right? From Secret Invasion into from Quantumania, Secret Invasion, and the Marvels. So I'm trying to say it's gonna flop. I just don't see it. Like you can't just say it's gonna flop without giving me some proof. Are we okay with them killing T'Challa? No, I'm not okay with it. I'm still not okay with it. Like, even though I watched this trailer and people are hyped and all that stuff, like, no, I'm not okay with it. Like, the movie better be good.
See, that's tough for me because, like, for me, I put Chadwick on this pedestal as being the only Black Panther in the movies, So it's hard for me to say no to that because for me, Chadwick was the man. He was the guy that was Black Panther in my mind.
Right. What I don't want them to do in this movie is all of a sudden Wakanda's getting attacked again, right? And it's sort of rinse, watch, repeat, which is okay, which is fine. But this time they have Shuri as Black Panther and she saves the day against the invasionist Atlanteans, right? And they make them to be some sort of evil thing, even though Namor in general has never been a team player. I mean, he's part of the Avengers and all that stuff. He's always done his own thing, but you know, he's always been rude, sort of thing. But don't tell me that they're going to come invade Wakanda and we have another invasion of Wakanda again, right? I think this is probably where Doctor Doom gets introduced too. I think so, which would be awesome to see. And have Doctor Doom sort of lingering across all these movies, but not really introduced until maybe Fantastic Four or something. Or maybe even the what's that other movie? Let me just look. Phase 5, Captain America: New World Order, or even the Thunderbolts movie. Sort of something like that would be cool to see Doctor Doom sort of emerge and have him spill into Fantastic Four as Phase 6 starts. But yeah, no, I'm not going to call myself the last holdout, but I'm not. I don't know. We'll see.
What is everybody's?
I still gotta watch it. We can do dope trailers all we want. We still gotta watch it.
What is everybody's thoughts in the chat of everything for Marvel so far? Phase 5, beginning of Phase 6. Curious. And is anyone else disappointed that there's no word about an official Juggernaut like I am? I will stand on this hill. I will stand on this hill that Juggernaut should be in Phase 5.
No, just no.
Why are we talking about Juggernaut?
Just because he's the greatest villain of all time.
I mean,
I will stand.
You can see all this dope content drop, but you're talking about Juggernaut.
Yeah, look, I don't. Kang? Yeah, you know, blah.
Man, Phase 6, bro. Once we open up the mutants in Phase 6, I think, and I think we might even get the mutants in the Marvels movie, right? I think we might get some of them there, because they already introduced Miss Marvel as a mutant, and I think if you kind of do that there, that could be awesome. Now, where does Shang-Chi play at in here? Like, where does he come in? Is he going to be in an Avengers movie? Because he's out of the Phase 5 theme here, unless you throw him in Captain America: New World Order or the Thunderbolts movie. So we're not going to have a Shang-Chi. Like, where's Eternals at in here? Eternals, are they in the Marvels? Like, where do they fit in this Phase 5? Or do they even fit? Like, do we got to wait till Phase 6 to address the big, huge planet?
They gave us the one good thing they had to give us, and that was Blade. That's it. They're done.
Yeah, well, they gave us Blade. That's it, right? Yeah, you know, if you're looking at like, where does Eternals, like, are we not going to address the fact that there's a big, huge thing in the middle of the Earth that needs to, maybe in Quantumanium, that's one of their jobs they need to do. Maybe they're saying, hey, Dr. Pym, you guys need to shrink this being down, and they go and they shrink it to a toy that's sticking out the Earth, you know, with their technology, right? And in doing so, they open up a portal. I don't know. I'm just it just needs to be addressed. I just can't believe that it's not addressed.
And the problem they have is if they shrink it down, you have the issue of all of a sudden there's a whole lot of empty space in the middle of the planet. Okay, I mean,
I gotta get some water. Be right back. And some tissues for my tears about Juggernaut. Back. You just crushed me.
I thought you were crying over the Wakanda Forever.
No, he's crying because there's no Juggernaut movie coming out.
No Juggernaut movie. Oh my gosh.
I just tweeted at Marvel about that Juggernaut, so if everybody wants to retweet that and like it, please do so.
All the stuff that's excited for, like, don't care. Yeah, we don't care. Thanks, Back from the Dead. We do. You're Juggernaut. What? Who is Juggernaut? some 9'8" dude that runs around and smashes through buildings and walls, and is scared of his brother who can mind control him. That's why he wears a big red helmet around.
And he's not exactly the smartest guy in the group, you know.
Right? You know, come on, Juggernaut. You go read his origin story. Oh my gosh! Hey, Marvel, can you officially put Juggernaut in the MCU? Oh my gosh, we'll see. I mean, Juggernaut is cool. Yeah, starting to get some of the reviews about the trailer. People are like, "Oh, there's a Black Panther trailer. There's looks okay, but there's a lot of questions. A lot of questions. That's what I have. I have a lot of questions.
Yeah, it didn't really hype me up for the movie.
Yeah, I mean, they tied in the emotional. They thought the emotional sort of drag by killing off T'Challa in their funeral and all that stuff. It's like supposed to, like, it does. It is emotional because Chadwick really did die and he really did have a funeral,
right?
And it's like they're playing off of that a little bit of something that happened.
But as far as the movie itself, it didn't make me go, I want to go see this.
I need a little bit more to understand sort of like what I'm gathering here from this. So, yeah. Yeah.
Carlo forever to get a glass of water, apparently.
Yeah. I mean, so we'll see. I mean, I'm like, what killed T'Challa?
Yeah.
They better not say cancer. Like, I mean, like, it's just, like I said, there's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. You know, he gets blipped, he comes back, and then he dies.
You know, I hope they do it justice. Unlike, I never thought they did Carrie Fisher justice with the way they handled her in Star Wars.
Star Wars, yeah.
They had the opportunity, where they had the other character. I can't think of her name. Sacrifice her life running the big ship into the planet to try to stop him or whatever. And to me, that could have been Princess Leia. Instead, they had to do the whole, computer generated Princess Leia thing for the
flying through space.
Like, yeah, it's like, why didn't you had this great scene, this heartfelt scene? You would have had people in the theaters crying their eyes out for the loss of Carrie Fisher.
Yeah,
Instead, right. And it would have fit the movie and fit the story. Okay, Princess gave her life for the Republic. That's exactly what she would have done. Instead, we got what we got. So hopefully they did this justice more than I think that one did.
Right.
Whole new phase and no X-Men or mutants. Yeah. That's true. We didn't see anything on the schedule for
what?
X-Men mutants side, did we? Really?
No, there was no mutants anything. Other than the Marvels, and I think that's probably where we'll probably get our introduction to more mutants is the Marvels. That makes the most sense to me based off of the schedule of what they got going on, and then maybe in Daredevil he has to, defend some of the mutants also in court, and maybe in She-Hulk she's defending people. Maybe she's also defending some people with the mutant gene that got powers that did something that no one can explain yet, right?
Remember, She-Hulk's going to be a half-hour comedy, so I'm if they do bring in some of them, I'm hopefully, part of me wants them to go there, the other part doesn't want me to go there to go into the whole, I don't know if you ever watched any of the Harvey Birdman attorney at law things they did on Cartoon Network, where they brought in known characters and they had to defend them for whatever reason. It made it interesting.
Right. Yeah, so folks, how y'all feeling about Marvel's day today? I mean, or the last 2 days? Like dropped a lot of content. And we still haven't even got Star Wars yet. So all the Star Wars stuff. So like,
Yeah.
oh man, like Disney, Marvel today, Marvel with the animation shows yesterday, all the releases. So we got what? Let me just break this down for what Marvel did in the last couple of days. We got Marvel Zombies. You got What If Season 2. You got X-Men 97. You got Spider-Man Freshman Year.
I was just about to say that.
You got Moon Girl and the Devil Dinosaurs. What else is there? And that's all just from Marvel. And then you have all the shows that we just saw today, all the stuff from Phase 5. So you got all that stuff, including the stuff they showed yesterday from the animation releases. Like, that is a lot of content they're again about to drop on our heads in the next 2 years. So it's like, if you're a fan of the Marvel Studios and stuff like that, we're in good hands. Now, there was a question that somebody posed. I don't know if it was in here or in our group, was without the big sort of 3 or 4 movie stars that have been in Marvel Cinematic Universe, or just the characters themselves for Phase 5, will Phase 5 be good? So, like, let me just go to Phase 5. Let me look at it to see what we're looking at here, because Phase 5 had Phase 5. Sorry, it's taking me a bit to bring Phase 5 up because I posted it, and now I've got so much action in our group. A lot of people are posting things, so I can't. A lot of people joining the group here. Let me go. Yes. Let's see, Phase 5. Sorry, folks. It's taking me a little bit to. Why would I need to do it? I can just bring it up on Marvel Studios website. This has been an incredible day, folks, to watch all this happen, like, live. Like, all the people that are watching us live right now, go ahead and click that like button for us. Drop your comments in the comment section so we can see what you think about what you've seen today. Here we go. So Phase 5, we've got Quantumania. So after Black Panther closes us out for Phase 4, we've got Quantumania that kicks us off in February of 2023. So February 17th of 2023 is when we get Ant-Man Quantumania, and that's when we get our another introduction to Kang. Because Kang, it was in Loki, and if you remember at the end of Loki, the Loki variant killed Kang, and after that happened, all hell broke loose as far as like the multiverses and stuff like that. The timeline went crazy. So as Kang was telling the story about there only could be one, Kangs usually fight each other to try to be the ultimate Kang so they can rule over all the different multiverses and stuff like that, the timelines. So they'll travel around killing each other. And then there can be one. So however that Kang won, he was able to keep his timeline in check and keep everything in order, and can manipulate the timeline. That's why he created the TVA in this one. So, but he looks like he got tired of wanting to do it and wanted to do something else and got himself killed just because he knew more Kangs would come back. So in Quantumania, we're going to get that February 17th, and then we get Secret Invasion in springtime. They don't got an announced date, but it's in spring. So I would probably say April. And then after that, well, maybe late March, April, maybe mid-March, April, because you got May 6th or 5th. I can't really see it clearly, but May 5th or 6th, you got Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. So that's kicking off the summertime movies. That's going to be a nice movie because you got Adam Warlock in it. If you remember, if you watched Thor, Love and Thunder, if you haven't seen it yet, hopefully you have already seen it, but if you haven't, close your ears. Guardians of the Galaxy left Thor on the planet because they were like, we're going to go try to help all these other people out. So because Gore the God Butcher was going around slaying gods and everyone had a distress signal. And Guardians of the Galaxy, they've now turned into sort of, let's say, cops. Maybe cops or hero cops or something like that. Galaxy cops, where they travel around saving people and helping people, or helping alien, whatever you want to say, helping, doing good things in the universe. So that's what they've been doing. So,
did you see
Greg,
this?
if you need help and you can find them, you call the Guardians of the Galaxy. They're the A
right.
of the
Yeah.
Did you
Call
see
the Guardians?
Borat 2's Mariah Bakalova is voicing Cosmo the dog in Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Oh, nice. It'll be good to hear Cosmo again.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. So you got Guardians of the Galaxy that's coming in May. So after that, you've got summer 2023, which probably is in June time. You've got Echo. And then after that, you got season 2 of Loki, right? So you've got between June. So this is the interesting thing. I am thinking Loki is going to be in August or September, because July 8th is the Marvels. And I think that makes sense to have Loki after the Marvels, because then you're trying to fit into this tight window of Loki, of Echo, and then Loki, and then the Marvels. Like in that from May to July, you got 2 shows and a movie, 2 movies and 2 shows within 3 months. Like that would be too much. So I think they would probably move it out into September or August, Loki. And then after that, we got Blade in November, right after Halloween. So the Halloween, we got Blade, this is going to be awesome, right? And then hopefully we get the Black Knight in it too. So that's what I'm hoping. Then we get Ironheart for the fall, going into the wintertime. And then we've got Agatha. And then we've got in the spring of 2024, 18 episodes of Daredevil. Now, for the fans, if we're talking 18 episodes of Daredevil, how do you think Marvel Studios should release it? Should they release it all at once, or should they do weekly? If they do weekly, we're talking spring of 2024. So March, April, that will then 18 episodes every week. That's going to go over May 3rd of Captain America New World Order, which could be fine. But there may be some overlap there. Unless they drop, we get 5 episodes one week, or we get 2 episodes one week or something like that. They do back-to-backs and stuff.
Are they dropping them on Disney Plus?
Yeah, it's Disney Plus.
Then it's probably going to be weekly over an 18-week period.
Right.
See, this is where I would have to disagree. I would hope that they just drop it all at once, because I like content. Feed me content. I am
for the reason. But the reason they keep subscribers is because they spread out the drops. They do that on purpose.
Right.
Oh, you might me.
Get like the first week they may drop 2, because they've done that before. But no, they're probably gonna do what they've been doing and keep it at a weekly drop. Why would they change what they've been doing?
Yeah.
So.
Wow, there is a lot to take in from today from Marvel with Phase 5, and they even talked about the beginning of Phase 6, and Kevin Feige told everybody, hey, I'll see you again next year.
Right. So just think about what you're going to be getting here. You have, at the end of Phase 5, right, the next 2 movies, we got Captain America, New World Order in May, and then in July, we have the Thunderbolts, right? So we're in and out. So it looks like if you were to look at that springtime when Daredevil releases, so if they were to carry that out 18 weeks of spring, so a spring 18 weeks would then both probably lead up into Thunderbolts, right? If you did it weekly, that's a lot of weeks for Daredevil. That's why I probably say they probably may release a couple of episodes every week or something like that. Maybe 2 a week, maybe 3, because it's gonna go over Captain America.
But that's not going to hurt anything. Why would they don't necessarily,
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, right. It won't hurt anything, but like we just don't know, right? I'm just talking about it as continuity goes when you're talking about dropping them all at different times and stuff. So, yeah. So now you got Captain America, and then you end it off with Thunderbolts. Are we going to get Red Hulk?
So I hope so. I mean, that could be just a wish and a dream far away, but Red Hulk is very has his time and place in the comics, so it'd be great to see him translate it into the MCU.
Right, Red Hulk. Who's all on the Thunderbolts? Can we get a Thunderbolts team? Who's all on the Thunderbolts? That's a good question. Who's all on the Thunderbolts, Paul? Do you know?
I have no idea.
All right, I'm gonna look.
No idea who they. You're the Marvel guy. You tell me.
Thunderbolts. All right, Thunderbolts team members. Ooh. I mean, there's been so many of them, meaning that there's been so many people that have been in a group. So you've got Baron Zemo, you got Taskmaster, you got the Fixer, Moonstone, Songbird, Atlas. Like, now, that's just some. But you've also had folks like the Red. Let me just see how many people have actually been. Oh, this is just the current members, and some of these people haven't even been introduced in Marvel Cinematic Universe yet. So, oh man, I need to go back and look at the old members.
Adrian, as far as Armor Wars, that's probably going to be a D23. I would imagine the Disney Plus stuff.
Yeah, D23, and it's probably be part of Phase 6 now. I think Armor War should be a movie. That's just my particular thoughts on that. Cool.
Man, I'm seeing some DC fans not happy either right now. I'm seeing them get a little sad. I mean, I feel bad, DC has some great characters.
Right. How come DC can't be if you're a Marvel fan, like how come you can't be both a DC and Marvel fan? I know. People just don't want to do it. But, look at what's coming out. Look what Marvel did today. Like, this is beyond epic when it's the best. Lawrence, I hear he falls ill in the comics. I know, but he doesn't die in the comics because he's ill. He actually he has a purple herb. He's Black Panther. He's like, yeah. I guess we'll see. Downey and Evans are gone. They need Holland, Hemsworth, and Mackie to be the new faces. No, Peter, I hear what you're saying about X-Men. Now, I think the X-Men characters are going to be sprinkled in over this entire Phase 5 and Phase 6. Like, I don't think we're going to get like a X-Men movie. Here goes X-Men, right? I think it's going to be more of a, here goes a few characters that have mutant abilities. You know, maybe that's why I'm thinking Rogue could be in the Marvels, which would be just epic. Like, she's bad but good sort of thing. I like the fact that that can go down with if they sprinkle them into the universe. It'd be cool. That's what I'm talking about. Where the heck is Armor Wars? Yeah, Adrian, I think Clown said something about that.
Yeah, I think we're going to see more in D23 for stuff like that.
Yeah. I'm pushing for a movie. We'll see.
Yeah.
See, Marvel Studios, can we make that a movie?
No, they already announced that it's a Disney Plus show.
Yeah, it's a TV show, but they can change. I mean, we got 3 years. 2025.
So you're saying there's hope for the Juggernaut? You hear this, guys? You hear this?
There's always hope for the Juggernaut.
Yes, that's what I like to hear.
Hope. There's always hope. There's always hope. But you know,
Marvel,
we'll
if you happen to listen to this later on, I have a serious question. Can you make a Juggernaut themed controller anywhere? Doesn't matter where, just a Juggernaut themed controller and put it on the shelf.
Hey, one thing I also like to call out is the fact that we didn't get Deadpool 3 and we didn't get Spider-Man 4. So, and in 2024, I think there's only 2 Marvel movies announced, right? Let me just make sure. Let's make sure, because if that's the case, then there's room. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 20, we got 1, 2. Yeah, so in 2024, we only have 2 Marvel movies. And in 2023, we get 4 Marvel movies. We get Quantumania, Guardians of the Galaxy, The Marvels, and Blade. So that means there's 2 movies from Phase 5 that we're missing. Potential 2 or 3. I would probably go ahead and say, well, no, 2. We're missing 2, but one of them can go in. We can add one based on these timelines that they got. Because in May 2024, you got. Well, that's almost. Wait a minute. Yes. So if you look at Blade. Blade comes out in November of 2023, right? So if Blade comes out in 2023, May is the next entry for a movie, and that's May 3rd, 2024. So normally there's a movie in February. Normally there's a movie in February. So there's a slot right there for a movie at the beginning of 2024 for a movie, which could be Deadpool 3 or Spider-Man 4. Just tossing it out there because we're talking 2 years from now. And generally it takes, about a year and a half to make a movie. So they could start filming next year. And then you have the block after Thunderbolts is released in July of 2024. So after May 2023, you got July 2024 for, May 2024. You got in July 2024 the Thunderbolts. And then after the Thunderbolts, there's nothing until you reach Phase 6 with when I guess I got to look to see when whatchamacallit is released. Fantastic Four. So if Fantastic Four is in 2024, then we have that movie. So we potentially can have one more movie in 2024 that we can get tossed in there. Can it be Deadpool? Can it be Spider-Man? Like, what movie? Like, we should do a poll. What movie would you want to see in 2024 that we're missing in that gap. Do you want Deadpool or do you want Spider-Man? Deadpool 3 or Spider-Man 4? It's a good question. It's a good question. What do you think? Clowns, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. No, I'm here. Graphics in here now saying, "What did I do?" Because he sees Dinks's comment about a skin for controller.
Oh, okay. A controller skin.
What do you think will happen to the MCU after the multiverse saga? No, that's a good question. I don't see the MCU ever stopping, to be honest. There's just way too many different universes and ways for them to collide. And eventually, hopefully, we get some symbiotes in this MCU. So I think it's going to keep on going. I mean, Disney has really taken Marvel movies to the next level, and it's become a prime source of content for Disney Plus, as well as their studios. And it's just not going to slow down, man. I don't know what we would see after, though. I couldn't predict the next type of crossover or the next type of storyline. That would be very hard to predict.
Well, all of it is, and just because they're on a high right now doesn't mean they'll be on a high 10 years from now. And because you got to realize is just like with anything, it's going to be between who's running the studio, who's running the back offices, how creative are they? Because I'm not saying it will happen, but we can't assume that it's always going to be able to stay at the same high level that it is, because history has shown that just won't happen. So it's just a matter of hopefully they won't get so tied into we're doing so great we can do no wrong that they end up being too big for their britches. Because that's when things start to tend to fall apart. Hopefully they only move forward if it's really a good story and not just a money grab. As pessimistic as that sounds.
No,
don't
yeah.
just start cranking out. Just don't start cranking out stuff to crank out stuff. Yeah.
We also have Graphic God's question. He didn't hear our answer to the symbiote question regarding Secret Wars. So he asked earlier if we think Secret Wars would lead to a new origin, I believe, of Venom or symbiotes. And, there was that symbiote left in the MCU. So there's a possibility we might get some symbiotes, but it may not be Venom directly or Carnage without Sony's, agreement or whatever. But we might see a brand new type of symbiote.
Right. And if it is a symbiote and they agree to say, okay, you can use the symbiote in Marvel Studios, and since Spider-Man is tied into it, so you would basically say, okay, for Spider-Man 4, somehow that symbiote makes its way from that bar all the way to Boston and takes over some of the friends and stuff like that. People that are going to the school. I don't know. Just it makes its way back. Now, if you watch She-Hulk, some people are saying like in the bar that they're at, it's the same bar that was in it was the same bar that was in the end of Spider-Man. So that's the case. That may be how that symbiote makes its way, hitches a ride back to the United States, and there we go. So, and there it is in New York. So there's a few things they could do and work out and make it make sense to get that symbiote over to New York. And if that's the case, then we have a way. There it is right there. You heard it here from, I wouldn't say you heard it here first, but a lot of people said the same thing because once they saw the She-Hulk trailer, they say, hey, that's the same bar as the same bar that was in the end of Spider-Man where Venom was at. So, yeah, that could be it. And then the symbiote is in New York or wherever, or Boston, and starts taking over people, and you get some sort of version of this universe's version of Venom, which can happen. You know.
I could just see the legals over there flipping through the thesaurus. What's another word for Venom that we can name the character? Because it can't be Venom.
Well, I mean, they've got a good relationship. They can work out something like, hey, hey, we'll let you put Sony PlayStations and Sony TVs in the movie, right, for advertising. So a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, because we know so well that Sony Pictures plays well with others. Oh wait, no, they don't usually.
Yeah, well, I mean, Marvel Studios and them agreed to things, so they've been able to,
Yeah.
I don't want to trash. You can't trash anybody about that. They've agreed to things.
No, I just look at the history of it. That's all I'm saying is.
Also, okay, so there's other movies in Phase 6. They just showed 3. Okay, what are those movies? Oh yeah, you mean Secret Wars and oh, okay, I think the people are chatting in the chat. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
I thought there's 3 more movies. Like, really? 3 more? What movies are those? Juggernaut, Solo. Be cool. I think Carla would have a heart attack if they announced Juggernaut as the Solo.
What? Where? Juggernaut? Where? Somebody say Juggernaut?
Juggernaut's personality is only good for a 15 minutes short on Disney Plus. Okay, right next to I Am Groot. Yeah.
Let me see if I can find out what Secret Invasion is going to be about on Disney Plus. I wonder if it's going to stay aligned to the comics or if they're going to go off with it.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting.
So IMDb just has a quick synopsis, right? Fury and Talos try to stop the Skrulls who have infiltrated the highest spheres of the Marvel Universe.
Yep. So that's the queen of the Skrulls. So somehow they make their way to Earth, and they invaded the governments. So, and that's sort of what Secret Invasion is about. And then that leads into Secret War and a big, huge thing. And and then after that, we can get a Civil War too. Captain America versus Captain Marvel on how they want to deal with all this.
One thing I'd like to say, man, for Samuel L. Jackson, he is still killing it acting wise. He's a great guy. He does a great job. Surprised he's still out there, hustling, doing it.
He's out there, man, making it happen, bro. Making it happen. I think he's 70 years old, but he's making it happen. Oh man, this has been a hell of a day. I can't believe we've been on this long. I think we're gonna break a record for 4GQ TV on live.
Yeah, we might even beat the Iron Lords for the longest episode.
And we're wearing Crocs. Crocs.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? I saw some Crocs in Black Panther, so no.
Yeah, but weren't they the ones with teeth?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Alligator Loki?
Spider. What is that?
Where?
Is that breaking? What's Scarlet Spider? What is that? Show? Movie? It's just breaking. It's on your screen right there. Disney Plus. The cartoon, Scarlet Spider. Marvel Studios original series. It's got to be animated. That's going to be a show.
I will go to IMDb and get us a synopsis of that next.
Yes. I like being a member of IMDb. Hey, being a member of IMDb is cool because you can just sign in and you get I mean, you do got to pay for the subscription, but it's pretty cool. You get access to a lot of stuff that you normally wouldn't get access to. So, come on, Marvel.
Yeah, I still need to get my my stuff added to IMDb. But you know,
let's see. I don't see it released on Marvel Studios thing yet. Let me go to this. Maybe they're trying to they're letting the Black Panther thing heal. Black Panther. Black Panther bleed. Okay, I'm gonna close DC because DC hasn't released anything yet. Let's see. Well, no, they did. Let's see. Blue Beetle, Graduation Day. What is that? New
I'm
comic
looking forward
series.
to that.
It's a comic series, Blue Beetle.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
The Sandman was the last thing they released, so they talked about Blue Beetle.
Nothing's up on IMDb yet, really.
Yeah.
The one that's showing looks like a short from something else.
Wakanda Forever. So Namor is going to be in Wakanda Forever. So is he the villain?
Yeah, that's what I'm confused about, actually.
There's got to be another person that they're not showing, and I'm thinking Doctor Doom.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. There's got to who's the big bad, because if the big bad is Namor, it really doesn't make sense. You know, at least not on.
Hey, thanks, Peter. Thanks for the sub. Don't forget to sub as we're trying to get to 13,000. We're close. I mean, YouTube's been playing with our numbers. We had got up to 22,000 before, and next thing you know, we're back at 14 and 13. I don't know, but yeah, if you sub, join the channel, watch some of our videos. We do some giveaways. Also, we also do interviews with folks in the industry, so you can go back and see some of the videos that we've. Interviews. I know
we've got some getting lined up really soon here.
Yeah, so if you're new to the channel, we got some new folks coming on that are probably going to be attached to a lot of the stuff that you're seeing today, and over this weekend, from Marvel Comics to DC Comics to the Boys to all sorts of stuff. So, and people previously who we interviewed are also attached to this stuff. So, it's cool. Yeah. It's pretty fun to talk to these people, and they've been gracious with their time to come on to share some of their awesome journeys when it comes to creating some wonderful content, comics, all that stuff, movies, TV shows.
Yeah, and just to give you an idea, real quick. Sorry to cut you off, Paris. Some of the people that we're gonna have on is Maury Hollowell, colorist from Marvel. He's coming back on. We're gonna have Carl Moline. He did a lot of X-Men stuff back in the 90s. He did some Magnetos that were really cool. We're gonna have Sarah Sakura, voice actress, come back on. Derek Robertson, co-creator of The Boys, come back on. So we got some people, come back on the channel, and I hope you guys check out our interviews as well. We've done a tremendous list of interviews. We've interviewed so many people since 2014. Interviewed Netflix stars, documentary producers, tons of voice actors as well. One recently who became very well known, Allison Packard, in the anime community. She's a really cool person. Very good vibes. So check all that stuff out, man.
Yeah, so just go back and look into our videos and have some fun. Yeah. Oh, Blade. I'm looking forward to that. Oh, there's just Marvel just did an outstanding job today. There's just a lot of stuff. A lot of people are going to be able to consume over the next couple of weeks. We're just going to be able to be like, what?
And I think they're doing more tomorrow, aren't they?
Well, tomorrow is the day, but that's going to be probably more laid back. They dropped all the movie stuff today. Today was a big day. So
I bet you there's
it's
so
great.
many people there right now at the at SDCC. They're like, "Oh man, can you show us more? Can you just show us a little bit more?"
I hope not. They better be happy what they got today. Today was dope. Today was a lot of cosmic stuff going on.
IGN saying that Namor is going to be a villain in the MCU.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what I just commented on their thing. That's one thing I was hoping that would not happen. This whole Atlantis versus Wakanda thing. I was hoping not.
I hope they make it make sense. Is what I hope. I hope. Anyway, hey, I got to go because I gotta go. Let's just put it that way. So
No, you're good, Paul.
yeah. So I'm going to take off. So let me say real quick, you can find me at Twitter, CerebralPaul1, Twitch and YouTube at CerebralPaul. And on Mondays on the Xbox Ambassador Twitch channel. Please follow me there. This week I will be continuing my run through As Dusk Falls, which is a great game so far. Enjoying it a lot. Just dropped on the Game Pass or the Xbox Everywhere. Or is it Xbox Anywhere? One of those things. Yeah. Anyway,
you're out of here, Paul.
I'm out of here. So because I got to go. Yeah.
Congratulations
All right,
on your
good
longest podcast in history, Paul.
Yes.
It might be. I may have done one longer, but yeah.
You're breaking records, bro.
Breaking records. So y'all have a good night. And
all right,
we'll
man.
be getting together again soon.
And here's a pineapple for you.
Shut up.
We're still rolling. We're still rolling. There was a question about who's going to be playing the villain in Blade. There was some discussion. The guy that plays Homelander could be playing Dracula because he just tweeted a couple of days ago that he's going to be taking a break from Twitter. He's active on Twitter too, so he's going to be taking a break. And Blade starts filming in October, or has started filming now. So and stuff like that. So little stuff. So I think we're going to could be a little bit of something there, which would be awesome. And I know, hey, how can they just introduce Dracula right away? Why not? Because it's Dracula. You know, and you can carry the Blade story out versus Dracula for a while if you want to do a couple movies on it. So, you know, him and Black Knight fighting Dracula and all that stuff in this weird new universe we're in. Yeah. Would you guys want to see Blade fight Dracula?
You know, I don't know.
But if the actor from Homelander is playing Dracula, just imagine like the extra sauce he's going to put on that role, you know, from the stuff he does as Homelander. You know, it's just like the way he played Homelander. Could be epic.
If you're watching this, please like, share, subscribe, share this out, tell everybody about it. We had very long, in-depth Marvel discussions on today's show. Very good stuff to talk about. And it's been a tremendous day for Marvel fans, I would say. I think Marvel has really won the hearts at SDCC today. It's, I mean, you just see these feeds blowing up here with Black Panther and Multiverse Saga, Avengers Secret Wars, Namor, you know, Scarlet Spider.
The list goes on and on and on that you can just dive into a conversation with someone with, right? Because if you look at it, you got Quantumania, right? That starts in November of 2023. So you got that, right? Let's just say you start that, but then you got who they just announced that's going to be in that movie, MODOK. So you got MODOK's going to be attached to Quantumania. He's going to be in it. So it's like, wow, you're going to have MODOK in there, and you got King, you got all this stuff. You're like, just Ant-Man is going to be the vibe. You know, it's going to be just awesome. And that's just one. It's just like, that's just one movie right there. Like where are we? Like, when is it gonna? So you just be like, take all this in and just be like, just take it. Like, oh my gosh, like we're just gonna continue to get this amazing content from them. One of the things I hope they probably start doing, which would be cool, would be not to kill off their villains so fast. Some of these villains, like they kill them off, and they're like, "Oh, how come they didn't survive?" Like, some of the villains just get killed off, and we're like, "Okay, well, I guess they're not coming back." So that's the only thing I hope that they do with some more of these characters is not kill them off.
Yeah, Peter, I agree with you. The Boys is an amazing series. We're friends with Derek Robertson, the co-creator of The Boys. We've interviewed him twice now. Once about The Boys and about his other previous creations, and then a second time about Batman Fortress with Gary Whitta. And he's actually going to come back on and do a recap of The Boys Season 3 with us.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be epic. What else are people looking forward to? Like, what are your excitements? Like, just tell me, just throw one out there. Man, because we can continue to go on and on and on. Oh, a Soldier Boy? Yeah, Soldier Boy was awesome. Hey, one other good question. Where is Vision? Where's Vision?
Maybe the Juggernaut took him out.
Maybe the last time we saw Vision, in Phase 5, where's Vision showing up?
Somebody posted something about Vision. Let's translate this.
Really? What do they say?
They want to know, the same thing that you said. They want to know what happened to Vision. Where's Vision?
Where's Vision? Because there is no Wanda in this from Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness, except in the Multiverse Saga, right? So, but the Wanda and Vision thing, I think, is dead. That whole thing is gone. That's a whole nother thing that's not going to manifest itself anymore. That's what I think. And it makes sense, too, because, yeah. But where is Vision? Is he in the Marvels? Definitely not in Blade. Captain America, New World Order? Is he in Daredevil? He needs a lawyer. So people, where is Vision returning at? We should make that a poll.
Yep.
What movie is Vision returning? Oh man. His vision just flew away, and that was it at the end of WandaVision. That's been a long time.
He's gone, right?
It's been a long time ago. Like, he's just gone. Like, we've had full feature films that have been out without him. Oh, they're saying Reggae John Page is joining the cast of Secret Invasion. Huh.
Interesting.
All right, so if he's joining the cast of Secret Invasion, what character is he playing? Is he playing a hero? Is he playing the new Black Panther? I don't know. We'll see. We will see. So, Culture Crave. Culture Crave. Secret Invasion. Nice. Oh, yeah, he did a good job in the Gray Man. I don't know if people watched that yet. So, he's playing a CIA director type in the movie The Gray Man. So, if you haven't seen that, go watch it. It's on Netflix. Woo!
I gotta agree with you, Lawrence, on that. I think they probably are saving those for D23 shows.
Yeah, they're gonna make him D23. If they don't make him Casper, you mean make him Casper from Black Panther? That could be something for Secret Wars? Secret Invasion, sorry. Secret Invasion. Yeah. White Tiger. White Tiger. Well, White Tiger could be something.
I see that it seems like the only thing that DC got people excited about, well, two things: Shazam and Black Adam. That's it.
Right.
That's all I'm seeing.
If you watch the Shazam trailers, Black Adam stuff, it's like minimal to what you just seen today. It's like, and The Rock and Black Adam's like, hey, let's go, Black Adam, let's get it going. Which I think they hope they can, but DC, man, we got to get the Man of Steel. You got to come back. You got to bring us something. Look at that post by Phase 5. Look at that post in Phase 5. Look at that Phase 5 and then Phase 6. Like, oh my gosh, like DC, like, all right, I mean, like, you gotta be, if you want to compete and jump in the arena, you gotta fix it, man. We want to see it be successful too. And there's a lot of DC fans, and I think they can. Key is win.
Another thing too is that DC had an opportunity with Stargirl, and I didn't see any news about Stargirl in the feeds today on Twitter.
They're doing a Peacemaker. They're doing a Peacemaker season 2, so that's coming. So, can expect that to draw some interest. James Gunn's redoing that, but that was already announced. And James Gunn confirmed it on Twitter today. Just was like, yeah, that's been announced a couple months ago, but people want to sort of drive it home again. But yeah, Peacemaker season 2 could be something.
And why hasn't DC utilized doing like a Catwoman show like that? Wouldn't that do good, don't you think?
Yeah. Catwoman. Oh, they have a lot of characters, bro. DC has a lot of characters where they could just draw some stuff and just make it happen. Like they can really make it happen. They just need to. I just think the focus needs to be right after Black Adam. It's like really jump on it. Like let's go. Like we want to see the success, because once Marvel taps into the X-Men stuff, it's just gonna be even more of just like, yo, this is like after these next two phases, like as we get into Phase 6, after Secret Wars is over, they bring in the X-Men universe into the thing as they start that those individual movies and series and stuff like that. They're just gonna tap that well, and we can just be like, oh, we got these characters. Like, and one thing that Marvel has been good at is taking characters that are out there and turning regular ones into household names, right? Ones that you never heard before, and they're becoming successful IP properties. Like, look at Guardians of the Galaxy, right? People are like, who are they? Like, why are they doing a movie on these peeps, right? James Gunn was able to pull it together and make it happen, and then now they're household names, all of them. Groot, Rocket,
yeah,
all of them. Everybody knows who they are. They did a video game. The video game was super successful. Guardians of the Galaxy was awesome. So, right, they took that team and made it into something cool. So Marvel has the ability to do it, and I don't know why DC hasn't jumped on that, sort of utilize the strength of their characters to make these things happen. So yeah, we're super excited. I don't know what else is going on. We're trying to figure out what the Scarlet Spider is, if anybody has any news on Scarlet Spider, unless that's just a fake post. We're not sure. I haven't been able to find anything on Scarlet Spider, if that's even really, well, no one official. But one thing I'd like to call out is Agatha. We didn't even talk about Agatha yet.
Yeah, I know. I am excited for that. You know, that's an exciting series. There's a lot of potential there. Agatha was a great character in
WandaVision.
Yeah, WandaVision. So yeah.
The Coven of Chaos. So like, is her show going to be like a prequel sort of thing? I don't know. I kind of hope, you know, because right now she's playing someone else because Wanda did something to her. So does the spell break since Wanda sort of did all her stuff and she's like, I'm done doing all this. So does the spell break then? And if it does, is Agatha just wake up and now she's like, I can't believe she did that to me. Now she's like gonna be she's on a mission for chaos magic and stuff like that. Now there's no more Darkhold, so she really can't study it, but she can do other things. And now that she knows Wanda isn't as strong as she used to be, maybe that's an opportunity for Agatha to do all the stuff her does. But and if they do a prequel, they tell her story because there was thousands of years went by, so for hundreds of years or something like that went by from her from her story on how she got her powers and stuff like that. So telling what she got. Yeah. So just one thing about Black Panther. So we had T'Challa. we had him snapped in Infinity War at the end. And then the actor T'Challa dies after Endgame. And then we're having a funeral for him in the movie Black Panther 2 because they're killing off T'Challa. It's just, for me, so much I want to talk. I mean, I know the people that's emotional and all that stuff because of the way that they filmed it, but a lot of times, man, we just gotta wait. It's gotta wait. Like, we gotta wait. Because emotional scenes can carry a great emotional reaction to a movie, but then the storyline can just break down, and then you're like, but the trailer had so much promise. So it's like, we gotta wait, you know. I like the fact that Namor's in the movie, but I just don't like the fact that Wakanda's versus Atlantis. Like, I'm not really a big fan of that. So, well, we'll see. Or maybe it's just a few of the Atlanteans versus a few of the Wakandas or something like that. I guess we'll go see. No Superman news. That's how DC can recapture right now. They bam tomorrow. Superman, Man of Steel. They don't even have to do a trailer. They can just throw a screenshot. Superman, Man of Steel, 2024.
Do you think they would actually hold that back though? Since today is like Marvel's big day. Do you think DC is capable of that?
They could throw a screenshot up of Man of Steel 2, 2024. If you look at Marvel Studios, the release of the movies, you can see the gaps in 2024. So there's room for other studios to drop some of their drop the big projects also. Because that's why the movies, you don't see any movies dropping in the wintertime from Marvel Studios because of whatchamacallit, Avatar. Avatar is going to be a Christmas release. And they got 3 more after the one that's going to come out this Christmas. So that's why there's those little gaps there. So you have all those gaps for other studios to drop their big blockbuster movies. I guess we'll see sort of like who does what. But yeah, if hopefully DC, like, just do it. I don't even care if you don't even got a deal set up with Henry Cavill. Just do it. Just put it on the screen. Man of Steel 2. 2024, and that's it. That would give the DC fans, everybody that likes DC and Superman and all that stuff, just hope. Just hope. You don't even have to have a storyline or director or anything. Just throw it up there and then start working on it. Like, 2024, we know we got 2 years. Let's make this happen. Henry, what do we got to do to get you on board for Superman?
What do you think
Daredevil
about
suit.
the Daredevil suit and She-Hulk? Lawrence asked.
I thought it was good. I liked it. I like how they used the CG was a little bit sort of, maybe it was because of the way that it was shot was a little bit off, but yeah, I like the suit. Kind of an upgrade, and I'm sure we're gonna have another iteration of it once Daredevil starts shooting the show and all that stuff. So yeah, I'm excited for it. 18 episodes of Daredevil though, that's just insane. I wonder how much of that, some of the older content that they had available because they wanted to do another series. Henry is demanding the same pay scale Evans and Downey Jr. to return the suit. I mean, he's a cow. I mean, like, why not? Like, why not give him some money? I mean, make it epic. Like, let's make it epic. They lost they were off the gravy train, like, or figure out a way to get him on that scale. And Robert Downey Jr. money is different. Like, even compared to Chris Evans, like Robert Downey Jr. scale was different when it comes to pay scale. I mean, and that's the stuff that just it's public, but we don't even know if that's true because none of us have access to Robert Downey Jr.'s banking account or what they've really paid him, because it's all sort of hearsay. It's not official sort of Marvel Studios. Hey, we gave Robert Downey Jr. $50 million for 3 films, like each film, right? But we know that he was paid a decent amount for the films because he was carrying. I mean, like they spent, you spend $150 million on a movie, and then the movie grosses $1 billion. Like, without him in the movie, would have it did that? Probably not. So that's why you really got to give a shout out to some of these actors. Yeah. Well, Peter, I feel the same way about Superman. Like, he is an icon. Now, other folks on the stream earlier wasn't feeling Superman, but I was feeling him. I'm like, he's an icon. Like, he's the character of DC. Like, introduce other people that's on his level, like he just did with Black Adam, and let's get it rocking and rolling with Superman.
I will say this, okay? Even though I'm not the world's biggest Superman fan, and also, is that a good way to put it, Paris? That I'm not the world's greatest Superman fan?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll say that. I will say that I think Superman's still very iconic to DC and is a staple to DC, and DC should do everything in their power to get a Superman film out for the hardcore fans of DC. I mean, they need to see the staple characters in movies and TV shows and stuff. We see Batman getting favoritism from DC and Harley Quinn, but Superman is just as iconic and as popular, So it's kind of unfair that they don't give him the money that he wants. I don't know what they're doing over there, honestly. They need a Kevin Feige over there or somebody straighten the stuff out.
Right. They need. Well, I mean, I wouldn't even say like a Kevin Feige type. You just need someone to follow the path that's been laid out. It's been laid out. Like, let's get it going. And it's not that hard to follow the script on that. And I know people are like, hey, they should reboot the whole universe. But it's sort of like you can do a gradual reboot, but without having to reboot the whole universe. It's just basically saying, hey, guess what? After this, don't really think about all the other stuff. This is the other stuff that happened. So sort of that sort of thing. Look at what we're doing now with Superman and the DC. I would be surprised if they didn't announce something for Superman in the next couple of months. Like, there's no way that you can just let Marvel just run wild like the WWE. Like, what is it? Who is that? Hulkamaniac. Let me run wild, all you. Like, this is like Hulk Hogan running wild, and the Hulkamaniacs just, just running wild. Like when Hulk Hogan would do his post-match interviews, or he's just doing his interviews. What are you gonna do, brother? When the biggest arms, this is what it is. It's like it's the Hulk Hogan feeling when you're watching what Marvel just did today. It's like, what are you gonna do? And we think DC would be Macho Man or something, but it's not even. They're not even Macho Man. They're not even Roddy White Piper. They're like right now. I don't know what you want to call them, but like they need to be a Stone Cold and The Rock. They need to be that level with Marvel, and Marvel, that sort of like, hey, we're here with you. Like, you're just not the only one. We're here too. We can carry this on our own. We can carry a whole year. We don't even get that right now. Like we're not getting 4 movies a year with them. That's just crazy. All those characters.
Yeah, from DC side, what I would have liked to see on the Twitter feeds today is like, I want to hear more about Stargirl. Stargirl is one of my favorite DC series right now. So I want to hear about Stargirl. I want to hear about different things about the Harley Quinn cartoon. They could have thrown some tidbits in there that we haven't heard behind the scenes, or anything like that, just to keep content fresh for DC. But I just feel like that they're just relying on Black Adam and Shazam, and it's like, wow, you're gonna go to SDCC when you could have just dropped these trailers elsewhere.
Right. And they dropped some comic stuff, which is cool. I like the fact that they're investing in comics, which I'm all here for too. So there is other stuff for SDCC other than the big movies, but the stuff that everyone's paying attention to is the shows for HBO Max and the movies. Like I totally understand what you're talking about. Yeah. But what do you think? Like, are you mixed bag, man? It's a mixed bag.
I think Marvel crushed it. Marvel really crushed it this week with their announcements. I feel like that DC is lacking in that department to compete with Marvel. And I'm not seeing like much else. I mean, it looks like the feeds are pretty much stuck at where they are. Well, I guess DC has Sandman, right?
Yeah, they have Sandman that's releasing on Netflix. So they have that got some pop today. But it just sort of just got drowned out really quick.
Yeah.
Like really quick. It was like, it's like, oh my gosh. Like a timeline. Like that's the cool thing is like what Marvel Studios is doing is like, here's our timeline. Like this is what we have for you in this timeline. And they didn't even in the timeline did you see for the movies and the live movies and TV shows, they didn't even have the animation stuff in there. So once we get the full timeline, like probably tomorrow or something, of everything for the rest of Phase 4 and then what Phase 5 and into Phase 6 is gonna look like, you're just gonna be like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this is it. This is cool. I'm good. I have Disney Plus, but you know what? And the other thing is though, and this is for Disney. If you're talking about Disney alone, this is just the Marvel stuff, right? Once they drop the Star Wars stuff, like now we're talking another bunch of shows, more movies. Like and then that's fitting into this timeline too, because they gotta separate everything when it comes to the movies and shows. So we're gonna have a whole bunch of content from Disney in the next few years, and it's just gonna be great.
Well, it looks like as the poll says, a lot of people are excited for the future of the MCU. 88% in favor, yes. 12% is no. But Paris, we have almost officially hit the 6-hour mark, my friend.
Okay, we're gonna quit at the 6-hour mark. Once we get to 6 hours, so we got 8 minutes. Our streamers are cutting off anyway, so we'll finish up the show.
We got 2 minutes.
Oh, we got 2 minutes. I thought
2 minutes to hit 6 hours. Yeah, 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, we'll do 2 minutes. We're about to drop off, folks. So please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. We were on for 6 hours today, just talking about all this stuff. I can't believe we actually did it.
Can't believe Paul lasted that long. Shout out to him.
Paul lasted that long.
Yeah, if you guys don't know who Pineapple Paul is, I'll tell you this for you.
Shut up.
Oh man. Pineapple Paul.
All right, Paris. Well, you know, you can we can start the outro. So, where can people find you? What are you up to? And you know, talk about that Marvel group on Facebook.
Yeah, man, we have a Marvel group on Facebook. I think if people were on this channel watching during the time, I had a lot of people join, so I think it was probably coming from this. I was just approve. So the group is in the chat. I'll throw it again. I'll throw it in here again. But yeah, it's Marvel Cinematic Facebook group. You know, we rock and roll everything, all things Marvel. It's pretty fun. Yeah, we do have a DC group that we're building too, and a Star Wars group that we're building. So we're trying to figure those things out as we go along. You can find me here when we're talking about Marvel and all the other entertainment stuff. You can find me on Twitter at PLock77. So please do follow if you get a chance. If you want to have some fun on Twitter. I also work at Xbox at Microsoft. So, well, I work at Microsoft on the Xbox team. So, yeah, I had it backwards. Yeah, if you want to talk gaming and stuff like that, or you want to know more about Xbox and what we're doing over there, please don't hesitate to ask. If you have some feedback about Xbox, please do let us know. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, awesome. Well, everybody, you can find me on 4GQ TV. We have some interviews coming up. I mean, sometimes it takes time to get the schedules worked out, but they are coming. We got more content dropping. I have an As Dusk Falls review coming up that I will be dropping this week. I got more MetroCon stuff I'll be dropping. I'll be covering Tampa Bay Comic-Con next week.
MetroCon.
Yes. Person. I'll be there in person. We just dropped 2 big interviews with celebrity YouTubers. One with Hugbees, who has 1.25 million subscribers. One with Caleb Hiles, who's known in the Disney community because he does a lot of covers. He has 1.64 million subscribers. Yes, so check out all that content, man. Derek Robertson come back on very soon to talk about The Boys Season 3 recap. Excited for that, Paris. I am so excited for that.
Yes, we got a lot to talk about on The Boys. Like, there's just a lot. That's going to be fun. I can't believe we were talking today for 6 hours about this stuff. But, hey. Oh, you got a Series X and Game Pass. Nice. Nice job here. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, cool. I guess we're done, bro.
All right, everyone.
15 viewers. Please like.
Subscribe.
We're just now checking out for the people that just joined. Sorry, we've been here for 6 hours, but you can definitely run it back and watch it again because we did talk about a lot of stuff. We broke all the news that we had our Twit deck up and we talked about stuff at the beginning of the day. So cool.
Yeah, thank you very much, everybody. Until next time. We should have a show this Thursday as well, talking about video games. So be there for that. And, maybe we should do more Marvel content like this and just speculate. It's been a lot of fun today. And I see your love for the Juggernauts finally starting to come out a little bit,
And we definitely should do one when they do D23 because that's going to be a live broadcast so everybody can see it. And then we're going to have tweets and all that stuff and videos. So we should definitely do one for Disney's Day because they're going to probably show more trailers and we all be able to watch them at the same time. So we'll be able to do live reactions and stuff. So
yeah,
it'll be cool.
Absolutely. So guys, check out for the D23 because we will be talking about that too, And, tweet Marvel, say we want to see Juggernaut and She-Hulk. That's right, guys. Just let them know. Let them know that Carlo asked for that, okay? Just tell them Carlo said
Juggernaut. Just tell them Juggernaut sent you.
All right, everyone. Have a good night, and thank you for spending your time with us and listening to us. It's been a lot of fun talking to everybody. Have a good one.
Awesome.